The other round's been big, but it's only about to get bigger. Great to have your company on AFL Nation, wherever you're listening around the planet. AFL Nation coming away from the Adelaide Oval for 4 and 20 pies. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles and Elders. You can rely on Elders. This is the Friday night shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. It is fantastic to be back here at the Adelaide Oval. It's fantastic to be alongside the volcano himself, Kane Corns. We're going to get
I know. What a game of footy it was last night. Hopefully we get something similar tonight. That was, well, it felt like a final to me. 50,000 in the house, people everywhere. The weather has turned it on, and what a start to gather around. And I think tonight might be just as good.
How many selfies you taken this weekend?
So many selfies. Oh my God. Well, I didn't think I was popular at all, and maybe I'm not. Maybe they just posted to take the mickey out of me, but everyone wants to stop for a selfie, and everyone's in the spirit, which is good.
It's an artificial environment. Everybody that's here in town follow footy.
Oh.
Brenton Sanderson's also with us for the call of the former Adelaide Crows coach. Woody Sando, great to have you on.
Dwayno, Kane, great to be here, and this city is pumping. I only arrived this afternoon. I drove over, so I was part of the cavalcade of people that were driving over. It was awesome. I stopped in Dimbulla. Remember, who was it? I think this week might have been Timmy Watson, and he actually mentioned to stop in Dimbulla and have a coffee, which I did. And almost everyone had the same idea as me. It was thumping in Dimbulla, but it's awesome walking through the city today. Adelaide is certainly alive this weekend. It's going to be a great game tonight too.
I haven't driven for 20 years, I reckon, and I used to do the trip, 4 or 5 times a year. What's the latest hour? How many? 8?
8.5 it took me.
8.5, okay.
Yeah, so
it's actually a two-stopper?
Once for fuel and then once in Dimbulla. So
for a sit meal in Dimbulla, or did you actually just get a bit of takeaway?
No, just a coffee and a little cheeky sweet. But but I actually had to wait 15 minutes for the coffee. Like I said, it felt like everyone was in Dimbulla having the same idea as me.
8.5, Kano, for you? Are you an 8.5 hour man?
Myself and Eddie, my son, drove over to move him to Melbourne. I reckon we're sort of a 9.5.
Okay.
We took our time.
Take your time.
Yeah, and the last 2 hours felt like 6.
You're not quite up with the caller that you had today for SEN breakfast on the electric car, are you?
No.
You just plug in for the 2 stops where you know you can get your electricity for free if you've got one of those cars you purchase with a free top-up, and you can get here and there for free.
So he rang us on the road and he said, I'm in an electric car, and I said, oh, well, where are you going to stop when the car runs out of battery? He said, no, it's sort of pre-programmed that I'm going to stop here and I'm going to stop here, and it's going to cost me $0. And it was the Tesla. So yeah, that sounds like the way to go.
Yeah, they're everywhere. It is great to be here for Gather Round, and of course a big shout out to Hyundai, who've got the electric car range. You can drop into your local Hyundai dealer. The Hyundai Keys to Summer event is on now. Unlock offers on a range of Hyundai models, including those that are electric. Plenty of opportunity to get yourself an electric Hyundai or one of the hybrids. Hayden Skipworth's going to join us very shortly, Collingwood assistant coach, so he's part of our pre-game as well. In fact, I think he might just about be ready right now as we head down to Joel Brooks. Welcome to you, Brooksy, and welcome to you, Hayden Skipworth. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having us on, guys.
It is nice to have you on. It's a pretty exciting... Well, tell us about your Gather Round experience so far, because being in the Collingwood fraternity, I'm sure you'd almost have to have security following the guys around, wouldn't you, wherever they go?
Yeah, it's been great. We're very lucky with the Collingwood Army that sort of follow us all around Australia, and we go interstate, and sometimes it feels like a home game with the amount of support we get. So very lucky. It's great to see all the Collingwood Guernseys walking around the streets of Adelaide. It's great to see all the colours of all the teams walking around the streets of Adelaide.
I'm actually not joking. I saw a few of the Lions, Dane Zorko and co, wandering through the Botanic Gardens for their walk this morning. So there's plenty of people getting around town, but I'm actually serious. It would be a bit difficult for some of the Collingwood players just to go for a walk. Or is that normally the case? I see Josh Dacos occasionally getting a coffee in Richmond when he and his lovely partner are quite happy to talk to anybody, and they are very amenable, the Collingwood players, or all AFL players these days. But this is a crazy elevation of the normal fan base.
It is. We've got, obviously Nick, he probably wears the brunt of it with the amount of support that he gets, not just through the Collingwood supporters, but I guess worldwide, really. He goes anywhere and gets recognised. So I know Nick and Josh went down to beautiful Henley Beach and went for a swim today, and we had guys popping out everywhere asking for suggestions for coffees and everything, and really enjoying the state as we see it.
Skip, good luck tonight. I reckon one thing that Collingwood doing really well the last 3 weeks in particular is not just your back six, but it feels like the whole team's defending really well. That has to be your brand tonight against the Swans, doesn't it?
It does, Sando. I felt like last year it was probably the area that dropped off in our game was our Team D. We sort of gave up too many scores and it took too long to get the ball back off the opposition. And obviously we know Sydney, what they did last week with North, being able to control the game with their ball movement. So, taking away those shorts and forcing that ball back into a contest as quick as possible is going to be a crucial part of tonight's win.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Skippy, it just looks like the last couple of weeks, Sydney's profile is a lot more kick and mark, so you're going to have to try and, I guess, prevent that sort of D50 exit kick, and that sort of run that they can generate off the back of that is going to be something that's really important tonight.
Yeah, forwards and mids, as you know, as the first line of defence is going to be crucial to try and lock that ball in that front half. Obviously, the ground's not as wide as the G, so we've really got to get our backs up behind that ball movement and contest that ground, sort of that north-south, and close those gaps. And yeah, like I said, if we can keep the ball live and force it in contest as much as they can, it probably suits us. If it's more of an uncontested kick mark game, it probably suits them.
Skippy, I'm interested in Nick Dacos, and when he knows the attention is coming, does he change anything with his week? Because it's not often you get a full-blown hard tag, but that's coming tonight.
Yeah, I think it's coming every week, Kane, at the moment. So, yeah, we prep him as best we can of, who he's playing and some little opportunities that against that tagger, and then also how we can sort of disrupt their system as much as we can. And we've got little plays around like dropping to half back, and, Perriman and his brother can drop in the midfield or go to the wing, and Crispin Lipinski can drop in, and then we can go forward, and DeGoey or Elliott drops into the midfield. So we've got lots of little levers that we can pull, and as long as he communicates it well, we're happy for him to use those levers within game to help disrupt them.
And Pendlebury, the use of him as a pseudo run-with player, I guess, at times this year, it's been a nice touch, and him accepting those challenges with everything else he's done, like it's admirable, really.
It is, mate. With these older guys, you got to challenge them every now and then, Kane, as you know. So we put him on Cripps early, and then we felt like Carlton were coming through the corridor really strongly, so we rolled Perriman over and put Pendlebury through the corridor to defend the corridor. And it doesn't matter what we ask of him. He's such a selfless guy. He's been a great role model for our guys. But I guess him and Sidebottom, it's like they just role model like team first, and they're all about winning. They don't care about their touches anymore. They don't care about the accolades and stuff. It's just about winning games and hopefully winning premierships for them. So it's a great, I guess they're great role models for our younger players.
What do you say to sort of old school people, fuddy-duddies like me, that say, why doesn't Darcy Moore just go and play in the opposition's best forward?
Mate, if we try and answer everyone's what they want, Kane, it's impossible. But we've got a defensive system, Kane. So it's a back three defends the most dangerous. So back three last week, or whatever, defend Curnow or Mackay if they're playing. So you don't get too many one-on-ones these days. We were trying to limit one-on-ones. We're trying to get guys to come off other guys. So, and we've got a system where we need to press and rotate on the fat side, and so you don't get caught up in the matchups too much. If you get caught up in the matchups, you sort of can get pulled apart, and your defense can get stretched, or you can get up too high. So we're trying to set our defense and connect with each other. Our backs have got to connect with our mids, and so on and so on. So trying to get too consumed in matchups. Obviously, if someone's on fire, then you need to put them to sleep wherever that is in the ground. There's those hard tags or those hard matchups one-on-one, but we try and I guess avoid them as much as we can.
It's actually in good form, isn't he, Darcy Moore? He's really turned it around. But Skip, just a question on your offense. So you had the big score against Port Adelaide in round one, 136 points, but just the 6 goals against the Giants, 10 goals against the Bulldogs, 8 goals against Carlton. Is it as simple as you're not probably getting the output from stoppage? You're not really scoring from stoppage like you'd like at the moment?
It's a little bit of stoppage down there, but it's a lot of accuracy at the moment. We're missing a lot of goals. We kicked a lot of points in that GWS game, round 0, and it's probably the first time in a long while that I felt like we rolled over in that last quarter and didn't really play the game out as we'd like. We sort of let the scoreboard and the inaccuracy, I guess, affect how we play. But we addressed that after round 0, and we've got a really good spike against Port the next week. But we have played in rain against Carlton last game, which was can make the ball handling and stuff a little bit harder. But I think it's the accuracy, Sando. We're sort of aiming for best shot and getting better shots on goal. I know our 30-plus range at the moment is really poor statistically, so we've put a bit of work into that. and hopefully we can, with a beautiful night like tonight, we can have a good accurate game.
Yeah, 57 points from your first 4 games. What about Swans? What's the one thing you're most worried about tonight when you're looking at them and how they're playing?
I think there's 2 things. I think it's their pressure and their contest stuff around the ball, and then it's their abilities to control the game through their ball movement. So we feel like the contest stuff is also our strength. So we sort of, it's a given for us around, pressure and step-in stuff. But it's probably that slow D stuff that you touched on earlier, Sando. We've got to be really alert and take those shorts away and not let them keep changing angles and make our defence scramble. If we can sort of pin them to one side and force it long, I think that's going to be go a long way to winning a game for us.
Last time I spoke to you, I reckon might have been before the last or first pre-season game. We spoke about Jordan De Goey. I think you'd overlooked him, just wasn't quite ready in terms of physically prepared. Like, how concerned are you about him with just his lack of continuity?
Not concerned, Kane. He started to get sore last week. He could have kept playing out the game, but the game was sort of, we had a really good third quarter and we were pretty comfortable with probably where it sat. So we had Ned Long, who's been in great form as well. So we were happy to sub him out, and he was just a bit grumbly. And what we learned from last year is we kept rolling him out there, and he's such a, as Sando knows, such a powerful athlete. We felt like last year he lost his power because we sort of needed him. We didn't have the depth, and he was grinding through the season. So we're trying to avoid that as much as we can. So he's going to obviously miss this one and hopefully play the Brisbane game, and we're trying to really manage him through the first bit of the season. So he's running on top of the ground back into the year.
And it's your perfect world, just a one main ruck system without Mason Cox in your main team as emergency, just in case Darcy's not available.
Yeah, we've done it model ways. We sort of had the Mason and Darcy Cameron through 2023 when we won the flag. We've had no rucks for a while when we had both of them injured. So we're open to what each week entails. But what's working for us sort of at the moment is Darcy Cameron in that 80% role. His form has been outstanding the last probably 18 months, and he's super consistent. And then we've had Dan McStay, obviously gets him up around the ball for a few minutes, and also we can pinch him with Frampton or even Ned Long at times if you want to go on size. But yeah, we're not locked into anything. We sort of always got a growth mindset around where the team can go, and there'll be certainly times throughout the year we'll have both the rucks in, and there'll be other times where we are like we are now with a one ruck.
What would make you play both? Is it a two good ruck system that an opposition has? They've got Grundy and Laddams against you tonight, so that's not something that you think you need to jump with two rucks for?
It's a little bit about how Darcy's travelling. If he's a bit banged up and sore, we can take the edge off him with playing Mason as well, and go a little bit more 50-50 ruck and put Darcy forward a little bit. So it's a little bit on the short turnarounds. We often look to play the two rucks as well, knowing that Darcy might not be covering the ground as well, or it could be the match-up stuff. But against Gawn, we've historically gone the two rucks just because we've needed it to have a really good contest in the ruck, because what he can do around the ground and around stoppage. But there's a number of things that influence selection, and it's not just, I guess, the form of the players, it's the ground and the opposition, and I guess how Darcy's feeling as well.
Yeah, he's flying at the moment, so he's having a great year, so I can understand why you believe that 80% of his ruck is probably the best way to go, especially against the Swans as well. Hey, great to have you, Hayden. Really appreciate you jumping on, and good luck tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having us on, guys.
Hayden Skipworth, Collingwood assistant coach, joining us. Shout out for Hyundai. The Hyundai Keys to Summer event is on now. Unlock offers on a range of Hyundai models. And our Gather Round presenting partner is Toolkit Depot. Their Easter sale is on now. What'd you make of that little chat, guys?
So next, he's a future senior coach, isn't he?
Yeah, he's good.
Very close to the West Coast job. Very honest. Gives some good insight into their system, and he speaks with authority and is authentic. So they're in good hands.
Can Scott Pendlebury play 500? Kane?
What's he on?
I think he's got to play
about 10 next year, doesn't he? 15 next year.
No, I'm thinking can he go even further, Dwayne?
500.
Can he get 500?
Not break the all-time record,
He's playing good footy. I don't know. That's probably sub more on the bench.
500.
Would he be our first 500?
Wow,
Can you imagine, Kane? Can anyone get
It'd be
500?
amazing. It'd have to be a few as a sub.
All right, let's look forward. So in the future, we might not have the sub, might we? We might have 5 on the bench.
Yeah,
Is
6
that
on
what
the
we're
bench,
looking at?
maybe.
You think a 6 on the bench would do it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think you can play him in a variety of roles. He can play limited game time. Like he is moving as good as anyone. The only reason I think it, because I'm watching LeBron James play at the moment, and the way that he looks after himself and the way that he prepares to play, obviously 80 games a year, but I don't know, Scott Pendlebury is the ultimate pro. Hasn't had those major injuries that are going to sort of hold him back. Because you think of the guys that broke the record before him with a light body types, the wiry ones, but gee, he just keeps finding the footy. His footy IQ is as good as anyone in the game. Could he get to 500? Can you imagine?
Be amazing, wouldn't it?
Do you think we'll ever get to 6 on the bench? Because, I mean, in the NBA or in the NBL, you have 100% bench, don't you? You have 5 on the court, but you've also got 5 sitting on the sideline. So if the Lakers have got the game won, they can just take LeBron off and not even play him in the last quarter.
Yeah.
But they've also got a longer season where it's easy for them because their games are less important. Each game, because they play so many games in the NBA, are less important than our games. We've only got 23 of them. So I couldn't see, necessarily having a guy who could be rested for 5 or 6, or is Pendle's the kind of guy you'd rest for 5 or 6?
Yeah, and I just think the game's got to change as well, and I think we've got to change our mentality. And this is a bit of a different thought, but maybe the season goes even longer, Dwayne. Like maybe we just go where you actually have a squad mentality where Pendlebury plays 3, then misses 1, but you play everyone twice or something like that, where the season actually goes for the proper 40 weeks or something like that.
If we had a season where you played everybody twice, then you would think that there'd be an opportunity for a Pendles or someone to go on.
More on the bench, some games during the week. You just flooded with footy all the time. But that's just pie in the sky stuff.
We'll get to last night a little bit later on tonight, but Dangerfield's the other one to watch. Like he's someone who you might only play him 15 times for the year or 14 times for the year, and you just reel him out for the most important games because he's so explosive. They're going to have to really look after him this year. They got to keep him as sharp and as fresh as what he looked last night. He's on 341, so you think he could get to 400 if they managed him, and if he's still keen to do that, and if Geelong are a successful side. So there's some players out there that, Taylor Walker will be managed. I'd be surprised if he plays next week with him looking as sore as he did and spent a lot of time on the bench in the last quarter last night. So, I think we're going to come to a new age of those senior guns you want to keep at your footy club, but maybe they only play, they have a rest every 4th week or something like that.
Because I take 45 odd calls a day, right? And you get some good ideas thrown up. I mean, some of these questions that you've just asked me, they're good questions. I mean, the AFL should investigate this opportunity. I think we get a lot of questions about umpires. On my show, I do. But we lose guys like Ray Chamberlain who are at the peak of their decision-making ability, but because they can't run the Ks, they then end up staying in the umpiring fraternity. We've had lots of people suggest, why don't you have an umpiring system where you only have 3 on the field, but you're rotating 6. So you're bringing a guy like a Ray Chamberlain only has to umpire 3 quarters or 2.5 quarters, but you keep him in the system and it give the really experienced, because to be honest, I think one of the problems we've got with umpiring now is we've got a whole heap of new young guys coming through, and all the senior umpires are retiring because they can't run the Ks.
Nah, spot on. And I just think it's a conversation now that we've got to get prepared for, where, let's just say it's Paddy Cripps, and if Carlton came out this week and said Paddy Cripps won't play this week, and then Carlton lost, then there would be uproar. But we think we have to change our attitudes towards players being absolutely cherry ripe when they take the field, and players I guess the first conversation you have with them, they just want to play every week, but it does take its toll in a long season. So I think those conversations will be had sooner rather than later.
And protection of bodies as well. So you're into sports science a lot more than us probably, Kano. There's a lot of opportunities. I've got an infrared sauna and I'm an old bloke. Yeah. I've got a Pilates machine. I'm an old bloke. You've got the whole shebang as well. Yeah. So the sports science is better than it's ever been. That's probably helping guys like Danger and Pendles recover as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the technology behind it as well. Like, they've all got the recovery boots. They're all monitored within an inch of their lives. They all wear GPS for every time they essentially move outside, as Sando would know, and everything is tracked and monitored monitored. They'd measure their sleep, like the little Whoop sort of bracelets that they wear gives you your strain for the day, and whether you need extra sleep, whether you are overstrained, or whether you need more. So all of that has been a real leap in terms of technology, and that's why I don't know, LeBron spends $1 million a year on his body.
Tom Brady, I think, for a long time to keep himself in the game.
So I mean, that's only going to help, and the finances involved as well. Like you get paid a lot of money to keep playing. Like, so the incentives to keep going, not only in your wage for the year, but there's retirement funds now where you get an extra 30 or 40 grand for every season that you play that's set away for you for post football. So many reasons to keep going.
Well, when you think about LDU getting 1.3 million for 7 years, so 1.3 for LDU. I mean, imagine what Nick Dacos is actually worth. If you put Nick Dacos on an open market, it would be worth the $2 million a year.
It's scary. I actually like Kane's idea. I listen a lot to what Kane's idea is around the shortened contracts. I think 7's about your limit, isn't it, Kane? You wouldn't be going more than 7.
Hold on, Kane.
Anyone.
You feel a volcano.
You said 5. You said 5. Five should be the limit. Yeah.
Need to take a break. We're going to take a little break very shortly, and we'll send through your text. We might actually read a few texts out if you've got a thought on some of the stuff that we've just been chatting about. So make sure you send through your texts, and we'll fish through a few of your texts when they come through. We are here at the Adelaide Oval. This is the Friday night shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And I think we're going to have a little bit of a break very shortly. The players are out there warming up, and we'll head to the boundary line again very shortly. We just had a chat to Hayden Skipworth, but Jared McVeigh not far away as well, Swans assistant coach. Hey, you can head to thetrots.com.au for expert harness racing tips and in-depth analysis from all the major Victorian meetings. And Ryan Phelan's on the line right now to talk a bit of trots. Talking to you, Ryan. Great to have you on.
G'day, Dwayne. Great to be with you, particularly on a night where hopefully as a Sydney Swans supporter I'm going to be cheering home the Sydney Swans victory over Collingwood.
Milton Entertainment Park, the first of the Rich Nutrient finals get underway very shortly.
Yeah, 10 minutes, in fact, until the first of them gets underway, Dwayne. That's going to be for the 3-year-old fillies. So there's going to be 4 of those finals tonight, nearly $1 million worth in prize money on offer for the 2 and 3-year-old pay system. Terrific races, and Emma Stewart, the leading Victorian trainer, I'm sure will play a major hand in those finals tonight. In the next race coming up, race number 2, I'm pretty keen on Beach Diamond, who is about a $3.70 second favourite at the moment, unbeaten in 2 starts, and I really like the way this filly is progressing. I think she's going to be hard to beat. I thought in race number 3 on the program, It's Confidential represented some good each-way value. I think last time I checked the market, Dwayne, it was about $12 for the win. That's race number 3, horse number 9, It's Confidential, a bit of value there. I thought race number 5 on the program, look out for number 3, Fiction File. I think could be a big improver in that particular race. But my best bet comes up in race number 6 tonight for the 2-year-old Colton Geldings. Horse number 12, Night Fury Dan, looks to be good value. So 4 finals there tonight. Rich harness racing on offer at Milton Entertainment Park for the juveniles. And I think there's some good bets providing some good value throughout the evening.
Ryan, great to have you on, and good luck to your Swans. Ryan Phelan giving us a little bit of the action at Melbourne Entertainment Park, the first of the Rich Nutrient finals getting underway very shortly. So if you want to head to thetrots.com.au, you can get some more information, expert harness racing tips, in-depth analysis as well, that website for those that are interested, thetrots.com.au. Great to have your company at the Adelaide Oval. We're going to take a little bit of a break, talk more about last night's game, Patrick Dangerfield, 7-year contracts, and also head downstairs and have a chat to Jared McVeigh, Swans assistant coach. So stick around. This is AFL Nation.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments, just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
With over 20 25 years experience in endophyte technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
Big news, sports fans. ESPN is now on Disney+. Yep, you heard that right. Your Disney Plus subscription just got even bigger with live games, epic sporting moments, and 10,000 hours of ESPN's premier sporting events. And no better time to kick things off with the NBA playoffs right around the corner. Will your team make it? You can find out, then watch all your favourite movies and series. One subscription, endless entertainment. ESPN on Disney Plus. Turn it on.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by 2 18-volt batteries, all from only $199. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation. For Liquorland, whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. You can head to fntsportspromo.com.au to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And we're here for Elders. You can rely on Elders. We're about to head down to the boundary line. Brooksy, our intrepid man who's in charge of footy, just having a chat to Leon Cameron out just as an aside with the Sydney Swans race right near where he is, and Mark McVeigh, Swans assistant coach, also about to join us in a matter of seconds. A quick reminder though first, SEN's AFL tipping is back for season 2025. Win weekly prizes or a footy finals experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong, Ream. Sign up now at tipping.sen.com.au. Brenton Sanderson, Kane Corns with me upstairs here at the Adelaide Oval. Mark McVeigh is ready to go on the boundary line for us. Welcome to you, Mark. Great to have you on.
Oh, thank you for having me.
It's nice to have you on. I noticed the boys out there in beautiful, pristine, all white. The all-white colour, white shorts, white socks, white shoes, white top. It's a different look.
It is, mate. There's been a fair few jokes. We actually hopped on the plane in
uniform. We look like we're about to play a test match, but no, it looks good. It's a great sponsorship drive with Nike, one of our major sponsors, and the boys really enjoy it.
Mark, before we get into the footy, I just want to ask you about how you're enjoying your role. There's been a lot of talk. Brad Scott, really strong commentary around how the AFL have neglected coaches and essentially assistant coaches, to be perfectly honest. Do you enjoy the role, and how concerned are you about the profession of being a coach?
I love the role. I mean, if you really have a passion for it, Kane, as you know, and it's a really important role, whether you're the head coach or the assistant coaches. We spend a lot of time with the players, and we're in charge of developing, coaching, and making sure that our players can get the best coaching they possibly can. So, it's a wonderful job. Obviously we're competitive at heart, play a lot of footy, all of us, and we still love winning, mate. So, there is concerns, and every club's different, aren't they? Sydney are a really great, fantastic club, and they do try and look after us really, really well. But industry-wide, obviously, there's a lot of challenges around the output work-wise. It's a massive job. I mean, we travel sort of 13, 14 times a year away from the family, 6 or 7 days a week. It's pretty hard. So for me, our coaches, and I've been coaching nearly 12 years now, so a long time. It's come a long way, but I still think it needs to shift further, just to make sure we retain our coaches, but also we want to make sure that people coming out of the game are really keen to coach and get involved, because it's such a great industry.
Pretty diplomatic answer, I would have thought. A lot more needs to be done. Ross Lyon was really strong. We had him on radio this morning, and I think everyone collectively is suggesting that more needs to be done to support people like yourself. What's it like working with your brother?
Pretty good, mate. He's coaching the VFL this year, so I had the 1 year with him last year at AFL level. It's fantastic. We love footy, and it's been our life, and he's probably got thrust into the senior sort of role, and then as a line coach, and now he really wants to round out his coaching by coaching his own team, and he's doing a fantastic job so far.
Mark, back-to-back wins, which is great. There has been a change in your profile, though. You're kicking the ball more, handballing less. Is that something that you guys sort of analysed after the first 2 weeks and have made an adjustment to, or is it just sort of evolved?
It's probably evolved a little bit. We probably, our team has got some really good players that are able to distribute the ball, and we want to utilise that as best we possibly can. Sometimes we probably kick too much, and we've touched on that over the last couple of weeks. If we get involved in the scramble, we've got good legs, we've got good speed, so we want to be able to chain out of those situations as best as we possibly can. So we review that. In the last few weeks, we've probably just seen opportunities, Sando, around being able to chain a little bit more and not kick straight away. So certainly it's been a little bit of focus of training around that.
Yeah, it looks like you're controlling the game a little bit better with that sort of change in your offense, but I've also been really impressed with your defensive setup the last couple of weeks, more so how I just think you're defending the whole ground better. Was that a focus over the summer with Coxie taking over? Was changing your defensive profile something that you looked to make a major adjustment to?
Absolutely. It was Dean Cox's number one thing, mate. Uncontested marks over the last 3 or 4 years against us. Been on the incline. It's been, we sort of haven't been able to stop oppositions at times, especially chains of uncontested marks. It's not so much the number, but the chains, 4, 5, 6, 7 at times, being able to gain territory on us and then able to score. So we were really... after the grand final, there was 47 uncontested marks in the first quarter against the Lions, and we knew that we needed to make a change. So we've adjusted that. We trained it all summer, a lot of grid work, a lot of 18v18, just trying to make sure that we can defend the ground and repeat. So it was a huge focus, mate, and we feel like we're tracking in the right way in that area, but it's still a work on for a lot of us.
What do you like about the Pies tonight, and where do you think you can get them?
Yeah, well, their numbers are really good. I mean, going through it for the week, their numbers are outstanding. They're strong in the contest. they're certainly getting front half turnovers a hell of a lot. So our defenders have been briefed a lot this week about how much pressure they're going to be under. They've got great speed ahead of the footy. So when we get the footy and when we turn around and face the game, we know that they're going to be coming at us. So we need to make sure that our ability to be really clean in the contest or in the moment and just get that dump kick if we can, whether that's lateral or forward, and release that pressure off the opposition with their pressure. We've got to make sure that we're really clean in that area. You know, they're playing a little bit of a different way as well. Collingwood are ranked, 18th in the competition, are going from their D50 through the corridor. So they're using boundary a hell of a lot more. And they're able to do that because when they get that ball back in their back half, they've got high working forwards that get high and wide and really give them an outlet to work the ground. And then they gain territory for either marching the ball or taking 45. So we're under no illusion how good they're going. We think our ball movement's going to be a real key tonight in our contest work and our ability to defend the ground. They're the three things that we're really going to concentrate on tonight. And if we allow them just to pick us apart and go through us with uncontested marks, they can score really heavily because they are going inside 50 a hell of a lot. Their accuracy hasn't been great, but they are having shots from wide of the ground. So there's a fair bit in it for us, and we've got to make sure they're at our very best in a lot of different areas.
I reckon we're very close to a Chad Warner just absolute masterclass. I think he's probably going at about a 6 out of 10, albeit if you look at his score involvements and scoreboard impact, it's as good as anyone in the competition. Where best to use him, and what's that debate like for midfield versus time in the front half?
Yeah, it's a good question, Cornsey, and we talk about it and debate it a fair bit. We have over the summer. We're probably settling where he plays a little bit more forward than midfield. Now, he's had to adjust a little bit in the last few weeks with Justin McInerney not being in the team, and he's spent a bit of time at CB but pushing forward really aggressively. We think he's ready for a big game. Him and Isaac Heaney, to be fair. Isaac had moments that he was really threatening last week. So we think they're the two that are in for a big night if they get going. But at the moment, right where it sits with Chad, we feel like he's has the really good ability to clear the ball from CB. He can get over to the scramble really quickly with his fast feet, and then obviously he can go inside 50 really damaging. But we think his front half work at the moment's probably more his strength than perhaps being a pure midfielder at the moment.
Love it. And Sydney have a long line of just brilliant taggers. I love the history of Sydney and taggers, from Kirk to Matthews to Jared, your brother. Like they were everywhere back in the day, and James Jordan is as good as any of them. But the thing I like about him is he wins his own football, and that would be the instruction to him. Just give us an insight into the work that he puts in.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think it's been a real added bonus for us. The Swans have had a great history of hard-nosed taggers that get the job done, and he's certainly learning from Kirky here, who he touches base with him a fair bit. But his ability, mate, just to continue to grind is obviously superior. He's sort of sits around that 6'10", 6'05", 2K, so he can run a 2K really quickly. He grinds that out, but it's not so much the speed of him, mate. He can just get from contest to contest to contest. He stays in the moment. He's pretty clean, and when he gets the ball, he can really utilise it. So he's one we can play, big minutes. We can rotate the other mids. Tonight, obviously, he's going to have a pretty big job. Not hard to really guess what that's going to be, but he certainly is going to be that player that will grind the game out. And it's one of those ones where you just put it on the magnet board, lock it away, and you pretty much know the job's going to get done as best you possibly can. So that's great for the coaching staff to have, and he's a wonderful young fella, and he really buys into what his craft and what he wants to do. He researches, he studies, and he makes sure he knows what he's about to come up against. So we're looking for him to have a big night tonight.
Great to have you on, Mark. We really appreciate your time downstairs. So good luck tonight. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Thank you very much.
Mark McVeigh joining us downstairs. Great to have your company wherever you might be listening as well. SEN's AFL tipping is back for season 2025. You can win weekly prizes or a footy finals experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong. Ream, you can sign up now at tipping.sen.com.au. This is the Friday night shout out on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. And choose to drink wise. Brenton Sanderson, Kane Corns, Andy Marr also in the house. Big game tonight, Collingwood, the City Swans from the Adelaide Oval. Back to talk a bit more about tonight's game and last night's game and the topics of the day straight after the break. Stick around. It's AFL Nation.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern, family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Macca's enters the Minecraft universe with the new A Minecraft Movie Meal. Get one of 6 collectibles including Grimace Egg and Zombie Hamburglar with your choice of a Big Mac or 10-piece Chicken McNuggets with new Nether Flame sauce. At participating restaurants for a limited time. A Minecraft Movie only in cinemas.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA, and more. Oh, what a step from Curry! Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Crowd starting to file in here at the Adelaide Oval. Welcome back, by the way, to AFL Nation for the 420 Pie. And for Elders looking for an agent you can rely on or trust the team at Elders Real Estate. Our Gather Round presenting partner is Toolkit Depot. Their Easter sale is on now at Toolkit Depot. Brenton Sanderson and Kane Corns are with me. And if you didn't see it last night, it's worth a watch in your spare time. It was one of those games where you walk away from it thinking, was that the best game we've seen this year? You also walk away with it from it thinking, gee, the Cats, they're not going to be up there again, are they? Damn it. Because there's a lot of people who don't want the Cats or a Hawthorn up there again. But on what we saw last night, I reckon the Cats are maybe going to be up there again. What did you make of it?
Oh, it was the best game I've seen this year. Yeah, I thought it really felt like a final, and interviewed Matthew Nicks before the game, just on the boundary line. You could just sense the nerves. You could sense that it was a big game for them. And I asked him, look, you haven't played in finals for a long time, so do you lean into the atmosphere? Do your players need to experience games like this so that if you are good enough to play finals, you are ready for it? And he said, you sort of do. And they were ready for it. They were up for it. Like, their stuff off turnover was unbelievable. I thought the pressure that they brought on Geelong in the first half, the Cats really struggled to cope with that. They scored 9 goals off turnover in the first half, Sando, and 30 points up late in the second term. So it was a real missed opportunity because they looked for a large portion of that first half the far better side.
Nah, spot on, Kane. Sometimes you just need a loss like that. And I know sides and coaches will say we never need a loss, but to be 30 points up halfway through the second quarter and to be actually dominating the game, they had the Cats exactly where they wanted them. They looked all over them, but it just shows you the clubs that have been there year after year, and there are a lot of young kids, the Cats, who have come in, but gee, the stars really did stand up. Dangerfield and Cameron in the second half were sensational, but thought Max Holmes was sensational as well. Bailey Smith has just been a superstar. The way that he's taken his game, it feels like to another level. And even to hear him post-game talking about how he feels even fitter, stronger, smarter, post ACL injury. But you're right, Kane, that's the best game we've seen this year. And I just think when I said that the Crows sometimes need that sort of experience, they'll watch their last quarter this week with Matty Nicks. He'll sit down with the squad and say, right, how can we do this differently next time? Under exhaustion, under fatigue, under anxiety, how do we execute our fundamentals better? How do our system and our structures, why did they fall apart when it really mattered? And quite simply, the Cats, when the game was there to be won, they won it. They took the game on. Their pressure was immense. Their forward half pressure created turnovers, and the Crows defenders just looked nervous with ball in hand when it really mattered. So that's a loss they needed to have. They'll learn from it. I'm sure they'll improve. I still think they're a top 8 side, the Crows, but they're gonna have to go back and watch that game this week with the coach and work out how they can do that better.
Yeah, learning from losses is great unless you finish 10th.
Yeah,
because you didn't quite get the amount of wins to play final.
Well, that's it. Like, and you think they're a good side, but then you go, okay, well they've been St Kilda at home, and the Saints' record in Adelaide isn't great, albeit they were terrific against Port Adelaide last week, but Port Adelaide aren't going to feature. And then they've beaten North and Essendon. So you go, okay, they're going to have to get a scalp at some point, and the next month is tough for them.
Collingwood finished 9th last year. They're better. They're maybe going to make the 8. Gold Coast missed the 8.
Far better.
They're going to be far better, so they're a chance to make the 8.
Yep.
Now, you might have a few teams drop out, obviously.
Freo, we don't know about Freo.
Yeah, Freo missed the 8. So there is going to be a team that has a really good season. Fantastic 11-win season. Hey, we're flying. And then lose round 23, you're out. See you later. No September.
And Sando's right about their defenders looking nervous with ball in hand. Like, Mitch Hinge has hardly missed a target all year, but you put him in a big game like that, and he looked shaky. He kicks one into Jeremy Cameron's hand, which is smothered, and they go back and kick a goal. Rory Laird kicks one straight into Dangerfield just to smother. Get back off the mark. Give yourself some room. Just small errors like those cost Adelaide 2 goals, 2 direct goals just by kicking the ball into the guy standing on the mark, as ridiculous as that sounds. So, I mean, those moments that you look back and go, gee whiz, you shouldn't be coughing up games, 30 points up, at home, 50,000, you look the far superior side. But, I thought Atkins was just unbelievable as well, and one of the underrated games that we've seen this year.
You had him on breakfast today. It's pretty expensive about blocking up the corridor, pressurising the kicker, wasn't he?
He was, and that's what they knew Adelaide would want to do. And you think Mark Keane, like, trying to pick off targets through the middle of the ground to 3 on one. Oh, gee whiz, Mark Keane. And then you start to look at Adelaide's weaknesses. Or are they? They're definitely one key defender short. Murray's not there, so he'll help. But do they have enough firepower from their key defensive stocks? Are they a small forward short? Is this 4 tools going to work in the forward line? Matthew Nicks admitted today that he thinks that may be affecting their ability to defend. So they got some questions to answer as a match committee, and we'll see how the next month goes when they're challenged again by some good sides.
Well, they've just got to evolve now, Kane. So, like, Rankin now needs to know that he's going to get attention every week. So he's got to change his game or adjust to like a Nick Dacos type tag most weeks. I thought Saliga Bendigo and Dawson, who have been excellent this year, we're down. So that's what I think. And I know everyone sort of speaks about the 5-day break coming back from the Gold Coast. It definitely had an impact. You could see they didn't quite have the run. But the thing that sort of stood out for me was I just think that anxiety with the big stage, and sometimes those young players just need to experience that. And on the flip side, like I said, Dangerfield and Cameron, that's what they love. They love the big stage. They love the crowd noise away from home. And you can see what it meant for those players as well. They've just got gears, Kane, I reckon. Cats, like sometimes I watch them play and it looks like the game's in slow motion. It looks like they're not actually interested. But then they can just flick a switch almost. It is scary good. And the outs that they had as well. So Tom Stewart's out, Henry's out.
Henry, yeah.
And they've got those two kids playing in the key defensive post in O'Sullivan and DeConning. Yeah. Just put them in the next 10 years and just stick them there, and they're going to be absolute guns.
I said that last night, like DeConning, just put his magnet there for 10 years. Don't put him in the right. Don't put him anywhere. Don't put him forward. Don't talk about it. Just put his magnet at centre half back, and he'll be one of the great players the next 5 to 10 years in that position because of his athleticism, his closing speed. A couple of times he looked miles off the contest and was able to close. He's got the big reach. He can play on the big Phil Thorpe power forward types, or then he rolls over to Walker, and I thought he adapted extremely well and just looked rock solid. And Guthrie is still underrated. I know of his improvement and how much he has improved, but we don't speak about him enough. So, and I just thought Dangerfield's contest work. Has anyone attacked the footy harder in the last 20 years?
Yeah. It's brutal, isn't it?
I don't think he gets the credit for his courage. That's the thing.
He's prepared to get hurt.
100%. And that's been the case right from the start when he was first arrived on the scene as a 17-year-old playing out of the goal square. He attacks the contest at speeds that not many players since the likes of Jonathan attack the contest.
This might be the last contest I ever attack because I might injure myself to the point that I can never play again. But so be it. That's just the way I got to attack it.
So I think we need to the courage that he plays with, and I mean we can't sing his praises enough for what he's still doing at that age.
Well, I actually coached him, Kane, as you know, and he could barely walk during the week.
Really?
And that's not like an overstatement. Because of the way that he plays, it's just bash and crash. And most of his week was just simply recovery, walking in the ocean, the cold bars, and all that sort of stuff, just to get himself up for every week. That was 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and he's still playing that same bash and crash style.
So that's where they have to protect him from himself, I think. Yeah. And he's had the soft tissue stuff in the last couple of years. He's sort of once bobbed up every year. So I think, if he needs to have a week or two off, or if they're travelling to Perth, don't send him and make sure that he's right, like they did when they won the premiership after they gave him that mini pre-season towards the back end of the year to get him right. They need to, and Holmes is a bit the same. Like Holmes' body worries me a little bit, so I think he needs to be protected a little bit as well. But he was enormous last night as well.
And the Crows have the Giants next week.
Yeah, big game.
Well, they got the Giants here, which is massive.
Then they go to Perth,
and then they go to Fremantle.
Yeah. Wow.
So the Crows have got a couple of good weeks, but you know what? That's a great opportunity for them because they've been great. They went down narrowly against the Suns, and like I said, they did everything right last night to be 30 points up halfway through the second quarter to a really good side. They've just got to find a way to win that. They've just got to find a way to grind a way to win that and not get beaten by, in the end, Kane, it was 19 points. It shouldn't have blown out almost like that.
That's it.
The way that it did. So that's a massive tournament, and they've just got to learn from that.
And it'll annoy the hell out of a lot of people if Geelong win back-to-back Rising Stars.
Yeah, well, he looks the goods, doesn't he?
He looks better than Dempsey, who won it last year.
Yeah, and Lawler, I think, is the favourite, but he's not playing this week, so who knows? But it's a good class this year, though.
Yeah, it is a good class.
Langford from Melbourne, Murphy Reid, and Richmond will have more that bob up throughout the year because of how many draftees they've got. Like Smiley will come in and look good at some point, you would think. So, it's a really strong class, which is good.
AFL Nation coming your way from the Adelaide Oval. This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Cheers to the footy. Cheers, Liquorland. Cheers to Drinkwise. Stick around. Plenty still to come as the crowd builds and Collingwood and Sydney going about their warm-up. So don't go anywhere. Another massive game coming your way on AFL Nation.
This is the Friday Night Shout on AFL Nation for Liquorland. Whatever the occasion, Liquorland will bring the drinks. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
The new Minecraft Movie Happy Meal has arrived at Macca's. Collect all 12 toys and build your universe. It's fun for the whole family, only at Macca's. Available 10:30am till midnight while stocks last for a limited time only. A Minecraft movie only in cinemas.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA, and more.
Oh, what a step from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
An important message from... When insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose... Visit sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel has a longer lifespan, is more resistant to corrosion, looks great, and you can get all of that for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Always great to have your company on AFL Nation. Crowd building here at the Adelaide Oval. We're here for 420 Pies and for Elders. Looking for an agent you can rely on or trust the team at Elders Real Estate. Brenton Sanderson and Kane Corns are with me. Plenty to discuss from last night's game and bubbling around in the world of footy today. One of the things that is bubbling around is it worth fining a guy like Bailey Smith who earns, well, maybe $1 million a year as a footballer? Not sure what he earns off field, but maybe $500,000 a year in his off-field business ventures. He's probably got $500 in his car ashtray in change to pay a fine for a middle finger. And are we really offended by the bird anymore? Your thoughts on whether or not Bailey Smith should be fined by the AFL? We'll hear from Kane Corns and Brenton Sanderson on this very shortly. But here is Bailey Smith talking about whether or not he should have been fined or whether or not he should have done what he did last night.
Oh yeah, no, probably not my best moment, but no, just walking off, getting around the fans, and then someone just getting stuck into danger a bit more than he should have. But yeah, we're in enemy territory, so I kind of love that sort of stuff. I love the back and forth between the fans. I've had my time again. Probably shouldn't have done, the double bird, but it's just all part of it. There's only so much you can cop, but I'll expect probably a fine or something. But don't talk shit to the skipper, I guess. So yeah.
And it's the double bird, so he might get the double fine. I'm not sure. Two birds. Do you get two birds for the price of one, or
the
do you have to pay?
The fine's in.
Oh,
so he was fined $1,500, but that comes down.
Is that $750 a bird? Or is that $1,500 for?
Well, it came down to $1,000 for an early guilty plea.
Right.
So he's been fined $1,000.
$500 a bird. See, he's got that in his ashtray.
Yeah.
And is it really a disincentive? Well, I mean, if it's better than him walking over to the race and actually eyeballing the guy, pointing his finger right in the guy's nose and saying, "Listen, mate."
Yeah.
That's the worst look, I reckon.
Yeah. Well, it is interesting. I guess anything. We don't want to encourage that behaviour from the crowd. So that's the only thing. I think if you allow the players to get away with it unscathed, then they're more likely to do it back, and then we have the crowd interaction between the players. And when they're right up close like they were walking off, you want to be able to high-five the crowd, you want to be able to interact somewhat with them, but you don't want to encourage idiots in the crowd to do that. So I think you need to there needs to be some incentive for them not to do it, but I mean, it's not neither here nor there the amount of money that he's been fined, because it's negligible.
Didn't bother me too much, but the father in me says we do need to set an example, because we all know that what happens here at AFL level, it filters down to the community and junior footy, and I would hate to think and see that young boys and girls think that's how you should act, before and after, or even during a game. So
isn't that what pairing's about, though?
Yeah.
Isn't that our job?
Yes.
I did it to Brody Holland. You might have seen the vision.
That was 2002. You chased him to do
that was an aggressive sort of, but like right in his face. We'd been sort of going at it all game, and he'd been into me and I was into him, and then we won a close one. I think it was Anthony Rocker missed a goal late and we won. It was a Friday night game, and I went straight up to him and gave him the bird. And I walked off the ground. I was like, I regretted it instantly. And I was like, I hope the cameras didn't capture that, because it wasn't like today. It wasn't like the cameras were everywhere and social media and phones, but they did capture it. And I felt sick all weekend. I made an absolute fool of myself. But it wasn't the fine from the AFL that I was worried about. It was how you're going to face your teammates. And then on the Monday, Mark Williams just made me get up in front of the group, and he gave it to me. Like, he just said, you could have given away a free kick, could have exploded, someone could have got reported because of the resulting fracas after it, and he just said it's not acceptable, it's not good enough. And I feared that from the coach and the reaction from my teammates more than I did anything from the AFL. But I don't know if coaches have that in them anymore. I can't imagine Chris Scott's going to say, Bailey Smith, get up in front of the group and apologise, and what were you doing? You look like an idiot. It doesn't happen anymore.
You're right, Kane, and there's so much passion in this game. And actually, I played a game at Alberton where you two guys played all of your footy as well.
That was fun.
And an old granny hit me with an umbrella when I was coming off the ground, in the race.
Probably know the one.
And of course you can't react. Of course you have to let it go. You have to move on, and that's just our sport. And there's going to be 50,000 hits
But had that been a 27-year-old male that had done that to you, not an old,
that's right.
You may have reacted.
That's right, and that's where I just think it's the education piece. But the clubs are not here to educate. There's so much going on during the week. It's not. Let's make sure that when you get abused by the crowd, and even his response then, the crowd were getting into danger, we'll just let it go. Walk off. You've won the game. Get in the room, sing the song, jump in the ice bath, and off you go. It's a lesson learned. But like I said, 20 years ago wouldn't have bothered me, but now that I'm 50 and I'm a father, you know, we have got that sort of role model actions that we've got to take, which I sort of agree with.
Good on him for fronting up today.
Yeah.
I think he spoke to both networks and sort of said he'd done the wrong thing in his own kind of words. So at least he fronted up and admitted that, which was good.
Back-to-back weeks with the Bird. Of course, Harley Reid last week with the Bird. So the Bird's the word at the moment. Speaking of old grannies at Alberton, so there was an old granny who used to sit almost alongside the visitors' players race near the bowling club at Alberton, and she used to heckle. And if you were in that pocket having a shot for goal, she was a Port fan. She would tell you, she would heckle us as Port people. You should have marked that. What about the 1-goal 5 you kicked last week? She'd heckle and heckle loud and heckle funny in a funny way. And Martin, Leslie and I had a lawn mowing business back then, and we got a call, come and mow someone's lawn down at Taparoo. And as you do, you go down and mow the lawn, and got the mower out, starting to mow the lawn, and out she came and heckled whilst we were mowing. So she got an extra heckle just for mowing the lawn money. Great to have your company wherever you're listening. It's been an interesting day news-wise outside of what's been happening last night. One of the big news stories is going to be, because LDU signed up for 7 years, so he's off the table now. Zach Butters, what's Zach Butters going to do next? Zach spoke today. Here's what the Port Adelaide superstar had to say about his contract.
Yeah, on that, I guess I'm still contracted here for another 2 years, and I love Port Adelaide. I feel like I've made aware that I love SA as well, and I feel like I'm really settled here, but it is a big decision. I'm going to take my time on it as well. It's one that I'm probably only going to sign one more contract moving forward. So, yeah, I'm still here for another 2 years, and I feel like I'm in no rush. I'm contracted until 2026, so that includes next year. I guess a lot goes into it. I think right now, just coming back to footy for me is trying to win games of footy and get our season back on track. And right now, my focus isn't on myself, it's on the team and what I can do to help the team. So I feel like right now, I probably haven't put too many eggs into that basket about thinking about it. But yeah, it's a big decision, no doubt, if you ask anyone. I'll talk to family, I'll talk to friends, I'll talk to my teammates at the club, I'll talk to plenty of people before I actually make that decision. I think it can be awkward if you perceive it as awkward, and I think you make it of it as you do. But yeah, I feel like when it gets to free agency and this time of the year, that players are going to have to make decisions based on what they want and what they feel like the best for their future. But right now I feel like I'm not in that area to actually think about it too much.
He's a Victorian, country Victorian. Where is he at, you reckon?
I thought that was the perfect way to answer the question. Now, it gets harder as you become closer to becoming out of contract, but that was perfect. Like, no decision needs to be made now. I'm contracted till the end of next year. I'm all in. I'm thinking about the team, but yes, it's a big decision, and it's something I'm going to have to weigh up. Love the fact that he mentions his teammates and he speaks to them, family, and we all sit back and go, okay, well, that definitely buys him a bit of time, but there's no real need to ask him the question until probably this point next year. So I just thought textbook answer from a player in that position, but I doubt he stays. I don't know.
So the Port trade him ahead of time then?
Well, I think what they have the option to do is match the bid, so match the contract. So he's a restricted free agent at the end of next year. If he says, I want to go, think Jeremy Cameron, I'm going to go, there's the contract offer, Port Adelaide match it, and then they trade him.
Yep.
Which is effectively what Paddy Dangerfield did when he left the Crows here, wasn't it, Kane? Where he had an adult conversation with the club and said, hey, listen, I love it here, but there's a great opportunity for me to go to where I really want to go, the Cats. Let's work together to get the right players or the right draft picks in, and let's shake hands and part ways. But he's 24. He's in the absolute prime of his career. In 2023, he was the Coach Association Champion Player of the Year, All-Australian twice. Like, what is his market value? Is it 2 first-round draft picks?
Well, that will be tested as the light show starts here again tonight. The laser beams looks amazing. That will be tested. And for Port Adelaide, where you go, well, if they need a mini rebuild on the run, he's the last player you want to lose, clearly, and he's probably going to be their next captain. Whether Rosie's the right guy or not, there's some debate about that now. But the haul that the Giants got for Jeremy Cameron, you go, well, it's probably going to be something similar to that. So is it 3 first-round picks? Is it 2 top 10ers? I don't know what it looks like, but it gives Port Adelaide a lot of bargaining power to worry about that at the end of next year.
Who would you rather if you're a St Kilda like a Tom De Koning or a Zach Butters?
I'd rather Butters because I think their weakness is in their midfield, and I don't think I would ever pay big money for a ruckman because I just think you can go and get a Darcy Cameron or a Nan Curvis from another club and they can play a pretty important role. I don't think ruckmen are the difference makers, but an inside-outside tough midfielder that uses the ball like Zach Butters would be an unbelievable addition to a team like the Saints, so I'd rather that.
Do you think we'll get to the point where players will announce they're leaving while they're still playing, the NRL model?
Getting closer.
And will that help a player? And it's almost like, I've got 5 more games and, it's rather than you sort of pull the pin and at the end of the season, there's no sort of closure, I guess.
It's a good test, though. It'll happen soon, I think, where someone says, look.
So how would it have affected Port Adelaide last year if Dan Houston with 5 games left said, I'm going at the end of this season, rather than tell us the warped version of the truth that he gave us?
Well, it wouldn't have hurt them any more than what it did because he ended up getting suspended for 5 weeks and didn't play in the finals anyway. But how would he be received? Yeah, I don't know. It's a really interesting test case for the footy community, I reckon. But I don't think we're that far away from it happening.
We're not far away from it happening, but I think we're a long way away.
Came out and said at round 12, you know what? We couldn't really come to terms on my deal at the Eagles. I've loved my time here. I've captained the club, but the club's going in a different direction. They're rebuilding. I want to get the most out of the last 6-7 years of my career. I'm heading to Brisbane. I don't think there'd be an overreaction.
No, I agree. Yeah. And I think that's probably where the game's going to go. But also too that romance as well, where you'd love the opportunity for the club to continue to grow and evolve. Where Butters comes out and says, right, I'm happy to sign now. Like I come out of contract at the end of next year. Let's put a contract in front of me now and let's sign another 5, 6, 7 year deal that I actually want to finish my career here as well.
I'm not sure the fans are going to accept it as quickly as we look like we're going to. I think the fans might get a little hot under the collar over it. But yeah, plenty to discuss still as we wind our way to the bounce of the ball here. AFL Nation pre-game show for Before You Dig, before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Straight back here to the Adelaide Oval shortly, but as we go to the break, let's get an odds update thanks to PointsBet.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. Built different.
Jules to Stoop here with an odds update for PointsBet. Tonight, Gather Round continues with a very juicy clash. It's the Pies against the Swans. The Pies lost their first game, but they've won 3 in a row, while the Swans dropped their first 2 and have bounced back with 2 wins on the bounce. The Pies, though, are $1.70 favourite. The Swans at $2.15 as they look to improve their record to 3-2. Now, his brother might get all the publicity, but Josh Dacos is on an absolute tear this season, has hit 25-plus disposals in his last 5 games, including 4 this season, actually averaging 30 over his last 5. So for 25-plus, he's paying $1.55, or if you think he can top 30-plus, you'll get $3. Jack Crisp is another Collingwood player who's been getting a lot of the footy, albeit a little bit less than Dacos. Over his last 5, he's averaging nearly 22 disposals, and he's paying a handy $1.55 for 20-plus. In terms of goal kickers, a left field option for the Pies is Darcy Cameron at 1-plus. The big ruckman hasn't hit the scoreboard yet this season, but he's kicked 1 goal against Sydney in his last 5 games. The market definitely hasn't caught on to this trend, and you can get $2.75 for him to kick a snag in this one. While he isn't having the same level of season yet in 2025 compared to last year, Isaac Heaney has a great track record against Collingwood. He's kicked at least 1 goal in 4 of his last 5 games and 7 of his last 10 against the Pies. Similarly, at Adelaide Oval, it has been a happy hunting ground, averaging 2.4 goals over his last 5. He's paying $1.40 for 1-plus and $3.10 for 2-plus if you think he can keep that excellent record at Adelaide Oval going. Now, picking a winner for tonight's game is a bit of a flip of the coin, so we put together a player prop multi. Josh Dacos 25-plus disposals, Jack Crisp 20-plus, Darcy Cameron 1-plus goals, and Isaac Heaney 1-plus goals. That comes in at $9.91. Again, it should be a close one. This one, the Pies have got 3 significant outs this week: Schultz, Houston, and also Jordan De Go. But I still think they're good enough to win this one by around about 10 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by the PointsBet AFL Tracker. PointsBet, built different. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA and more.
Oh, what a step from Curry!
Cheer on.
Oh, Tony! The greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. And never dig blind.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit chainbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time. A sports news update for Universities Australia. Universities matter because of what matters to us. like better cures and treatments. Visit universitiesmatter.edu.au.
A sports news update thanks to Universities Australia. Universities Matter. Visit universitiesmatter.edu.au. Crowd filing in here to the Adelaide Oval. Going to be a full house for the big game tonight between Collingwood and Sydney. Brent Sanderson and Kane Corns with me. Andy Marr not far away from joining us. The biggest news of the day, footy-wise, might be Luke Davies-Uniacke. $1.3 million per year times 7 years. North Melbourne giving him $9.1 million over 7 years. Your thoughts, Kane?
Well, wind me up and let me go. It just blows my mind. I think we're going through the dumbest era of list management we've ever gone through in the game, and North Melbourne aren't the only club. Just collectively, the decisions that clubs are making, because they are paranoid about the prospect of someone leaving and that reflecting poorly on their club, is forcing them into doing things that will come back to hurt them in ways that will be significant. And I'll give you many examples of that. Like Darcy Parish is hurt again, right? Darcy Parish got 7 years. Darcy Parish is a solid footballer. He's not a star of the game. He's not a champion of the game. He's a solid player who was deserving of a 3-year to 4-year contract on good money. And that's what he would have got when the era was responsible. And now he's out again. He doesn't play. Like Aaron Norton is not an All-Australian. He's not a best and fairest winner. But because the Western Bulldogs are paranoid about him leaving and him going to Sydney, they give him 8-9 years, like 2032, and Aaron Norton's getting 7 touches and kicking 1 goal a game. Now, Luke Davies-Uniacke at his best looks like a magnificent footballer, and you'd love to have him in your team. So, of course, I would love Luke Davies-Uniacke in my team, but would I give him Dustin Martin money, who's got the Norm Smith medals and the All-Australian, the best and fairest and the Brownlow? No, I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. And if he leaves, he leaves, and you get an amazing compensation package for him, like the Saints got for Josh Battle, or like the West Coast Eagles get for Oscar Allen. I don't understand it. And North Melbourne supporters are doing a victory lap saying we don't lose players and he's sticking around, but how that hurts your list management going forward and what that looks like in 6 to 7 years with Luke Davies-Uniacke, it sets you up for some disastrous prospects that they're on the sidelines or well past their best and tying up, nearly 10% of your salary cap.
Santa?
Well, everything that Kane said, to be honest, Wayne, I tend to agree. I don't like the long contracts, and I don't like the massive money either.
He's a fairly durable player, at least.
I know, and I know it does mean, and Kane's spot on, you can lose players, and you might lose 1 or 2.
Yeah.
I don't know, and I know people hate it when we talk about ourselves, but I played my best footy when I had a 1 or 2 year contract, and I know the era of professional football should be, if you're on a 7-year contract or a 1-year contract, you should put on the jumper and go out and play your absolute best. But I don't know, is there now that just element a little bit of, I've got a 7-year deal, big money, I don't have to put my head over the footy just as much.
And no one thinks that way, but subconsciously, in the off-season, do I need to go for that extra run or that extra recovery session to get the best, or can I sleep in this morning?
Yeah.
Because I'm going to get paid 1.3 per year for the next 7, regardless if I touch the football. Like even Harley Reid, as much as we think he's going to be unbelievable and like one of the hottest prospects in football that we've seen, what a risk to give him, as we heard this week, the biggest Eagles contract in history. Like the guy's played 24 games, and we think he's going to be great, but is he going to dig in and get the absolute best out of himself if he's got a 10-year, $20 million contract? Like, no one would blame him for saying, no, I wouldn't. Now, you would hope that he would, and there's some players that would, like Travis Boak probably would, and
Harry Sheasel,
Christian Petrarca probably.
But Harley hasn't shown that desire.
I just think it's a risk. I just think it's a risk paying that. And Davies-Uniacke's the same. I don't see Luke Davies-Uniacke really dig in to defend. I think he looks amazing when he knows he can get a handball receive or win a clearance on the run from the ruckman's hand, or if he can sniff a goal inside forward 50. But does Luke Davies-Uniacke work his backside off the other way? No way. And I've seen it, and I can get you many edits of it, that he just doesn't defend like his life depends on it, like Dangerfield was last night. You've given this guy 1.3 for 7 years for a player who doesn't really defend the other way, and maybe that's symptomatic of North Melbourne's problems, but I mean, yeah, I just think I just want to say it on the record, and SEN Digital can post it. We are living through the dumbest era of list management that I've ever seen.
So, Kane, you're not criticising LDU here,
No, I love him in my team,
or even his player manager. It's a criticism of the club.
Oh, I never criticise a player because I would have done the same thing. Like, happy days, get what you want. Get what, absolutely, do the best for you. I would take that deal. And well done to his manager, well done to Norton's manager, well done to Sean Darcy's manager, well done to all of them. Players, happy days, but clubs, different story. How the boards of these clubs are signing off on these deals, it just blows my mind.
So a little mini volcano there, the explosion of Kane, loved it.
Like Lukosius got 6 years. Jack Lukosius. Like, do you reckon you'd give Jack Lukosius 6 years? Does he look like a player that's going to dig in for 6 years?
Jack Lukosius
so
as well.
It's every club. But don't get me wrong, it's not a North Melbourne thing, it's not a Western Bulldogs thing, it's not a Port Adelaide thing. Everyone is doing it. That's why collectively it's just the stupidest era we've ever lived through.
So digital, you've got plenty of work with there. Shout out for Hyundai, by the way. The Hyundai Keys to Summer event is on now. Unlock offers on a range of Hyundai models. The AFL Nation pre-game show before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Stick around, we'll give you the subs. After the break, we'll talk about this big one tonight at the Adelaide Oval.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA, and more.
Oh, what a step from Curry!
Cheer on.
Otani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
Introducing Bigfoot CL Barley, AGT's first Clearfield tolerant barley variety. Bigfoot CL offers good grain size and test weight. Get seed of Bigfoot CL for the 2025 season through AGT affiliates or local retailers today.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T&C supply ends June 3rd.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
On May 9th, we're going blue for Do It for Dolly Day. Blue on the farm. Blue at the beach. Blue in the bush. Blue to spark conversation conversations about bullying and remind every young person they're not alone. Blue to raise awareness for today and funds for tomorrow. So let's come together to go blue to end bullying. Register at doitfordollyday.org.au.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Azito, home and garden tools, battery powered. Like our 18-volt cordless drill kit, available at Bunnings for just $99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
Great to have your company on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 in Coles. And Elders on board as well. You can rely on Elders. Both teams are out on the ground for their warm-up for Ream, manufacturing in Australia for 80 years. Ream. We're about to get our thoughts from our experts for MEGT, build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. A weather update for Grundfos for farm and family. Groundwater is crucial. Grundfos pumps, serious reliability, built for life. The weather is, I'll simply use one word, perfect. I'm not sure, it's probably 21, 22. Let me lick my finger and stick it out the window. I reckon it's 23 right now. There's not a breath of wind. And I hope my suggestion for Peter Malinauskas for the gather round next year gets taken into account, because it's a clear seeing day. So Andy Marstar of the front bar and the run home's been good enough to join me. Andy,
hello Dwayne.
I've got a suggestion. Kane, it's your town. So the Mount Lofty Hill, you can see from the Adelaide over here when you look. I would have Adelaide in big letters like
Hollywood.
Like up on the hill. So when you're anywhere in Adelaide, if you look up to Mount Lofty, you know where you are. The big Adelaide letters. What do you reckon?
That's about the cheesiest thing I've ever heard.
Oh, wouldn't you get your photo taken in front of it?
Of course you would.
Yeah, up to Mount Lofty. You would have been up to Mount Lofty a few times. You would have run up there many times.
It's a great, we used to do that a lot in pre-season. I'm sure Sando would have taken the Crows boys there for a couple of pre-season sessions. It's a really good walk. Like if you want a challenging sort of, 35-minute walk up and then down, you can stop up the top and have a coffee.
And get your photo taken with the Adelaide sign next year.
Get your photo with the Adelaide sign. But look at the hill tonight. Like this is pumping. Like I just love this weekend. Look, the hill is jam-packed for a neutral game at Adelaide Oval. It's just magnificent. The Collingwood chant has already, gone across the ground as they ran out on the ground. Sydney Strip is interesting. Mario, your thoughts on the all-white sort of number? Don't mind it.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it's okay.
You jammed them with faint praise there.
No, it's like,
you're just okay.
I love their traditional jump.
No, don't try and back over it now.
No,
You don't
it's
think
just
it's any
okay.
good.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, I like it. That's what we're talking about right now.
There's only room for one really strong opinion in this place.
The coin toss not far away for Keno Go. $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. And Keno Go, you can play with $2 today. We'll bring you the winner of that coin toss. But the emergencies, I shouldn't say emergencies, the subs for both teams if you can, Kano.
Ed Allen and Sheldrick for the Swans. Sando, just a good test of Collingwood's depth tonight, because I don't know about, that's the one concern for me. So probably 2 out of their best 5 players come out in Houston and DeGoey.
Yep.
And then Schultz has been important. So then you start to get a look at some other names.
Yeah, it does make it harder tonight, I think, for the Pies. And the fans might argue, Houston wasn't here last year and Schultz has only been here for a couple of years, but they've quickly become really important players in the way that Collingwood structure up. And if there's one area which I am a little bit nervous about tonight for Collingwood, and yes, they are inaccurate. They've kicked 57 points in the first 4 games, but they're not kicking big scores. So if it's going to be close, who's going to kick the goals tonight for Collingwood? I know they've got great options in their forward line. They're quick, they're speedy. If the ball gets to ground, that's when they look really dangerous. But yeah, only 6 goals against the Giants. points, 8 goals, 10 goals. They need to kick a bigger score tonight, and I know both sides are playing really good defensive footy at the moment. Collingwood has been their front half stuff, and I just think under Dean Cox, Sydney have improved their full ground defence. So the way that they're defending the entire ground, we heard the coaches talk pre-game about this being a narrower ground, which is much easier to defend as well.
So Brenton Sanderson with what he thinks might be the final word from the coaches before the bounce for best sheds, Australian sheds at the lowest prices. Continue on, Sando, and if you like, give us who you think the player that might provides the best flexibility for their team for Flexalt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep.
Well, Dwayne, I reckon that's where Collingwood have a great strength. There's guys like Perryman, Jack Crisp, Pendles. They can all play a variety of roles tonight. Lipinski's another one that can pop up in different roles. Sidebottom can play behind the ball, on the wing, pinching on ball. So, yeah, when you look at Collingwood's squad mentality and the variety of roles that they play, they might just have a slight edge tonight in that part of the ground.
And who will be, or what will be, our unmissable moment tonight for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. Choose to Drinkwise.
Well, I just love a one-on-one, and we rarely get them now. Even speaking to Hayden Skipworth before the game, and he's just sort of suggesting that they don't like one-on-ones, even as their defenders, which is so unusual. So Jordan and Dacos, how that plays out tonight, what tricks they have up their sleeve, and how that goes tonight, I think that's unmissable. I love it.
Both teams have completed their warm-up for Ream. Steady, hot and strong, and we're about to get the toss of the coin. Great to have your company wherever you're listening on AFL Nation, and we'll let the boys continue on with their preview as we wind our way to the toss of the coin and all the umpires out in the middle having their little get-together for their photo. What do you make of it tonight?
Yeah, so I think for Sydney, I do look to their stars, and we spoke to Mark McVeigh about that, and Heaney and Warner. I think they're going at about a 5 to 6 out of 10 compared to what they were doing last year, and no Goulden has probably hurt them in that space, Sando, as well, just because it was really difficult for the opposition in terms of who to go to. But I think those two, particularly Warner, I'm looking at tonight to really explode, and he could be the difference maker on the ground tonight.
Yeah, and we mentioned Collingwood's outs with DeGoey, Schultz and Houston, but don't forget the Swans have got their injury concerns too. No Goulden, no Mills, Melican, Cunningham, McDonald, Taylor Adams, Robbie Fox, so they've got a lot of players out as well. But one thing I have noticed within the last couple of weeks, their 2 wins, they've gone to more of a kick and mark, control the tempo style of game. That might be a test against Collingwood, because Collingwood's front half defence is as good as anyone in the competition. They punish you from turnover. But the other part of the game, which I'll have one eye on, is Grundy versus Cameron. I think that's pivotal tonight. Obviously, Grundy, former Collingwood player. He didn't go straight to the Swans. He went via Melbourne, but he would love to play well against his former club. And I just think Darcy Cameron is a really underrated ruckman. He gets his hand on the footy a lot around stoppage and clearance. He gets behind the ball, takes some really good marks, and he always seems to pop up for a goal or two per game. So that's an intriguing matchup tonight as well. But I also think, Kane, who wins stoppage tonight might be critical. Hasn't been a strength of Collingwood's this year. They've been struggling to score from stoppage. So potentially the Swans might have the edge around contest and clearance tonight.
And it hasn't been, when Sydney lose, that's often a constant. They lose contest and lose clearance. And Dean Cox was pretty clear when he took over the job. What do you want to improve? I want to improve our full ground defence, and I want to improve our contest. Now, the first 2 games, they were really strong against Hawthorn and Brisbane, but didn't win. But they were smashed in clearance and contest. So they have turned that around somewhat as well. And that's where Collingwood absolutely went to town on Carlton last week in the 3rd quarter. I mean, their clearance stuff was phenomenal, and they just put them to bed. Basically from contest, one territory, locked the ball in. The Blues could not exit. It felt like they couldn't get the ball about past 70 metres out from their own goal, and that Collingwood were able to swarm it and lock it in. So we'll see if Sydney can kick their way through that full ground defence tonight. But a cracking game of footy. So many angles, so much to look forward to. Huge crowd at the Adelaide Oval, perfect conditions. What a night.
Feels like a night where Jamie Elliott, who's been a bit quiet so far this season, feels like a night where he might be. Schultz and De Goey, you've already spoken about them, but so much of that kind of front half ability to bob up and score goes out of the Collingwood side tonight.
Yeah.
Elliott can provide a bit of that.
I agree, Andy, and I also think Bobby Hill needs to have a good game as well. So they're the smalls that need to have an impact tonight. We know that Bo McCreary provides that forward ground ball hunt and pressure. Tim Memory is going to be interesting tonight as well. The role that he plays, but I don't know. It's just one of those ones where you just think, who owns the critical moments tonight? And if this game does get in an arm wrestle and it gets tight, we know Collingwood is so good in these situations. But yeah, who gets away to the flyer? Who gets away to the good start? Swans goal kickers, Joel Marty's kicked 9, and then it's Warner with 7, Haywood with 7, but then who? So, Collingwood's defence is in such red hot form. It might just be one of those nights where who owns those critical moments. We saw in last night's game it was Dangerfield and Cameron. Tonight is it someone like Nick Dacos who has one of those 45 possession games that just lights up and just loves the big stage, or is it someone like Isaac Heaney, or is it someone like Warner that's due for a really big game that steps up on the big stage?
James Rowbottom has won the toss for the Swans and will kick to the Riverbank end, so the right-hand side of your radio, wherever you might be listening. As the light show continues here at the Adelaide Oval, it's just spectacular. The lighting on the old scoreboard, as Cornsey mentioned, the heaving crowd behind the scoreboard and goals up on the hill. It's become, on a night like this, for an old school and some of the younger brigade, it's become the place to be at the footy. And it's packed in there. And I've got to say, Dwayne, the Collingwood supporters that were lining up to get in here, it is their home game on the board, and they are making this every bit a Collingwood home game. They've come in by the tens of thousands, to be honest. It's fun walking the streets to just see how many Collingwood fans there really is in this world. Yeah, it really is. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller and Elders. You can rely on Elders. We're about to get underway. Lights are on. It is a spectacular setting here at the Adelaide Oval. Let's hope we get one to rival the game we had last night. Grundy gets first hands on it. Long goes through, lays it off to side bottom, having a season. Dacos gets it back to Cameron. They thump the footy inside forward 50 straight away. Gee, that's a good contest. McCartan goes back with reckless courage into the way of the oncoming traffic. Ball spills. Rowbottom wrapped up, not coming out. Well, the ball up.
Unbelievable courage from McCartan. McStay's hurt as well. Huge contest. Both players putting their bodies on the line.
He almost broke him in half, didn't he?
It was unbelievable the stretch he put on in the path of that oncoming traffic. Long again wrapped up. Ball won't come out. Centre half forward. Collingwood into attack. Grundy front position. Cameron probably get a hand on it. Sullivan over the top. Can't do anything with it. Flips out to him now. Lays the handball off to Lipinski. They get it out to Hill. 35 from goal. Sando, you wanted him to bob up and get busy, and he's done it straight away. Hill kicks the first of the game. And the first one on the scoreboard for Host Plus, that's a plus.
I didn't even watch the ball go through. I just watched Bobby Hill, and it's just in the Eddie Betts pocket. He just did the old to the crowd, shrugged his shoulders.
It's the Bobby Hill out there, Sando, but it's over.
Nice.
And it was Wicks who came off him. He's got the job. He did the team thing. He pressed and left Bobby Hill, but once you leave and you don't impact, you allow Hill that goal side access. And Sando, you called it prior to the start of the bounce. You said he needs a big one. Perfect start for him, and one of the most watchable players in the game, no doubt about that, and the ideal start for the Pies.
So back in the middle, big crowd. Cameron about to go with a Grundy again. Thumped to the deck, good bounce. They engaged the two rucks. Grundy got a piece of it, knocked it down to Rowbottom. Got a clearance, got under it a bit. Gets its way to half forward. Another big crash of the pack. McLean got there. Knocked it down to Josh Dacos. Got it side bottom. Kicks it wide. Rolling ball on the wing. Big ball to win. Florent wins it. Over to Rampy. Back to Florent on the back pedal. Back to Rampy up against the boundary. Getting harassed. Got it inside to Grundy. Back to Florent. Outside of the boot kick. The chaos ball might not work. Maynard. Good scoop up. Got it to side bottom without making it a throw. He in turn to Frampton. Heads out wide towards the pocket, and they're going to dodge a ball to here. Collingwood. Lipinski's got it back pocket.
So poised. So side bottom in the back half under a bit of pressure. Pinsky driving ball up towards the wing position, out of sight of the ground. Membry just eased the puck underneath the foot. He read it beautifully. Now it spills, and here they go. Hill missed a handball to Sullivan. Just had a bit too much on it. It spills out to Hill nonetheless. Has a bounce. Runs to 49. Lays it off. Pies go forward. Dacos goes for home and pulls it across the face of goal. Through from behind. It's scintillating ball movement. 1-1-7. Sydney yet to score. Host plus scoreboard.
So there's a distance from goal where I can just take the responsibility. What distance is that, you reckon? Is it 40?
Yeah, as soon as you break inside 50, take the shot.
Had a chance there. It's too unselfish. By any stretch of the imagination, you probably would have thought Nick Dacos would have kicked it from there, but Bobby was almost in a better position. So the inside kick, the aggressive kick does work. Bice. Having a great season, first season in the AFL, wearing Parker's old number 26. Here's the Lizard on the run, got it inside 50. McLean couldn't quite get there. Darcy Cameron got back in the hole. Frampton got a little handball out. Swans are swarming in this all-white kit. Little toe poke out the back. Good chance for Heaney. Got it. Well, it's Isaac's end. It's just that it's a different Isaac. It's Isaac Heaney in this neutral game between Collingwood and the Swans in front of the packed house here at the Adelaide Oval, and it's 7 plays 6 on the Host Plus scoreboard. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus issued by Host Plus Proprietary Limited. Check the PDS and the TMD at hostplus.com.au. Our experts for MEGT. Sign up your next apprenticeship with MEGT, Kane Courts and Brenton Sanderson.
Yeah, Heaney scored that goal from the midfield, but he was all alone in the goal square when that ball went through. So what's happened is he's just post centre bounce, he's pushing really hard forward. Nick Dacos is doing the same, who's getting tagged by Jordan. One thing I don't like at the moment, if you look to the right of your radio dial, it's Josh Dacos playing at half back. I don't love him there. I just don't think he's a defender. I like him better on the wing.
Cameron gets the better of it. Jordan's side by side with Nick Dacos. We all expected that, and he fought hard for it, Cornsey. Now Warner, bit of running room, has a bounce, gets those knees pumping, a wobbly ball up towards full forward, dangerous ball that hits the deck. Good defensive work by the Pies. They hit it hard, they bring it out, and Grundy interfered with Cameron on the edge of the square.
Started well, Cameron. He pushes back so hard and he gets into really good spots as a ruckman. He's the best intercepting mark from any ruckman in the league and has been for the best part of a season. But for Sydney, the positive, their guns have come to play. Heaney with the goal, Warner getting busy, and also Blakey off half-back looking dangerous.
5 minutes gone on the new tech clock. Automation for manufacturing. Long ball up towards half forward. Grundy could have marked, put the fist into it. Hayward can't take it under pressure. Nick Dacos turns tackler. Quaynor goes in to give him a handle, have a ball up on the logo member side of the ground.
Still building, but as Kane told you earlier on, it is sardine territory on the hill. They are jammed in. Nedlong got through traffic, got a kick away, got it towards half forward, boundary line looming, and out of play might be a win here for the Swans. It is. It's taken out by Hamling. Nice that the Swans can bring in a premiership dog when they've got some problems in defence this year, which they've done with Hamling. He's been on the list a couple of years, but didn't play last year. Back into play. Grundy, Cameron almost had Grundy's arm. Ball came out to Jordan, got it to Campbell, got it to Rampy. Switches across the field, nicely delivered to Cleary. He looks around to see what he's got. He's got McLean short, but Darcy want to shut him down. He goes inside, nicely to Heaney, and he landed like a cat. He's off with a full pass. He's lace out to Hanley.
Now, can I just say, Kane, Dwayne, Andy, this is why I don't like Josh Dacos at halfback, because that's his opponent, Hanley. He's just floating around Josh, looking to get part of their offense, but Hanley's his opponent, and he just hits up on Josh Dacos, and he's sitting off, and now he's having a shot from just outside 50.
Fifth game, lining up for his fifth goal. From right on the arc, directly out. Kicks it from the paint. Struck it pretty well, struck it beautifully. Squeezed it inside the post, and there's another one they found at the Sydney Swans. They seem to find them quite regularly AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller, and for Elders, you can rely on Elders, and our Gather Round presenting partner is Tool Kit Depot. Their Easter sale is on now, and the Swans are in front. Collingwood the first goal of the night, the Swans the last two. Here's more from Kane Corns and Brenton Sanders.
Well, just their ball movement has been electric, and that would be a concern for Craig McRae, because both of their goals have come from defensive ball movement chains, are able to get the ball to the other side of the ground. That kick inside to Heaney, Collingwood have to be up and shutting that down. We spoke to Hayden Skipworth about that in the pre-match, and then Heaney's just bullet through the middle of the ground, isn't he? Striking them well. So, as I said a few moments ago, their star players, Blakey, Heaney, Warner, have all come to play tonight, and Heaney is a problem early for them with his ability to join in the scoring chains.
Back in the middle, they continue to go the two prime ruckman. Grundy with the reach over the top. Collingwood had the read on it. Dacos was taken high. He wins the free kick. He's going to earn every possession he gets tonight.
A bit going on off the ball between those two too, as you can imagine.
Short, saw the gap. Long, gets it at ground level. He's prepared to work hard. Big, strong, tall midfielder. Shrugs off the tackle, goes to the top of the square. No one gets a hand to it. Hamling ground level, out the back to Blakey. Bit of time, space. Hoskinella cuts him down. Thumps it down the line only as far as Dartmouth. Can't mark. They're a long way from home, he and Amati. Ned Long overruns the footy. Hayward taken without it. Umpire called play on. Pies at half forward. They can't control the footy, and they're a chance to sweep out here. Florent lays it in the path. They get the handball out. They chain it up through the middle of the ground. Jordan wrapped up, just got his kick to it. Picked up by Warner. Lays it off again to Florent. They're at half forward. Into the pocket he goes. And that was outstanding contest after contest stuff from the Swans, and it ends up in the hands of Campbell, who'll go back from about 45 out and have the shot for goal.
It's in good hands. Just their ball movement once again off turnover. Collingwood had the opportunity to send the ball inside their own forward 50. Darcy Moore drops a mark, then a fumble, then a missed handball there, and Sydney's pressure was excellent. He's a beautiful kick, this guy.
45, it's beautifully struck, and it's right through the middle. You can't hit it any better than that. And they make the early break here. Swans have got their third on the board. Heaney, Hannelly, and now Campbell, and they make the early break.
Yeah, just look a little bit disorganised behind the ball at the moment, Collingwood, and Kane's right. They're moving the ball too easily, the Swans, from their half-back line inside 50. They've had some uncontested marks inside forward 50 already. It's just that inability to be able to work defensively as a unit that's hurting Collingwood at the moment, and they're just not getting enough pressure on the actual ball carrier. We saw a great chase-down tackle from Pendlebury, but otherwise the Swans are just getting that little bit of time and space that they need to be able to find uncontested marks.
And when it's in Campbell's hands, it's pretty much a certainty for goal for DLF Seeds, innovative forages for farmers, delivering certainty through science. DLF Seeds, and the Swans are running hot for Ream. Install Ream, Australia's favourite. 3 goals in a row now for the Swans. Grundy, Cameron go at it. Rowbottom wins it. Got it to Grundy. Probably should have kicked it himself. Cameron to side bottom. Just hit the pause button for a second. Loops the handball to Nick Dacos. Squeeze the kick inside 50. Mychek got there. Well, I thought Bice was going to cut it off, but almost as if he went through his hands and Mychek took the mark.
I just think you called it really well, Dwayne. So Rowbottom had the first possession from centre bounce, and there's nothing wrong with just getting it forward. You got even numbers ahead of the ball from centre bounce. Forwards love that. Get it on the ground and go to work with even numbers, but the extra handball turnover, and then it got in the hands of Dacos.
So Mychek lines up. It's going to kick from 48. And struck it pretty well. It's a good game so far. High scoring. And Collingwood stopped the run of 3 goals in a row for the Sydney Swans. They were running hot for Ream, except nothing less than Australia's best with Ream. Sydney Swans 3 straight 18. Collingwood 2-1-13. And that score for Host Plus, that's a plus. And you're with AFL Nation on Gather Round for the Tool Kit Depot. The Easter sale is not on now. Here's a little more from Kane Corns and Brenton Sanderson, our experts for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
Yeah, I thought we'd get more of a defensive game, actually. I thought it'd be a lot more scrappy at the start, but it's almost free-flowing, open footy. Whoever wins the ball at stoppage or clearance seems to be able to go forward and score. And Brody Mychek, he's been really important for Collingwood over the last sort of 6-7 years now in that forward line. He's such a tricky matchup. He's quick. He's got good power off the mark and vice-like hands. He's a good little career.
5 goals in 11 minutes of this one, and it's picked up from where last night left off. Laddams gets his hands on it, dispossessed in the tackle, handball coughed up, ended with Pendlebury from Lipinski. Quaynor comes off his man, puts Cleary under pressure, ball goes out of bounds.
I just think both teams are handballing too much, and that can happen in high-pressure games. So both sides have had more handballs than kicks. So I just think once that settles, if you are under pressure, there's nothing wrong than gaining territory with a kick rather than the extra handball. We saw that there on that occasion from Collingwood.
Stay and Laddams take their turn. McStay tried to use the body. Laddams the reach. Side bottom has been outstanding early. Drifting ball across centre half forward. Excellent fist by Wicks. Gets about 30 metres. Maynard puts his body in line of footy. Gets it going Collingwood's way. How to Chris McCreery now. Little outside of the boot kick. Was brilliant vision and execution, and he finds Sullivan.
Oh, great vision. It's an amazing kick on the outside of the right
They're getting
foot.
better at that than the players.
I didn't think he had that in his package, McCreery. He's not a player that has that nuance and that touch usually, so that was great composure and vision to find that, and Collingwood quickly got from the inside to the outside. Thought their use of hands was excellent.
Surely this takes Lockie Sullivan's best kick. He's going to launch from 52. It's on the way. It's going to drop short. There's a massive pack. McStay got a good piece of it. He's played the mark. Umpire calls play on. McCreery gets the crumb, and he puts the Pies back in front. 3-1-19 Collingwood 3 straight Sydney on the Host Plus scoreboard. We're a good game of footy on our hands here for 4 and 20 Traveller and Elders. You can rely on Elders.
Geez, I'll be flat with that. Yeah, the kick was nowhere near going through. Fell 10 metres short. McStay claimed the mark. Was play on because it looked as though there was a few sets of hands on it, and McCreery's just all alone at the front of the pack. Just watch that. It was Wicks who just got sucked into the contest with the ball goggles on, left McCreery all alone. He's never going to miss from there. So a nice 30-second stretch from Bo McCreery, and the Pies are back in front. But welcome to senior coaching. Dean Cox would be so frustrated with that. Little things just letting his side down after a pretty good start from them.
And if guys keep kicking those short passes like Bo McCreery with the outside of his boot, guys like me, old guys are going to stop whinging about players having no left. Because if you can do that with your right, you're okay. Pendlebury slams out of the middle of McCreery.
He's on fire.
He is Fareem. Steady, hot and strong at the moment. Absolutely. And he's pointing for a set play here. He's pumped it long. He's got a goal square. Up they fly. Ball hits the deck. Oscar Elliott can't keep it alive. So we're going to get a ball in forward pocket for Collingwood in front of that packed hill at the cathedral end of this beautiful Adelaide Oval on a magnificent night for footy.
The Bobby Hill, it's been coined. So he's already kicked one to that end. Ball thrown in, shallow. Laddams gets there. Florent wrapped up, didn't let the ball out. Umpire said, I'll ball it up. 15 out from Collingwood's goal. 3 apiece, early stages. What's shaping as a thoroughly entertaining game of footy. Laddams gets a hand to it, but not really directed to anyone in particular. Robot on the crumb, off to Florence. Toe pokes, clever kick, really clever kick to Lloyd, but Lipinski cut him down as the ball just wouldn't sit for the veteran. He goes back and gets it, misses Blakey, long over the top, strong body again, controlled the footy. Sullivan, Pendlebury lays it into the path, put it out a bit too far in front of his man Elliott, and it trickles out of bounds. 30 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Have a throw in.
So that's really the modern game, isn't it, Sando? How many times can you turn the footy over in the front half of your ground and then go back to score? I think they'd be disappointed Collingwood weren't able to put that turnover on the board. Just a missed kick from Pendlebury. Otherwise, it would have been an easy shot for goal.
McStay did the ruck work, and Rowbottom just won the clearance and got it to the wing, and a good option. Howe's about to track to it up against the boundary, and out of play is a win for Jeremy Howe, and he lets Hanley know about it. You're not going to love Jamie Elliott, who Scott Pendlebury tried to pass it to him, missed him completely, and Jamie Elliott did not look at him at all, just walked away, didn't shake his head, as if to say, you'd normally hit that, but you know, no need for me to say anything to you. off the ruck contest. Crisp got it off to Pendles. Hambles this time to his old mate side bottom. He was 1.5 forward. That was a pie floater if you've ever seen one. Chip kick, Sullivan inside 50. Out in front of him, he's got Hoskin Elliott and Hoskin Elliott gets it, thinks about giving it to Elliott. Have it all the way back to Lipinski. Dan Step was good. Doesn't go for goal. A sizzler toward the lead of Memory. Off hands long. He got past a couple. Back to Sullivan. Outside of the boot. Goal square. Playing in front and not holding it, McCartan. Crisp got the crumb. He didn't complete the third. Grab McCartan. Gee, juggled it, and then he had it taken off him. He never controlled it at any stage. Good umpiring.
They're looking a little bit shaky defensively, Swans, with anything in the air. See McCartan dropped that one, should have taken it, but not the first time tonight. They've looked a little bit shaky when the ball comes in high.
And equally, Collingwood's ball use probably just the only thing letting them down, just kicking it at 52%. And a few of those have been unpressured kicks inside forward 50 that they would usually hit.
Experts through GT tonight. Short balls end up with Heaney. He drives it up to the wing position, outer side of the ground. Ladham's drifted into space. Takes the mark, wants to come in board, Nothing really on offer, so he takes the safe option. Up to the arc of 50 he goes. Out the back, Maynard, read it off hands. Haywood drops to him, snaps, and one he would have kicked. And maybe should have kicked, misses to the near side.
Would have kicked it last week. Oh, yeah. He's on fire, my man, Will Haywood.
South Australian boys from your school or something?
He's from North Adelaide, but I just love him as a player. I just think he buys in defensively and pretty hard to find small forwards that can kick you 40 goals a year.
3-2-20, 3-1-19.
Maynard with a kick in after running his full measure. Heads to Mychek, comes down to half back to make a contest. McCreary nearly plucked it. Side bottom went in there, got the ball, they got him. And it's ball. Rowbottom thought about playing on, but then realises better off taking the free. Chad Warner about to take it. Sorry, Corey Warner, I should say, about to take it. And he thumps the top of the square. McLean stalks it, got up there, got hands on it, nearly brought it down. Grundy the crummer, got it to Hanley. He shoots it wide out of Adams in the pocket, tried to dance step, didn't work. Well, Cleary got on the end of his handball, then fumbled it. Pendles doesn't fumble, gave to Lipinski out wide to Elliott, and they're out of trouble. Collingwood on the half-back flank in front of the packed Mark Rashudo stand.
160 metres away from the goal that he'll generally be firing at. He got numbers back then, Collingwood. Elliott plays on, runs his full measure. Down the line he goes. Memory again tries to edge his opponent under the foot. He goes back and gets it. Lipinski, no one's been near him so far. Finds a lovely little bit of space to McCreary. Half tried to tap it over the top to Sullivan. Sydney get numbers back. They wrap him up. Terrific tackle. Weeks ball dribbles out of bounds and a half chance for Collingwood disappears.
A bit nervous for the Sydney Swans defence at the moment. Every time the ball goes inside Collingwood's forward line, it looks like they're going to score. And even then, if that ball bounced into McCreary the first time, he was running into an open goal. They haven't quite got themselves set back there with their way they're manning up.
McStay, Grundy does beautifully down to Chad Warner. His kick half smothered. Lipinski goes and tries to farm it out the back to Quain, or 60 metres out from Collingwood's goal. We'll have a throw in outer side of the ground. Collingwood 3-2-20. Sydney 3-1-19. Been going 21 minutes on the New Tech clock automation for manufacturing.
It's New Tech with a P. Back into play. Grundy with the palm down, got it to Pendles. He was the meat in the sandwich and he's making out the umpire. He tried to get rid of it, but he's holding the ball to his body while he's doing it.
He tried to fend off, and as soon as you do that, that's your prior. If you don't dispose of it, you're going to be stung. It was the correct decision.
Number one tackler in the game, Rowbottom got him and went back all the way back to McCartan, and now Weeks, who's been a great addition to the back line until now. He tried to get it to Blakey. They might get out of trouble here. Grundy feeds the handball out. Got it to Chad Warner, back to Grundy. Chip kick dangerous. Wainall cut it off. Dumped it down to side bottom, 80 from goal. Little hesitation step to try and throw them off, and McCartan marks this. And then he took off, I thought. Umpire did too. So it caused him to go. Now it's in Elliott's hands. He bangs it around the body towards goal. He couldn't, could he? No, of course he couldn't. He nearly did. Only a behind But it's a high-scoring opening term, which is now 22 minutes old for New Tech, automation for manufacturing. And it's 19 to 20. It's Collingwood. In fact, it's 19 to 20 is the old scoreboard. Updates 21. Collingwood leading.
Brilliant bit of improvisation from side bottom in the middle of that play out there that nearly led to that Elliott goal. He's started well, the 34-year-old. There's a pack developer here as Sydney bring it out of their defensive 50. Crisp, the last one up. Got the ball up. 5 metres in from the boundary line. Grundy doing a power of work. McStay up against him here. Ball spits out as far as Rampy. Corey Warner. Lovely little touch kick into the centre square. Gave Cleary a run at it. He puts it out in the path of Jordan, but he missed the target. Gave Maynard a chance. He was good enough to take the footy over the boundary line. 2 Swans on his hammer.
Just got to lift in the contest, Sydney here. So some of the numbers early, plus 13 in contested possession for Collingwood, and they're plus 10 in ground balls. So Sydney's area of weakness when they get beaten is that, and they've started poorly. Collingwood up for the fight.
Lipinski's handball cut off by Campbell. Got it to Roberts. His kick only as far as Perryman. 35 out from the goal. He's defending.
Chips it wide to Quaynor. A couple of long options. Get it to Memory would be good. And he does go long. Memory's in a good spot. Up and got it. Brilliant kick. Put it to his advantage side there. Memory had his man Bice under the ball. He doesn't know what to go too short, so he just hammers it long. McStay from 4 deep might be the guy who goes. He does! From 4 deep. Brilliant. Good hands there.
Now struggling Kane defensively in the air, aren't they? Any ball that goes inside Collingwood's forward line, Sydney just can't get a fist onto it, or they can't take any innocent marks, and it's getting a bit ominous here with the way that Collingwood are using that tall target inside forward 50.
Yeah, I mean, they guard space, don't they? But just to allow him an unchecked run to the ball, it's a strange way to defend for me.
Might take you 20 goals to win this game the way we're going. McStay drills it. Brilliant kick from 45 out. And Collingwood's got their 4th goal. 4 goals to 3, 24 goal New Tech clock opening term. Brought to us by Host Plus. That's a plus. And it's been a really impressive start from the Magpies. 27 plays 19 for MEGT. Here's our experts, Kane Collins and Brenton Sanderson.
You just shouldn't concede contested mark in that position. That's what you want, the long, high ball inside your forward 50. Usually there's an extra number back there, and McCartan was in good position, but McStay was just unchecked as he ran towards the ball, and he's always been an excellent contested mark. So that was a terrific pack mark. I think the hardest skill in football is to do that. He's done that and even better gone back and finished, but just sloppy, as Sando's been pointing out. Sydney, the McCreary goal at the front of the pack with no one on him, and a contested mark that you allow from a long ball inside forward 50. They got to tighten up here, the Swans. This one could get away from them.
Back in the middle we go. Cameron came at the footy, got over the top of Grundy. Rowan goes to try and get him half through that footy, and that's the way the umpire saw it. And Sullivan, who's a scrapper, wins the free kick, lays it off to Dacos. Nick into the pocket he goes. They jump at it again. McStay, was he interfered with? No, said the umpire. Ball hits the deck. They rebound it out of defensive 50 to the logo. Darcy Moore's having a good patch last week against Carlton. Started well here again. Couldn't find Cameron. He dispossessed. Finds a way to Rowbottom, to Warner, to Campbell. Off the outside of his boot, he just had to sort of hack it and hope. Ball bounces. Chaos stuff now. Quaynor in front of Cleary. Gathered it. That's lovely composed footy. Waited to Hoskin Elliott to come at him, and then found him with a little kick around the body.
Good players know which way it's going to bounce. Quaynor was clever there. He knew it was going to bounce, and whether it was going to bounce right or left by the way the ball was hitting the deck. Inside to Maynard. Plays on quickly. Chips it over the top. They're out here. Pendlebury in some space. Time to use it wisely. No one comes at him, and he short passes to Hill. Spills it. Goes back in. McCartan got in the way. Hill goes back in to try and mop up the mess. Ball flung out by Long. All the way to Grundy, though. He took his time. Got it back to Bice. He normally hits a target. This is no exception. He hits Florent. In fact, it's Cleary who took the chest mark in front of Isaac Quaynor. And he floats it wide. Here is Florent. He chips it wide. It's picking their way through them. Bice again. Inside kick delightful. Chad is away. He goes for it from 60. Had the little bounce. Found McLean. And he drills it in a row 23. So it's 4 goals apiece. It's a high-scoring opening term for Host Plus. That's a plus. It's a brilliant game to watch if you love goals. And scoring's back. You got to love that. 4-3 plays 4-1. 25 plays 27. Collingwood lead.
Yeah, the reason that ball got at the back so easily for the Sydney Swans, Collingwood played a really aggressive defensive press, which means their defenders get right up. They get right up in the grill of the opponents running at them. And as soon as you break that first tackle or you can get a couple of handball chains, you really can expose that sort of defence out the back. And that's what McLean did. Got out behind Darcy Moore, and Warner, as soon as he puts his foot down, it's 5 or 6 steps on his opponent. That penetrating kick exposed Collingwood. But you're right, Dwayne, this is a cracking game of footy. We were blessed last night, and we're getting another absolute belter tonight so far.
4 apiece. Pies by 2 points. 27, nearly 28 minutes gone. Opening quarter. Back in the middle we go. Cameron finds his way to Heaney in front of Long. Just lovely little chipping ball on his left.
Kicking the ball beautifully tonight, Heaney.
Chad Warner, that's not a good kick. Off the instep, finds his way to Amadi, who came out on the lead. Gets it back to the man who's kicking about. Runs into trouble, Heaney. Got rid of it just in the nick of time. Frampton was there, gathered it, gave it to Howe. Gives it to Cameron. He's got to get rid of Long. He's got to get rid of it quickly. He does. Intercepted by Heaney. They turn it over at centre half forward. Rampy just pins the ears back, drilling ball. It's a silly kick in the end. Russia blood stuff from the veteran, and easily intercepted by Darcy Cameron on the last line.
Hits the Nick Dacos. Takes a breath. There's still an enormous amount of time to quarter time. Still 3 minutes to quarter time. Nick Dacos hits Elliott on the chest. He goes for side bottom. Takes it. Middle of the ground. They run for him. He's got one-on-ones ahead. Who does he want? Josh Dacos on the move. Rampy comes at him. Josh feeds a flick handball over to Mychek. Knocked it in front of himself. McCartan pursues him. He flicks it out wider.
Just contact below the knees here. It's going to go Sydney's way because Mychek left his feet and tapped the ball on, but made contact with Campbell's below the knee. So it's the correct call from the up.
27 plays. 25. Campbell. He launches 60 metres and heads out wide towards Amadi. Frampton dumped it from his grasp and will get a ball in half-forward flank, 80 metres from the Swans' goal. So 2 minutes left in this opening term for Host Plus. The clock work was by New Tech. Their mission is to optimise your business with automation. And on AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 traveller is Eddie Mark.
65 out from Sydney's goal, outside of the ground, ball thrown in. Grundy's been using his body well in these ruck contests, lays it out the back to Florent, having taken it cleanly, threads it through to Jordan, straightens up, and Marty's got his name all over this. He just didn't jump in the end, had Frampton under the footy, then the cavalry arrives side bottom again, just steps his man. The game is slowing down when the footy finds itself in his hands. Down the line he goes, Bice gets underneath the footy, can't. Martin Membry fights on for it. Now they're a chance. Hoskinelli at the check side. Mychek caught behind McCartan. Good contest. Ball spills to the ground. Well, that was very unusual footy by Bice. Not sure what he was doing there. Grundy, free kick. No, umpire says play on. Bice goes back in, gets the handball. Rampy. Across the ground he goes now to Lloyd, who's standing still in acres of space. And he finds Corey Warner. Member side of the ground, half-back flank.
Chips it to McLean. Comes up to the wing. Takes the mark, does the big guy. Dermot Brewer polish on him from Frankston. And he heads toward half forward. Sent it in the air for Haney to float in. Couldn't mark it. Cameron crumbs it. Gave it to Playnor. And now Frampton. He's got the switch on. So he heads to Perryman. He goes wider. And Bobby Hill's marked that. Millimetres from the deck and millimetres from the boundary. Out there in red and white, not quite as convinced as the umpire is. Sending a word to the boundary umpire, and they're saying, no, mate, you're not fooling us. Might have fooled the four that was here last night.
The replay for Makita, XGT 40 VMAX. Dwayne showed that ball hit the tank.
4-3 plays 4-1. Here's the scoreline, ball in on the wing.
So, contest, nicely done. That was by Bice, who threaded his way through, just missed the handball to Jordan. Grundy's going okay, gets the footy, has a bounce. Oh, he tried to lay it off to Heaney, almost cut off now by the Pies. Toe poke into space, Elliott through the middle of the ground, 2v2. McCartan can't mark over his head. Blakey read it beautifully. Goes back, here's another one for you, trying off the outside of the boot.
Amazing from Blakey, right, to get back there at speed and win a contested ground ball. He's a bit sore as well as he gets to his feet, but then to find the uncontested mark on the way out, not many players have got that in their package.
It was Hamling, and there's the silent. So quarter time, it's Collingwood with the 2-point lead, 4-3-27. Sydney 4-1-25. Goal kickers McStay, Hill, McCreary and Myercheck. And for Sydney, it's McLean, Heaney, Campbell and Hanley. Pies by 2 points. AFL Nation for 4-20. Traveller and Elders. You can rely on Elders. We'll come back having cleared some commitments and get the thoughts of Brenton Sanderson and Kane Corns on the other side of this.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus. Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 8th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TNT at hostplus.com.au.
ESPN now streaming on Disney Plus. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA and more.
Oh, what a step from Curry!
Cheer on.
Oh, Tony! The greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney Plus.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
Swans are swarming in this all-white kit. Little toe poke out the back. The jump for Heaney. Got it.
Lays it off again to Florent. They're at half forward. Into the pocket he goes. And that was outstanding contest after contest stuff from the Swans. And it ends up in the hands of Campbell, who'll go back from about 45 out. It's beautifully struck, and it's right through the middle.
Jad is away. He goes for it from 60, had the little bounce, found McLean, and he drills it in a row 23. A bit of Led Zeppelin underneath it. Nice work by the boys and girls back in the studio. Love it. Is that Ed? Is that Eddie back in the studio? Is he a Led Zeppelin fan? Oh,
you need to put your headset on.
Yeah, you need to put your headset on, Cornsey. Is that your boy?
Oh, we're
rolling the Led Zeppelin underneath the
I don't know if he has control over the music choice.
Right.
But, yeah, he's back there pushing the buttons, so...
Good job. 4-3. He's never going to lose Andy Marr and I if he keeps rolling the Led Zeppelin. 4-3-27. Collingwood at quarter time to Sydney. 4-1-25. Quarter time for AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller. And for Elders, you can rely on Elders. And both teams were running hot for Ream in that opening term, high-scoring opening term. And they both had their patches of scoring. You can grab yourself some Ream, Australia's favourite. That is steady, hot and strong. And here is a little bit of our experts to bring us the actual game stuff for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Kane Corns and Brenton Sanderson before Andy Marr kicks off the second.
Well, Sydney really strong off turnover. Collingwood really strong from stoppage. So that's the toing and froing in the game at the moment.
Second quarter for 4 and 20 Traveller and Elders. You can rely on Elders. They're underway. We've got a good game. If it keeps going at this pace, it's going to be pretty special by the end. Chad Warner gets the first clearance, but excellent body work from Maynard at half-back. Takes the mark. What did you make of the opening quarter, Sando?
Yeah, open, free-flowing. It's a game for the runners. The runners are the ones having the impact at the moment. Side bottom, Long, Lipinski, Sullivan. And gee, I like the way that Brodie Grundy started this game too. 10 disposals, 9 hit-outs. He's having an impact all over the ground, Brodie Grundy.
Short ball after short ball by the Pies out of side of the ground. Long, who had a massive first quarter.
First quarter.
Takes the mark, 65 out, and he just pokes it over the top to Crisp. Does any opposition player ever pick up Jack Crisp? Ever?
Well, it's the benefit of playing in a really good side with good players around you, and he's been the beneficiary of that. But he's a big game player, he's a big time performer, and he can play in multiple positions and doesn't waste the footy. So, I mean, he's got this distance in him.
He just dropped into the hole inside forward 50, and he was found, and he kicks from 50. It's a raking drop punt. It's got the coverage, and it's got the accuracy. So Chris gets the first of the second quarter in the opening minutes. And gather round presenting partner is Toolkit Depot. There is to sail. He's on now. And the Pies bounce back out to that 8-point lead, 5-3-33. Sydney 4-1-25.
Well, Dean Cox in the Sydney Swans coach's box will be looking at his defensive assistant coach and saying, how come Collingwood keep taking these uncontested marks inside their forward 50? What's going on? What's going wrong? I just think it's their referencing there. Kane mentioned it before. I'm not sure if they know whether to step in front, play side to side, shoulder to shoulder, or to step in behind. But at the moment, their referencing defensively is all at sea, the Swans, and Collingwood having a field day every time they go inside forward 50. Something's got to change here for the Swans. 5 individual goal kickers for the Pies, 4 individual goal kickers for the Swans. That's 9 in total. So wondered where the goals were going to come from. They're coming from everywhere.
So Laddam's their second ruck against Darcy Cameron, the first ruck for Collingwood. So Grundy's having a spell.
First quarter break, Grundy too.
Absolutely. So the ball knocked down from that right contest to Chad Warner. Got the clearance. Hammers at the half forward. Moore was down there. Maynard crumbs it. Looks up. So a couple of options wide, but that wasn't a good one. He kicked it to the boundary, and that's probably insufficient intent.
Well, that wasn't his best moment. Just panicked and hacked it towards the boundary line. Probably would have been stronger in the air as well.
So the ball thumped top of the square. McLean's up way early. Ball knocked down towards Pendlebury. Got his arms free with Josh Dacos. Brilliant. Here's Long again. Having some sort of game. How can't this guy get a game on a regular basis? Ball knocked clear of a couple of players for Collingwood. A little flick handball over the top. Lloyd might go back rather than go forward. He goes inside. Nicely delivered to Roberts. He's a good kicker. Oof. And he'd want to be a good kicker with that switch. Travels quickly through the air off his boot, which is something that a lot of players can't do well. And Florent gets on the end of the short pass on the wing, and he's holding it up for the Swans to have a look at what's on offer.
Collingwood get numbers back, so they come back into the corridor of Roberts. It's a good kick. There's 2 kicks from home. He sees something out wide, fat part of the ground. The leads from Laddams, gets it on the bounce. Cuts back inboard, clever. Hayward should finish. Will the ball bounce? It doesn't. Moore is good. Under pressure, stood his ground. Then coughed up the handball. That wasn't good. And channeling Tommy Papley, kicks his second. And they cut it back to 2 points, 5-3-33 Collingwood, 5-1-31 Sydney on your mate internet mobile scoreboard.
Great forward pressure, just the way that they were able to get a hand in there on Darcy Moore's handball, straight to Hanley. You mentioned Papley, I thought it was Papley there for a second.
Exactly
He's not even playing. I thought that was Papley. But geez, he made him pay, and that's what you want as a coach. I mentioned before, Dean Cox will be looking at the defensive coach saying, what's going on with our marks giving up inside forward 50? Well, that's what you want, that forward half pressure by the forwards are leading the way defensively. Create turnovers in your front half and punish them going back the other way with scores, and it's exactly what the Sydney Swans needed. Bit of a spark there. Like this kid, Hanley.
So Adams stays in the ruck for Sydney against Cameron. Long, he's not doing so well. He's got Rowbottom next to him, and he gets the clearance anyway. Got it to Pendlebury, back to Long. Hands it wide to Nick Dacos, back to Long. 3 possessions in just this string of play. He bullet passes to the pocket, missed his target, rolls out of play.
We'll get Brooksy to look up Ned Long's career high in disposals, but he's going to smash that tonight. He's had 15 already. He's had 4 clearances, 4 inside 50s, and 7 ground ball gets. He's having the game of his life, and we're 3 minutes into the second quarter.
Game 17 for Ned Long. Cameron ripped out of the air, gave it off to Hoskin, and Elliott. It's a goal fest. And the Adelaide Oval, it's not just a footy fest here in Adelaide, it's a golf fest. And we're loving it. Sydney stuck on 5-1-31. Collingwood 6-3. And great to have your company on AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller. And this term brought to us by Mate Internet and Mobile. You can save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use the promo code MATE30 and check out.
Sando, tell me how much coaches hate conceding 450 stoppage goals.
Probably second behind forward 50 stoppage goals. So you're right. You're right.
I just butchered that.
No, you're right, Kane. It's just poor referencing tonight from the Swans. I actually don't know if they know who they're playing on when the ball goes inside Collingwood's forward line. It's almost like every time the ball goes inside Collingwood's forward 50, they're finding a way to get the ball in the hands of their forwards. They're looking so dangerous tonight every time the ball goes in there.
Back in the middle we go. It's a hell of a game of footy. And Nick Dacos has half a chance. The takeaway slips away from the Warner tackle. Then he steps around Jordan, puts it out in the path, the side bottom. Warner goes back with him. Side bottom stayed in the hunt. Dispossessed him brilliantly. Puts it over to Pendlebury. Flips it into Lipinski. Back to Nick Dacos. It'll be some sort of goal. He missed it to the near side, but gee, that was exciting. Dacos is second behind for the night, 6-4-40. Collingwood, Sydney 5-1-31. All the numbers on the Mate Internet and mobile scoreboard.
And the players that are hardest to tag are the ones that turn 1 possession into 2 into 3. And so you think of Gary Ablett Jr. and Boomer Harvey that get involved in the chain. Nick Dacos as good as turning 1 into 3 as we've seen for a while.
Must annoy the hell out of a tagger. You keep a guy without possession for 3 minutes and then all of a sudden gets 3 in 30 seconds.
You've got them to like 6 halfway through the second quarter, and then they get one chain and they're up to 10. You go, oh my goodness.
Entlebury gets on the end of this. Gave it to Perryman. Gave it to McCreary. He's headed toward goal. Not a bad delivery and almost not marked by McStay. He ferrets on for it. Left it behind. Still a chance. McStay. Oh, bang, caught. Bites out a free kick. It's Collingwood's way holding the ball.
The tackling's been strong with their pressure inside forward 50, so great forward 50 tackles. Hamley tried to break the tackle. Once you spin out of it and you get stung, you are always going to be gone if you don't dispose of it correctly.
It's a great tackle, isn't it? This is for the biggest margin of the game for Collingwood. They lead by 9 now. They lead by 15 now. Mycheck squeezed it through. He's got 2. And this game continues to rise. If you're a Collingwood fan, there's plenty in the house. You'll be enjoying this. 5-1-31 the City Swans. Collingwood with that goal moved to 7-4-46, and that's on the Mate Internet and Mobile Scoreboard. AFL Nation for elders who can rely on elders. Our experts for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Kane Collins and Brett Sanderson.
Kane, how did you measure when you were tagging, and how would you just look at the pure number of disposals, or would you look at impact on the game?
Impact on the game, and some players you weren't too fussed if they won it in the back half, and Nick Dacos is probably that. You've got to concede something sometimes, so I sort of used to measure their entries and their ability to get involved in the scoring chains, and if you can keep them back half in their possessions in the back line as we get another throw up, because the umpire just had one of the worst bounces we've seen for the year that went at right angles.
He nearly bounced that through for a goal.
But I mean, Jordan's doing a pretty good job on Dave. He's had 10, so he's still going to have his 30 plus tonight, you would think, but I don't think the damage has been extreme yet.
9 minutes gone on the new tech clock. Heaney, the clearance, 35-40 out from goal. Moore was composed. Perryman just handballed it into space. Josh Dacos, space was taken away from him. Haywood just has a little juggle, then nice and composed, saw the vision, saw his man, laid it off. The kick to the near side misses, and the kick in the end came from Warner, and it goes through for a behind. So it's their first score for the term. 5-2-32 Sydney, 7-4-46 Collingwood. Mate Internet and Mobile Scoreboard. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
How long Cameron the target. Grundy got there, fisted it down. Ball gathered by Lloyd. Couldn't get away with it. McCreary does. Had a little bounce. Hunter down. Runs the wing. Sends it long. Gets it to attacking 50. Off hands. It spills. Bobby Hill goes and gets it. Gave it up. Big opportunity for Sullivan. Got it. They're getting them all. And Sullivan slots another. They're up to 8 now, Collingwood. 8-4. Plays 5-2. You're going to have to score 20 to beat them.
Yeah, I'm just shaking my head here, Dwayno. They just can't find their opponents, the Swans. Anytime the ball's in the front half, they've already given up 4 goals from front half stoppages tonight, or any stoppage in the front half. But it just looks like in open play, they're just a little bit confused with where to go defensively, and Blakey's just come back on the ground. They do need a bit of leadership from him back there. He's got to get those 6 boys back there and say, rightio, let's just lock them away for the rest of the quarter, because it's just too easy for Collingwood in the front half at the moment tonight.
Feels like every time it goes inside 450, they're going to score. 12 scoring shots from 20 entries. They've been so efficient, and their contest work's been unbelievable. Plus 14 in the contest. Sydney are going to lift in that area, otherwise they're going to get smashed, which the scoreboard's starting to be of concern.
They lead by 20 now. Cornsey for Mate Internet Mobile. Side bottom gets on the end of that clearance. Marks at centre half forward. Too far out to score. Ignores Pendlebury, goes into the pocket. They've got some players who are just sagging off their defenders here. One of them was Hill. Snap around the body, kicks another one. Oh, it's too easy. 26 points. It has blown out now. 11 minutes and a bit into this quarter. They kicked 4 in 4 minutes here, Collingwood, to really cut Sydney apart.
Yeah, gained the momentum, and they've got all the momentum now, and it's just starting from the contest. So, centre bounce goal on that occasion, but how many easy goals have they kicked tonight? And how does Bobby Hill front up to the front of the contest with no one on him? Well, he's going to make you pay every time. So, easy clearance out of the middle, side bottom standing in front as a half forward, deep entry, which Sydney have had all sorts of trouble defending tonight. And it's the second one they've conceded. McCreary right at the front of the pack in the first quarter, and Bobby Hill is looking ominous tonight. He looks like he's in for a big night here at the Adelaide Oval.
Goal of the day contender for Beaumont Tiles, the engineered timber. Sando, you're going to sound like a broken record by the end of this night.
Yeah, minus 16 contested possession, the Swans.
Smashed.
So from the ball up, Long nearly got the clearance. Rowbottom's got it, but they've got him, and the umpire will ball up again. Just finishing off a fruit choc. How good are the fruit chocs?
Oh, outstanding.
Oh,
yeah.
Something special about it. Is there no other place in the world that has a fruit choc?
Just South Australia, I believe.
It's a unique thing. It's a beautiful thing. The pie floater not so, but the fruit chocs are ripper. From the ball up, Grundy's manhandled off it. In fact, it was Cameron.
That could have gone either way.
Hands it off to Josh Dacos. He spanks that long, full forward. Well, Blakey went to fierce dangerously. He got it through for a behind. So 9-5, and we're still with 14 minutes to go to half time. Collingwood 9-5, Sydney 5-2, and that's on the Mate Internet and mobile scoreboard.
27 points the margin. Lloyd goes back and brings it in to Blakey. Runs the boundary line down the line. Cameron read it nicely, gets the free kick. Marty was late, chopped him high. A crude attempt to influence that contest by Marty. Can't get himself into the game at all.
No, hasn't had a kick yet, just two disposals.
Cameron looks inboard. High drop punt to about 35-40 out. Grundy goes up, spoils. They've got to be better at ground level here, Sydney. They fall over the top of the footy. McCreary goes over the top of Lloyd. Will have a ball up. 45 out from the Collingwood goal. 9-5 to 5-2. It's been all Collingwood this second quarter. And Grundy spikes it to the boundary line and trickles end over end in front of Nick Dacos and goes out about 60-65 out from the Collingwood goal. 14.5 minutes into this quarter on the new tech clock. Automation for manufacturing.
Few spare seats around. It's almost as if the people would prefer to stand on the hill because the atmosphere is better. I can understand why you would. You'd buy a seat, but just go and stand on the hill. Nick Dacos, hands to Pendlebury, goes to the goal square. Elliott got there. Can't mark it. Sidebottom nearly crumbed it. He might steal Roberts, picked his pocket. Heads out wide. Bouncing ball. Hayward pursues it. Out of play, a win. And the umpire, insufficient intent. Wow. I thought they were about to pounce on that. It was almost, they could have gathered it.
He didn't even touch it.
Oh, that's the replay.
How can he that's the worst decision of the year.
He paid that for the kick.
The kick, but Hayward was right there.
Yeah, they could have touched it. They could have got it. And the inside bottom gets it. Go to my check. Goal!
Touched.
Behind. Footy gods. They didn't deserve a goal there. Collingwood didn't get one. And the quick bring in allows Sydney on transition to go forward to Marty.
And he's so out of touch. He dropped the uncontested mark, put himself under pressure. To his credit, he fights on, gives it to Heaney. He's dispossessed by Lipinski, goes to ground. McCreary in the way, steps over the boundary with ball in hand in front of the interchange gates.
He's hurt. Marty, I reckon he might have done a hammy here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's hammy.
It's a blow. They're already down several players, Sydney.
Just through the mouth guard in frustration. Looks like your standard hammies had that history before as well.
Grundy up in front. Can't do much with it from a control perspective. Nick Dacos was brilliant to Chris. To McStay, who was dispossessed. Warner goes in and gets it, cuts into a bit of space. Then surveys what's down the field. He looks for Heaney, but that was better from Maynard. In typical bullish fashion, just charged with the ball and thumped it over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in.
A lot of Warner stuff tonight. You worry about him, what I was speaking before, streaming towards goal, but it's been rushed. Collingwood done a really good job at holding him up, forcing him backwards, and with the hack kick, just kicking it at 44%, and a lot of those have just been hacks around the body.
Britton Sanderson and Kane Corns for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT from the boundary throw, and it's not coming yet. We'll have another ball up play.
sub for Sydney?
Yes.
He might be on maybe before half-time. Nick Dacos with the clearance was stripped. Corey Warner got a hand in there and he brought out of play again.
Just thinking if this could work in Swans' favour now. It feels like they're too tall. They haven't taken one contested mark tonight. They can't get their tall forwards into the game at all. Potentially they go a little bit smaller in the forward line with the Amati injury. Maybe that is something different that they've had to do out of necessity.
Grundy front spot in the ruck contest, knocks it down, got it to Handy, but manhandled out of the contest. Grundy on hands and knees, shoots a handball back inside 50. Rolling ball, Perryman knocked off it. Corey Warner got a kick, that might skip home. It might skip all the way home and they desperately needed that. Corey Warner, right spot, right time with the skills to go with it. So 5-2 plays 9-6. It's not quite the Corns brothers, the Warners. There's one that's sort of the big elite. How much money more than you did Chad earn?
Oh, he was probably always at least 150 to 200 more than me, and rightly so, mind you. But I think Grundy's been the one who's given genuine effort.
You're going to tell us that Corey Warner's underrated like you were. Higher paid brother.
No, Chad deserved more than I did, but I think Grundy was the one that got them going sort of single-handedly there. Now, it was nothing scientific about it, but it was win a contest out of the ruck, force it forward, surge footy, make something happen, and Warner was able to cleverly finish, but gee, they needed that one. But Brodie Grundy's up for the fight tonight. His numbers are strong. He's had 11, 6 contested, 5 ground ball gets. He's having a crack.
Sorry, Quincy, 9-6 to 6-2, badly needed. Can they get another one? Heaney gets the clearance inside forward 50, second bite mark couldn't be taken by McLean. Ball spills to the ground. Josh Dacos just saw Howe out the corner of his eye, handballed it in that direction. Howe takes the footy over the boundary line, arc of 50. The boundary throw in. 19 and a bit minutes gone in this second quarter on the new tech clock. Their mission is to optimise your businesses with automation. New tech, ball thrown in. Grundy again does well, but it was read by side bottom. Just thumps it on that left foot down the line. Mark can't be taken. Ball spills out the back. It was a good back up and follow up by Hamlin. Gives it to Blakey up towards half forward. The ruckman are there. Should have been a free kick almost to Sydney, not paid by the umpire. Nick Dacos goes in. Brilliant handball. Just a palm to keep the ball in flow by Hill. They're a chance getting out here. Long wrapped up, surely holding the footy as Swans came at him from everywhere. One of them was Sam Wicks. The other was Rowbottom. Rowbottom wins the free kick.
Gets it out wide to Heaney. He's got some room to roam on the wing. Runs to half forward, too far out to score. Nick Dacos corrals him. He puts it to Hayward. They might be on the way back here, Sydney. Hayward to line up. 40 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Kicked the ball beautifully tonight, Isaac Heaney. And just a shout out to Rowbottom. So him and Grundy, like physically that tackle from Rowbottom, gang tackle, there's a couple of them, Wicks involved as well, but Rowbottom's already laid 7 tackles. And with Atkins is the best tackler that we currently have in the game and has been doing it for a long time. So just the tide has turned off the back of some contest wins from the Swans, and this is a big kick.
Normally a pretty accurate kick. It's been a really good couple of seasons accuracy-wise. Hayward back in his old home state, and he slots it. Goal umpire didn't move, and the Swans are on the way back. So we might have another game go to the wire, mate. Internet and mobile scoreboard. Collingwood 9, 6, 60. The Swans 7 to 44.
Yeah, there's the momentum shift that the Swans needed. So first it was just that almost lucky goal by Warner just to get them, just to sort of stop the tide a little bit from Collingwood. And Kane's right, it was the chase down tackle, the desperate effort to turn the ball over in Collingwood's front half, but then allowed Hayward to get the mark inside forward 50, go back in a beautiful set shot. Beautiful technique.
Yeah, the technique there, they just had a replay of that on the replay screen, just head down, didn't look up to check the kick and made excellent contact. Goal umpire did not move. Now he comes off for a rest, but Heaney's the one with Grundy, highest ranked players on the ground. Heaney's kicking it at 100% and has looked really dangerous. Not massive numbers, just 11 touches, but 4 score involvements and set that one up.
AFL Nation for the 4 and 22 Traveller and Elders. You can rely on Elders. Back in the middle, ball to be won. Pendlebury comes at it, wrapped up by Heaney. Ball spills free, long. Just a scrappy handball into space. Maynard hacks it off the ground as far as Hoskin Elliott. Fortunately for Collingwood, the hyphen wingman got there to carry the ball over the line as Sheldrick prepares to come on. Confirmation of the hamstring for Joel Amati, who will be missing for several weeks, you would think. Ball thrown in outside of the ground. Heaney again, great take under all sorts of pressure. Had players hanging off his hips. He took the footy with one hand, couldn't do anything with it. Collingwood got good numbers around the footy here, side bottom. Just cruises out of the would-be tackle. Maynard can't find anyone with the kick. Heaney was clever. Grundy's got to reach down for it. Goes in over the top. Ball's got to come out. It does. Hanley to Wicks. Wicks just takes the ground, puts it out into the path of Laddams, who comes from a long way away. But look who just reads it so well every time. Steals side bottom. Gets the ball. That's not his best moment of the day. Kick to no one in particular. Swans everywhere. And Riley Bice takes the mark.
Last year it was no one in particular, Riley Bice, but he's getting a name. Here's Miami Bice. Instead of signing the grandstand, Miami Bice as well for the new mustachioed Swan defender.
Sliding doors, right? He might be playing for the Victorian state team in the VFL, playing South Australia tomorrow if he hadn't been picked up by Sydney.
That's a good point. Hey, big pack flies at this. Laddams from 4 deep knocks it down. Heaney lays a tackle. Will get a ball up. Yeah, it goes to show it's not over if you're not drafted as an 18 or 19-year-old. Doing some hard yards. And the ball up. Down to Crisp. He gets it. Cleary wrapped him up. Comes to Heaney. Gave it to Grundy. Loops it further forward. Cut off by Maynard. Got it just in time. Up against the boundary. Gave it to Long. He shoots the handball further onto Hoskin Elliott. Two Swans around him. Stolen back by Rampy. Looks inside. He's got Florent. Dance past Josh Dacos on the wing. Had the inside hand off to Wicks. He in turn gave it over. Long launch inside 50 to Laddams. Got there late. Got the crumb forward pocket. Kept it alive. Rolled it to his advantage. And then off Maynard. It was nearly off Maynard's shin. It's a ball in forward pocket for Sydney, but they are running hot for Ream at the moment. The Sydney Swans on the comeback trail install Ream, Australia's favourite. 60 plays 44. Collingwood lead 25 gone. Second term on the new tech clock automation for manufacturing.
Laddams gets rid of Cameron. The umpire says illegally there's a push. Laddams is in a highly argumentative state at the moment, but the replay from Makita shows he just shoved Darcy Cameron fair in the middle of the 1 and the 4. And you're not allowed to do that. That's called a push in the back.
He's on track for 40 side bottom. This is number 18.
He's 34 years old, Cordsy.
Can find the ball.
Yes. Hack it up to the wing position out. It's like Grundy's getting his hands on the footy a lot tonight as well. They load off all the way back.
Get under that.
To Lloyd. It's a high ball. Side bottom does get under it. He can't mark. Ball hits the deck. Blakey around the body he goes. Florence got to sit under it. He does. And marks the footy in front of Scott Pendlebury on the logo outer side of the ground. Wants to go quickly to row bottom. Just wasn't brave enough to take the kick. In the end, he goes down the line. Laddams won't get there. Frampton does and takes a good mark. 60 metres out from the goal. He is defending Dwayne Russell.
It'll be a long game. This will be a 33-minute quarter at least. However, travelling with 26 minutes in. Still got over 6 left. Plus time on. Ball pumped down the line. Grundy's under it. Can't mark it. Big crumb to when he dives in. Went down low. Memory went and got it. Gave it to Long. He shoots it wide at a Crisp. Dance past one tackle, but not the second. That's ball.
Tackling's been good. Winning some really strong contests, particularly on the wing. Like their defenders have been more aggressive and assertive coming off their man, and a couple of tackles that they've laid when Collingwood have looked out and have essentially got Sydney back into this game. Wonder why it's taken so long to get Sheldrick onto the ground. Not on the ground yet. Marty did his hammy, it feels like at least 10 minutes ago, so very slow to activate the sub when we could all tell that hammy was gone a long time ago.
Florent to Bice. Sorry, Bice to Florent, I should say. He hits line side 50. McLean got up there from 4 deep, up towards the boundary line. And Josh Dacos handling right with him. They tackle him hard. It'll be a ball up, but boy, I made Josh Dacos know he was in a game of footy there.
Just the one kick for Josh Dacos. I'm with Sando on that. He was in the All-Australian category for a wingman every year for the last 3 or 4 years, and the move to half-back is not playing with the same punch, and he looks lost defensively. Sydney with a free kick, and it was in good hands for Heaney, but it's going to be McLean's ball.
It was for a ball up that was hit straight over the boundary line by Darcy Cameron, and the replay for Makita shows that it was very much a line ball. As both hands were near the share, and the umpire clearly saw it clearly, and McLean will have the set shot. He'll take his very best. Abbreviated run up. He kicks from 45 from outside the boundary line. That's a great looking kick. It is as good a drop punt as you will see in 2025. He had the fence, he had the crowd, he had the man on the mark, he had limited space to move and use, and yet Cornsey, he has threaded it from the wrong side for a right footer. That is as good as you'll see for Beaumont Tiles for Engineered Timber, and they cut it back to 10 points. Been a good fight back this 9, 668, 250. It's Collingwood by 10 points.
He has flushed that, absolutely flushed it. I thought only Eddie Betts kicked goals from that pocket. Like, that's a dead pocket. Almost impossible. He knew it straight away. He's turned to the crowd, given it the double flex, and he loves it. They're right back in this, and it's been off the back of their contest stuff. A bit fortunate there with the free kick, but what a finish.
Yeah, and they've kicked the last 3 now, so they're right back in the game, and it's a big couple of minutes here for Collingwood. They've got to win this centre bounce, but you're right, Cornsey, the contest work of the Swans and just making the most of just those small opportunities, wrestled back momentum. Game's back, even keel.
9 goals to 8. We've had games in recent seasons that have been that scoreline at the end of it. We're not at half time yet. And Heaney goes and gets it. They get him. Flick the handball up. Crisp had a chance. Sheldrick's in there now, about to pounce. The umpire says, I'll have it. All up.
Clearance is now even, 20 apiece.
30 minutes gone in the second term. Still 5.5 left as Dacos lays a tackle.
You're right though, Dwayne, Collingwood kicked 6 goals against the Giants, 10 against the Bulldogs and 8 against Carlton, so we've already kicked 9. We're still a few minutes till half time.
Nick Dacos got a kick away. The Lizard, Blakey, tried to kick it off the deck, hit him to Cameron. From the ricochet, Long had it, stripped. Sheldrick's got it, knocks it on. Blakey knocked it further afield. Big hard tackle on Heaney. And Andy Murray enjoyed Maynard's work there with that tackle. We'll get another ball up.
It's not the fact that Heaney took the footy, Dwayne. He knew he was going to get crunched. It was very, very good. Made it a 50-50. We'll have another ball up. Still in the centre square. Sydney marginally into attack. Laddams. Cameron, no one did much with it. Sheldrick over the top. Pendlebury gathered it through his legs. But Sydney just fighting to fight now. Sheldrick was great. Heaney on the left. The kick was headed towards McLean. Moore got his hands up. Missed the handball. Florin throws his foot at it. Missed it. Ball alive. 2v1. Chance again for Hanley on the up. Gets the handball to Warner. Round the body. Dangerous corridor. Ball bounces. No one can do much with it. Campbell goes in. Chance now. Was that McLean? He's just thrown the boot at it.
More time.
He didn't balance up, did he? Sando, he's kicked it out of bounds on the full.
Quick kick to Quainor. Back pocket for Collingwood.
Darcy Moore needs handball practice. He's probably the worst handballer in football. 4 ineffective handballs. He just got no touch with the handball for such a highly credentialed player.
Well, forces the back of that contest. Little bump. Sheldrick. Laddams. She's taken home. Got the handball inside to Roberts. His kick straight up in the air towards Campbell. Used his body pretty well. And he was grabbed in a marking contest, so it has to be his free. And he's just beyond his range. He's a really good kick of the ball. Bobby Hill's on the mark, 58 out. So he winds up on his left. Hits the goal square with it. Heaney's down there. Can't mark it. Wainell crumbed it. Got to Lipinski. Hands it to Pendlebury. Back pocket. Kicks it a bit more central than maybe he should have. And it's cut off by Rampy. He put it to Grasslow. And McStay stole it. Got it to Elliott. Little knock on. Didn't work. Chad Warner. Hack kick away. Maynard gets on the end of it. Centre half back. He goes wide. Oscar Leonard's got it. He's got a one-on-one inside 50. Membry on the move. Will he get it to? He does. But he's 51 out. Bobby Hill wants to stand on someone's shoulders. Get it into me, he says. Get it into me. And he has a bit of a grumpy, sort of crazy walk when the ball didn't come his way.
They defended it well. City to get back off the turnover. Look for all money. Collingwood are going to go fast.
So Membry sends it goal square, and Laddam's got up from 4 deep. Elliott Crum made him pay. Jamie Elliott, it was the perfect front and square. He shouldn't have been there on his own. It was a training drill front and square. So the Swans 8-2-50 after being on the comeback trail. Collingwood have got 10 goals on the board, and we're still 2 minutes away from half time. 10-6, 66 that'd be. Here's their experts for MEGT, your apprenticeship experts, Kane Corns and Brenton Sanderson.
Well, to be honest, the Swans should have marked that. There was 3 of them. Laddams is probably the one. The ruckman that's behind the ball basically went uncontested, brought it to ground. Blakey sort of half spoiled him, and unreferenced at the front of the pack was Jamie Elliott, who just took one step and kicked it over his shoulder for a goal. And I think Andy, that might be 4 front and square goals for the match. Hoskin Elliott kicked one this quarter. We saw Hill, now Elliott. So it's taking its toll now.
666 infringement against Sydney. Get rid of the warning one of these days. There we go, 32 and a half minutes gone. As Dwayne said, got a lot of footy to be played here. Nick Dacos out the back, just knew he had Cameron there. Cameron now waltzes in a bit of space, lays it off to Perryman, kicks it quickly back inside forward 50. Pack's going to come at this footy, it hits the deck. Blakey handballs it into a bit of space, asks his man Warner to go get it. He does, but the kick was under pressure, only as far as Perryman, who marks in between wing and half forward, member side of the ground. Short ball again. Lipinski too far out to score. Heaney wraps around to man the mark. Into the pocket. It's a lovely bit of vision, and the kick was dropped into a bucket for Cameron to go get.
Well, he's the one that started it in the middle of the ground. Was good enough to be composed when he won possession, took a bounce, and then just drifted forward with no one on him and found a nice pocket of space. Now it's going to take his best, almost Hayden McLean style, albeit a little bit closer, but the most severe angle you could be on. But he's in good form and may as well have a shot.
Very, very much McLean. Mark 2. In he comes. A couple of short steps. He's missed it to the near side. Through for it behind. So 10-7, 67, 8-2-50, 17 points the margin. 35 minutes gone in the second quarter.
See if they get aggressive or not here. The City Swans with a minute left. Rampy down the line to the wing, and Hayward got up there, couldn't mark it. Frampton crumbed it, gave it to Pendlebury. Collingwood a late chance to score. Sullivan, he's got it middle of the ground. Darcy Moore's just got the 30-second sign, so he goes for the short, and he might have bitten off more than he could chew. Chad Warner, Cleary, they run in a wave here. Cut off by Maynard going the other way. Couldn't quite cap it on. Roberts did well on hands and knees. Ball come out to Cleary for the Swans. He flicked it up. A chance for Heaney. Got a kick away inside 50. 1-on-1. Get in there was Frampton. Front spot. Did well. Did Billy. Takes the saving mark. Siren sounds. Half time. Adelaide Oval. And Collingwood's got 10 goals on the board in a half. 10-7-67. Sydney Swans 8-2-50. The half-time scoreline on AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 Traveller, and for Elders you can rely on Elders. The half-time floor show coming up next on AFL Nation.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA, and more.
Oh, what a step from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
With over 25 years' experience in endophyte technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. Macca's. I'm loving it moments. The hot honey range has dropped at Macca's.
Moore is good. Under pressure, stood his ground. Then coughed up the handball. That wasn't good. And Hanley, channeling Tommy Papley, kicks his second. Gave it off to Oscar and Elliott. It's a goal fest.
Bobby Hill goes and gets it. Gave it up. Big opportunity for Sullivan. Got it.
Was sagging off their defenders here. One of them was Hill. Snap around the body, kicks another one. Oh, it's too easy. Abbreviated runner. Kicks from 45 from outside the boundary line. That's a great looking kick. It is as good a drop punt as you will see in 2025. Highlights at halftime for Maccas, and at the long break, it's a spectacular game of footy. Collingwood 10-7-67 lead, Sydney 8-2-50. Goal kickers to halftime. Mychik's got 2, Hill's got 2 singles to Elliott, McStay, Crisp, McCreary, Hoskin Elliott and Sullivan. 2 each for Sydney to McLean and Hanley. Singles to Heaney, Hayward, Campbell and Warner. Let's get into the Choices Flooring halftime floor show.
The Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Inspire and visualise with Room View, our instant room visualiser.
Quality interiors start from a Choices Floor. Choices Flooring are giving away the ultimate VIP Grand Final experience. You and a mate could experience all the hype of Grand Final week firsthand, then be at the big match itself, the 2025 Toyota AFL Grand Final. Head to iCanWin.com.au to enter. Now, we're in Adelaide for Gather Round. What a start it has been for all the 2025 AFL Gather Round action. Head to Station Road, Sky City. Brenton Sanderson, Kane Corns, before we get through our categories, give us a sense for what you've seen in the opening half.
Well, a good game of footy, high scoring. I think Sydney would be really disappointed with the amount of easy goals that they've conceded, and that's really the difference in the game. Probably 4 or 5 of them have been from positions that they should be able to defend, be that high balls going inside forward 50, McStay takes a back mark, or the easy front and square crumb goals that we've seen from Elliott, also Hill and McCreary. I think Dean Cox would be really frustrated. They conceded a forward 50 stoppage goal as well, which would frustrate them with all the numbers back there. So, I think that would be causing them some concern. For Collingwood, they've been strong. I think they've moved the ball well. They look really good out of the midfield. Their stoppage work has been excellent, and they'd be pretty happy with the position that they find themselves in at half-time.
Any general stuff you've seen, Sander, you want to mention before we get stuck into the bits and pieces?
Well, I think from the start of the second quarter until the 14-minute mark, Collingwood scored every time they went inside forward 50. So that was the frustration, I think, for the Sydney Swans coaching staff and their fans that are here tonight. They just don't look like they've got a reference when the ball goes inside Collingwood's forward line. So I think that was the adjustment that they will need to make at half-time. They found a way to get back in the game, though. They were at one stage down by 17 around contested ball. They worked their way back to be down by 9 at half-time. And it was just a couple of little momentum shifts, a couple of little opportunities around stoppage and clearance so they're able to win the ball and get it forward. The Pies forward pressure is what's really standing out for me. Every time a Sydney defender gets their hands on the footy, it feels like they have to panic kick it forward.
Right, toughest of the day for Truckline. For your truck and trailer parts, visit truckline.com.au. Who is it at this stage?
Oh, well, for me, probably Rowbottom for the Swans. I think he's an incredibly tough player. I thought some of his contest stuff was great. He has laid 7 tackles, which is the most on the ground, and I thought he was one of them, along with Grundy, that got Sydney back into the game halfway through that second quarter.
Who's making it all easy out there for Monarch Painting? Painting made easy, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Still Sidebottom,
yep.
Probably. Just getting a check on his numbers, but he's up to 18. He's had 9 score involvements, which is a big number. Like, you'd be thrilled with 9 for a game. So he leads all comers in that space. Next best on the ground is Lipinski with 6, so 3 more than anyone else. And at the ripe old age, he continues to keep on keeping on.
Remarkable, ready to tackle your next painting project. Monarch Painting made easy, available, as we said, at Bunnings Warehouse. Crucial moment, Sando or Cornsey for New Farm, Australian through and through.
Well, just a couple of those goals that they conceded, Sydney. They just lost all method behind the ball, like 3 players flying for the footy. And then the soft drop goals to Hill and also Elliott, just against the run of play as well, when Sydney had a lot of momentum. So once again, welcome to senior coaching, Dean Cox. We know and we've seen John Longmire scream and yell at his assistant coaches for so long and how intense he is in the coach's box. Dean Cox, you'd think, would be channeling some of that there'd be some frustration there.
Tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon. It's been some good tackling. It's been committed tackling, hasn't it?
Been some really good tackling, Sando.
Cornsey mentioned Rowbottom. He's had 7, Dacos 6, Pendlebury 5, Cleary 5 as well. But it sort of feels like it's more of an open, free-flowing game, to be honest.
Yeah.
We haven't had that sort of high pressure through the midfield. It's been more open style. You know, it's probably the runners tonight that have had the biggest impact on the game.
You love your big key forwards, don't you? Laying tackles inside defensive 50 and Mycheck laying that tackle on Rampy and kicking the goals. Pretty big. Yep. Which players provide flexibility for FlexAlt, the only flexible oral lice treatment for sheep?
Collingwood have so many of them, which Sando identified prior to the start of the game, but Lipinski's been one who's been impressive tonight. Like, just does his job and does it consistently well. He's one of those hard runners that finds space. He's hardly wasted a possession. 11 touches, 6 score involvements, can bob up across half forward on the wing, or he can go inside if they need him to. So I've liked his game.
Take us through the power play rankings for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Which to Red Energy?
I've got those here. So the highest ranked player on the ground is Darcy Cameron. They love Ruckman champion data. They always rate really highly. They do. They just love them. I think it's because of the contest. A lot of their possessions are won in the contest, but he's not the best player on the ground for me. Dacos building, Heaney side bottom, Long, who's having a career best game. So Long's numbers, he's had 19 at half time. His career best is 24, which happened against Port Adelaide earlier on in the year. So he's right up there. Also, he's had 6 clearances as well. So he's the 5th best ranked player, and then Brodie Grundy, Scott Pendlebury and Rowbottom.
You think of an Australian-made smart play, it's time to shop local and support Aussie jobs. Buy Australian-made products right now.
What about the McCreary kick inside in the first quarter? That was composed and clever, and not something I've seen him go to before.
Australian-made when you buy local. You support Aussie jobs. Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse, get discounted prescriptions and save more money at Chemist Warehouse. We saw a bottler last night as Geelong came from 5 goals down to overcome the Adelaide Crows, and we've got some good games of footy to look forward to tomorrow. Obviously back here tomorrow night for a crucial game, really, Essendon and Melbourne. It feels, it's very early, but it feels elimination final. I mean, if the loser of that game, it almost feels like finals are going to be out of the equation.
Yeah, and just the pressure too. Like, obviously we've got an away game for both teams. We know that with this weekend, but gee, the bar's been set so high with the first 6 quarters that we've seen here, and Melbourne would love a win. The Bombers need a win. You're right, Murray. Tomorrow night, to the winner goes the spoils, and to the loser, it's going to be the blowtorch turned right up. So it's a must-win game tomorrow night.
Get discounted prescriptions and save more money at Chemist Warehouse. Oh, neither of you are really considering West Coast.
No,
a winning chance tomorrow.
Your Blues
around the
me.
grounds.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Well, that comforts me. As we head to the break, let's hear the goal of the game for the first half.
The goal of the day for Beaumont's Tiles. Some 50% off. Discounts ending soon.
Nor's Pendlebury goes into the pocket here. They've got some players who are just sagging off their defenders here. One of them was Hill. Snap around the body, kicks another one. Oh, it's too easy. 26 points. It has blown out now.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T&Cs apply. Ends June 3rd.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's T-I-P-R. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA, and more.
Oh, what a shot from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 420 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
Great to have your company on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and for Elders you can rely on Elders. Gather round, presenting partner is Tool Kit Depot, and their Easter sale is on now, Tool Kit Depot. And this third turn coming up is for Deutz-Fahr tractors, the Deutz-Fahr Warrior range from 170 to 350 horsepower. It's Deutz-Fahr Evolved. You can visit deutzfahr.com.au. A quick word before the bounce from our experts Brenton Sanderson and Kane Corns. For MEGT, sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
Yeah, 18 goals, Cornsey. Highest halftime score between these two teams since 1985. It's fantastic. Wow. Just the way the game's been played. It's one for the runners. It's been clean out of stoppage. It's been open running, and both forward lines are on top. Anytime the ball goes inside forward 50, we seem to be getting scores. But we've been blessed. We've had 6 great quarters of footy at this ground in the last 24 hours, and who knows what we'll see, what adjustments will be made at half-time, but we feel like both sides will be looking to improve their defensive capabilities and their pressure around the footy.
Yeah, great for the fans. Coaches hate these type of games, don't they? Where they are so leaky with the amount of goals conceded. So the best defensive teams win premierships, and Sydney don't look to be in that category tonight. Collingwood would be more confident with the way that they defended the ground.
With the ball with the Macca's logo in the hands of the central umpire, the Minecraft movie meal has arrived at Macca's, so drop into your local Macca's. We're underway, third term from the ball up. Grundy and Cameron. Umpire's found a free kick. The umpire's been pretty good tonight. And no one really knows whose free it is, and it's going to Nick Dacos. So obviously he was held. Heaney doesn't really know what it was for. I don't think Nick Dacos knew either. Heads out wide to McCreary. So there'll be an early entry for Collingwood in this third. McCreary given room to move. He's launched that goal square, high bomb, and it stays in play. Member has a chance. Forward pocket, weaves his way past a couple. Over to Hoskin Elliott. He in turn to Lipinski. Bends it around goal square. Elliott with a big climb. An unrealistic leap and a stump through for A behind the first score of the second half. For Deutsche Fahrt Tractors, here's Andy Marr on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies.
An ambitious attempt to spoil in that marking contest then by Nick Blakey. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Elders. You can rely on Elders. He goes short to the outer side of the ground. Finds Rampy, who exits defensive 50. That's a lovely kick down the line. McLean pushes up.
Chad Warner started the third term at full forward, so I mean that we spoke to Mark McVeigh prior to the game. They said they like him more forward, but 30 touches in the first half, but just not at his best yet.
Up towards half forward goes McLean with the slow drop punt. Ball hits the deck. They've got numbers coming out at the footy. Nice little toe poke into space. Ends with Florent. Threads the handball through to Hayward. Around the body. He really should have done better. And he did. It's his second by 1-2 on the night for Will Hayward. Early opportunity goes begging for Sydney. 8-3-51, 10-8, 68 on the Deutsche Fahrt Tractor scoreboard.
So from the kick in, wide ball. Might go. Here he does from 3 deep, but it was marked by Crisp at the front of the pack. Nice grab for Collingwood, half-back flank. Grundy's on the mark, so normally you want to leave your big ruckman on the mark. You want to get him back, and he's not there to contest here against the opposite ruckman in Darcy Cameron. Free kick was paid. Play on to Elliott. Perfect kick. So it wasn't a mark that was paid to Cameron. Otherwise it wouldn't have been allowed that play on. It was a free kick for the chopping of the arms. Play on's allowed. Now Elliott to line up 40 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Side bottom's 10th score involvement. So his ability to sum up that situation and just place the ball into space for Elliott to run onto. He's thinking 2 moves ahead when everyone else is thinking 1.
So lines up for Collingwood's 11th. In he struts and he hits the post. Hits the post. So a miss at either end. Hayward should have kicked one. Collingwood should have kicked one. Ball quickly kicked in to Blakey,
who marks just inside the boundary line, member side of the ground. He goes over the top. That's a nice looking kick to Florent, who had to dive out at the boundary line, was closing in on the footy. He was in the back of Florent's mind. He fumbled it over the line and out of bounds like a throw in. Early stages, third quarter, 3 minutes gone. On the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing. Darcy Cameron looked like he might have interfered with Grundy. Nothing doing, said the umpire. Ball ground to be 1. Grundy goes back and lends a hand. Blakey almost runs into trouble. Handball to Campbell. Can he break the tackle? No. Darcy Moore came up hard at him. Umpire said hold him the footy.
Great tackle.
So 2 kicks from goal. The Collingwood skipper motions to the top of the square. In the end, just pulls the kick a little bit. No one can fly. Grundy goes back and takes an outstanding defensive form.
Grundy.
He's having a good game.
Covering the ground really well.
So chip kick, middle of the ground. Nicely measured to Price. Swan goes goes wide. Lloyd's on the run. Collects it on the run. Inside kick to Florent. He goes back to Florent, really half-back flank. Put out Blakey, middle of a few Collingwood players who were standing off him deliberately, I reckon, trying to entice that corridor kick. To McCartan, to Grundy. And the big guy on the half-back flank goes wide. Hamlin, just inside the boundary, 80 from his defensive goal. Thinks about going back, a little stagnant. Wants his full measure of time. Now pumps it down the line to Heaney. He got up there. Frampton also got up there. Side one up again, read it off hands magnificently. To Crisp. Tucked up against the boundary. Just overcooked the kick a little. Blakey and Membry tangled. Blakey let McCartan go. Goes to Heaney through his hands. Nick Dacos through his hands. Mad scramble. Josh Dacos has got it. They pick his pocket. Wicks. Chad Warner. Row bottom. Spear pass. Hayward dumped away. And Frampton let Hayward know about it. And they have a bumping duel and they head back to their position and we'll get a ball in on the wing with Collingwood leading 69-51 on the Deutsch Far Tractor scoreboard with 6 minutes gone on the new tech clock.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Elders you can rely on. Elders side bottom overruns the footy. Sydney fight hard for it at ground level, ends up with Heaney, sweeping handball to Chad Warner in space, has an immediate bounce, runs to 55, tugs it into the corridor, may have overdone it. It was a good effort to get to the contest by Corey Warner, goes back and lays the tackle. Sullivan had to play on, ball wasn't the required distance, it ends up back to Sullivan. Some really good handball out of defence by Collingwood, and then an audacious kick from Lipinski around the body on his left foot to Quainer in space. He pokes it down the line. Lipinski just kept on running, receives the footy, goes inside 450 with a magnificently weighted kick to Hoskin Elliott, who marks 48 out. Sees something in the corridor he likes, called to play on now, came off his line, kicks to the top of the square, and Membry with very sticky hands marks 12 metres out directly in front.
Oh, it's great ball movement and their ability to work their way through pressure in their back 50, but Chad Warner had a moment to put his head down, run straight towards goal. No one was catching him, had an open goal square, but just hesitated and was slow and trying to pick off something that wasn't there. So I'm not sure what Chad was thinking in that moment that has led to this goal, but Sydney just can't defend the ground, and any high ball inside forward 50, they look vulnerable.
Through 7th of the season, from 15 out directly in front, he kicks these falling out of bed and he's done it to just give Collingwood the early momentum in this third quarter. 11-9-75, the Pies 8-3-51. Sydney on the Deutsch Far scoreboard. The Deutsch Far Warrior range from 170 to 350 horsepower. It's Deutsch Far evolved. Visit deutschfar.com.au.
What about the handball chain then in the back half by Collingwood? And it started with Josh Dacos. And then I thought Sydney's pressure was fine. It was great. It was dialed right up. But Collingwood's hands were just too fast, too slick, too clean. And then, Mara, you called it Lipinski. I'm not sure what he was doing, but he sort of kicked one over his shoulder just to break the game open a little bit. And then away Collingwood went, and once again the defensive woes. Aerial from Sydney Swans, top of the goal square, they just look all at sea, and Membry takes a 1v1 contested mark.
So back in the middle, Grundy to do the ruck work, and McStay's in there for Collingwood now, so he would have had the advantage, but the umpire has bounced that poorly, and now probably has more of an advantage. The ball about to be flung in the air. So Grundy with the reach and the body size on McStay. Tossed in the air. Grundy crosses the line. Got a little tap down to Heaney. Sheldrick knocked away from Sheldrick by side bottom. Got it to Bobby Hill. Bobby Hill weaves his way through bodies. Got it inside 50. Scrambling ball. Membry goes one way. He came hard. Lloyd the other way. Got it out just in time to Sullivan. Threads the handball through the eye of the needle to Myercheck. He had Lipinski, but he was wrapped up quickly by Sheldrick.
About the pick up from Bobby Hill. That centre half forward, like one-handed. Oh my goodness, at full speed.
Collingwood inside forward 50 again. Grundy does well, just better body position, hacks it high out of defensive 50. Quaynor camped under it, takes the mark.
Been rock solid tonight, Isaac Quaynor. Not big numbers, but has won a number of contests and just looked sharp.
Too far out to score, so Scopes what's ahead of him. Called to play on now. It's not a great kick. Just drops it in a hole. Mychek had half a look at it just for a moment. Looked like it might have been his ramp. He hacks it out of defensive 50. Contest to be won 2v2. Now the numbers come as almost tunnel balled out the back. Accidentally, said the umpire. Ends up with Campbell. Has a bounce through the wing position. Out of sight again. Has another. It gets away from him. Goes back and gets it, but he was under pressure and a bit frazzled in the end. And his kick was to no one but Howe, who takes the mark and the switch is on.
So a couple of scoring opportunities the Swans have had. Might be turnover goals to Collingwood if they can get one out of this as well. Chris holds it up. Says, no, we're not going to attack quickly here. Half-back flank up against the boundary. McCartan should get this. He goes up from 3 deep. He fists it away. Didn't get it out though. McStay kept it alive, and getting under it is Rampy on defensive 50. All the way back inside defensive 50 to Bice, who chips it to Roberts. Still inside defensive 50 as he looks around to see what he's got on offer. It's set up pretty well ahead of him though. All the spare room to move. And again, his kicks travel through the air pretty quickly. Got it to Lloyd before Bobby Hill could shut it down. Back to Roberts. Oh, danger. Bobby Hill's got it. A down step. He might go for home. He chipped it to Elliott unselfishly. He could have gone for it from 45, but Bobby's saying, I'll give you one now. You'll give me one later.
Yeah, they defended that so well. All the dangerous space was guarded. They forced him to go wide from that Roberts kick. They tried to come back in broad to him, but missed the kick. And then Collingwood's ability to turn the footy over in the front half. We saw it in the third quarter last week when they dialed that up. They just look so organised and willing to punish you off turnover.
So Jamie Elliott up against the boundary. He's got a kick from 48. Tough kick, but if it was for the game, you'd back him in. And he kicks a beauty. He is one of the best in the business. Has been his whole career. Last couple of years, maybe not so, but that was not quite the Bendix breaks. Big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks, but they're not far away from breaking Sydney at some stage, you would think, in this third term. Collingwood, the way they're playing, 12-9-81 to 8-3-51. It skipped out to a 30-point margin right down the Deutsche Fahrt Tracker scoreboard, and that might be the biggest margin of the game, just about. And gives me the big thumb up. He didn't give me the Bailey Smith, he gave me the thumb up.
They have defended the ground so well after half-time, Collingwood. That was the adjustment that one of the teams needed to make, was how to defend the ground better. It is a massive strength of Sydney Swans so far this season, is moving the ball from their back line to their forward line. Collingwood have simply taken that away from them since half-time. But the other thing that's really standing out for me, Collingwood are going at 60% score per inside 50. They've done that twice in the last 150 games they've played, which just shows you the ease of which they're scoring tonight.
Britton Sanderson and Kane Corns to ME-GT. Pendlebury goes back and just with a controlled little spiral, put it out the path of McCreery, who marks too far out to score. Just takes a bit of time, points to the top of the square. That's where he goes. Sydney got good numbers back here. Grundy, one of them can't mark. Ball hits the deck. They've been exposed here all night. Bobby Hill again, eventually batted down. He just ran out of space. Took that one step too many. And Sydney's able to shut it down and get a ball up. But again, Brentney just looked like he had a step there and was dangerous for a minute.
Just the speed at ground level, their hunt, their desperation, it's really standing out here.
Cameron takes it, gets a kick away, won't be to 15. Roberts takes the mark, wrapped up, ball up. 12 metres out from the Collingwood goal. Numbers everywhere. Collingwood have been dangerous here tonight. Almost dragged without the footy, no free kick, whistle, another ball up.
I can smell some blood here, Collingwood. Try and score another one from this ball up. They've got a few stoppage goals. They might get another one here. So Perryman got it from long and missed it. So they nearly did get another stoppage goal, but only behind. But they are threatening 12-9 to 8-3. 14 minutes gone, third term. Deutsche Fahrt Tracker scoreboard.
Where's the inspiration going to come back to Sydney now?
Look to their guns. Heaney's on the bench at the moment, but he's probably the one.
Got out to 24 points and took 26 points earlier at Collingwood to be cut back to 10 by Sydney, but 31 now, as Dwayne mentioned, the biggest margin of the game.
I love the third quarters. 10 entries to 3 in this term, 5 scoring shots to 1. They're all over them.
Grundy in front, tries to palm it down to Sheldrick. Collingwood get numbers around the footy. McCreary almost through his legs. Hacked out of there by Roberts up towards the wing. Good stuff by Hanley. Lovely crumb. Almost on the up to Hayward. Hayward fights hard for it off balance. Gets it to Campbell. Goes back to Florent. Florent flares it out wide on the 45. Gets it to Lloyd at half forward. Too far out to score.
McCartan's gone forward by the looks of it as well. So looking for a forward line winner, which they just haven't had tonight.
Comes back to Roberts, and now there's numbers all over the place in front of him. In fact, only 2 players behind him now. So there's that left foot drop punt, top of the square. Can someone jump and mark? Not from Sydney, they can't. And it's Darcy Cameron doing what Darcy Cameron does, drip back and takes a lovely last line defensive mark.
And Nick Dacos still what Nick Dacos does, the give and want it back. Wayno's got it, didn't give it back to him because Jordan shut him down. He goes longer. Elliott McStay, ball hits the deck, and it's rolled out of play. We'll get a ball in, half full flank for the Magpies.
You just think, how does that affect their back line? They look their best when McCartan is back and not forward, and that's been their vulnerability tonight. So we'll see how they can adjust, but are you going to have confidence for Blakey to play taller, for Hambling to be there? And then what do you lose with Blakey's run by the fact that he's now alongside Mycheck?
16 minutes gone, third term on the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing. Players going hard, not going anywhere though. Yes, it is going somewhere. Nick Dacos went a little lower.
They love him, the umpires. They love Nick Dacos.
A little bit of Nick Dacos, LeBron James theory from
Superstar tax.
Stars get a little bit more love. Pendlebury back to Nick Dacos. He sends it high. McStay got up there. Couldn't quite mark it. Bobby Hill knocked it to long. Could have taken possession. Towed off the deck. Rolls outside 50. Perryman had a sneaky chance, but has to lay a tackle in the end, and we'll get a ball up about 55 metres out from Collingwood's goal. Magpies lead 12-10 to 8-3. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. And we tucked into one at half time. Here's Andy Marr.
Villiers was very, very nice indeed, even though we're here for 4 and 20, of course. Thank you.
You're normally more of a professional than that.
No, we love the 4 and 20.
Oh, yeah. They just didn't have any, otherwise we would have had one.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Had to suffer through not having a 4 and 20.
Inferior product.
Had a 4 Villies instead, didn't he?
McLean goes short into Florent, who pokes it over the top to Rowbottom. Rowbottom kick. Looks at that's a beautiful kick. Pull the drop punt. Got to go quickly. Hanley does. Clear and hit hard by Perryman, who just came and beelined the young Swan in the footy and thumped it to the deck. And we'll have a ball up.
So I reckon the umpire missed one then. That's a free kick. Took a lot of body in that spoil.
Got him high too.
The replay for Makita XG240 V Max. Backs up with the boys. Saw Hill in front of Wicks. Out of bounds it goes. Or the boundary throwing down the side of the ground.
They've only won 7 free kicks for the night, Sydney. Free kicks 13-7. Nick Dacos has won 4 of those.
Have you seen Chad Warner's game, you two?
Nah, he's going at about 60% rat power, I reckon, Chad Warner. It hasn't been any of that explosiveness that we usually see when he's at his best.
Cameron, Laddams, neither can do it cleanly. Heaney working hard in the muck. Gets it out. It comes back to Laddams. He steps his man, Sheldrick, there to receive the hairball. Thumps it in towards the top of the square. Crisp again, just doing what the fat side wingers should do. Doesn't take the mark on this occasion. Heaney a chance. Lovely step. Brilliant finish. Just the goal they needed. You said he was the one, Cornsey. They get him off the bench and he kicks a very important goal. 2 in the term for Collingwood, 1 in the term now to Sydney, and it comes from the boot of Isaac Heaney. 9-3, 57 Sydney, 12-10, 82 Collingwood. We're on the third quarter scoreboard for Deutz Far Tractors.
Yeah, poor old Jack Crisp had a moment to forget then. He's been so good tonight, but that ball went to the top of the hotspot really, and Jack just put it to the ground and then missed a tackle to follow it up. You're right, Heaney was on the phone, coach upstairs, he's come back on, he's in the midfield now. This is the leadership, this is what you need from the Swans now. Who's going to step up? We need 3 or 4 players to inject some life back into this game for the Sydney Swans. He's kicked 2 goals tonight, 19 disposals for Isaac Heaney, but he needs others to go with him.
Yeah, who's going to come with him?
Time's not an issue. So we've got a quarter and 7 minutes to play. 7 minutes left in this third. Long. We started like a house on fire. Launches long. Gets it inside 50. Through hands. Mychek, Membry, both had a piece of it. Sullivan shut down. Hamlin couldn't get it away. Players diving in. Comes to Membry. Got a shot on goal, but it's wide. Only a behind. And Collingwood's now had 23 scoring shots. 12-11 to 9-3. 23 scoring shots to 12.
Rolly Bice with the kicking duties. He takes a bit of ground and then thumping drop punt down the corridor, but it's all Collingwood. More up in front, can't mark. Long gets the crumb. Josh Dacos to McCreary, steps through some traffic to 51. He pins the ears back. Oh, it's a magnificent kick. For Beaumont Tiles, for Engineered Timber, it's every bit of goal of the day. He's having a good night, Beau McCreary.
Huge night.
And they get the answer, Cornsey, 13-11-89 to 9-3-57. McCreary has got 2.
Yeah, so he's had 8 touches. 5 of those have led to scores. He's had 7 inside 50 from his 8 touches. And the sidestep there, the balk, and the launch it from 54 on the run. He was thinking nothing but the goals. Geez, kicked the footy well tonight. So maximum damage per touch. You love those types of players. 8 kicks at 100% he's gone at tonight with 2 goals. Having a big night at the Adelaide Oval is Beau.
They've still got their sub to bring on Ed Allen as well. Collingwood. Sydney had to jump with their sub earlier with Amarty's hamstring.
It's a terrible kicking. Straight down the middle to a 2-on-1.
And the ball up. Rowbottom might get the clearance. He got the handball off again when he could have gone with a kick. Sheldrick burrows his head into side bottom and umpire says ball up. Side bottom gives him a clap. So the right call there, not giving it a high free. Adams, second effort was good. Span out of a jam beautifully. Onto his left. A mongrel got it to half forward. Hayward couldn't trap it. Ball flicked wide. Perryman, Cleary. Cleary got there ahead of Collingwood's Perryman. Gave it up to Grundy. Lets the handball back to Lloyd. All the way back to Bice. On the wing. Gets under this one a little. Collingwood with the numbers and more. Good strong grab. Holds it. And holds Sydney up. Goes to Josh Dacos. And Collingwood about to head forward maybe with 22 minutes on the clock for New Tech third term.
It's treated a bit of water. Gave it to Maynard. Jeremy Howe pushes up. And he marks on the arc of defensive 50 and then beside of the crown. Thinks about going inboard, then comes down the line. Mychek comes at him. Just a bit too strong for Joel. Hamling in the body. Takes the mark in front of the interchange gates.
On the cautious mode here, Colin. Come on the inside kick.
It's a high thumping drop punt up towards Hufford. McStay up in front of Rampy. Yeah, they're too big, aren't they, Corns? He comes into the corridor looking for Perryman. It's a dangerous kick. Chance for the Swans now. They need to make them pay. It's in good hands. Heaney has a bounce. Runs through the wing. McLean drifts off his man. Takes the mark. Isaac Heaney summed it up brilliantly.
That's the time they look dangerous, the Swans, is they can get some counter-attack to an open forward line. Anytime they're held up, they've got to bomb the ball inside forward 50. They don't look as dangerous, the Swans, but that fast break stuff looks like it's the most damaging part of their game tonight.
So McLean's kick 2. His drop punt in the second quarter was a thing of beauty, and they really need him to maintain his accuracy right now. They're going to make the most of the opportunities that present themselves. Just the 12 scoring shots to 24 Oh, it's a lovely looking drop punt again. Splits the centre. Hayden McLean's got 3. And Sydney just stay in touch. 10-3, 63 to 13-11, 89. We've played 24 minutes into the third quarter. All of the numbers on the Deutz Far Tractor scoreboard.
They just won't go away, the Swans, and that's what they do really well. That ability just to stay in the game and some fast break footy, just get ball on the outside, look for their forwards in unconventional ways, running back towards goal potentially rather than leading up, or those pack marks going inside forward 50. But times they've looked too tall tonight, I think, ahead of the ball, but that's much better play by Sydney Swans.
So when he gets the ball in front of goal, he looks like a certainty for DLF Seeds. Hayden McLean, DLF Seeds, innovative forages for farmers, delivering certainty through science. Ball back in the middle. Replay from Makita XGT 40-volt max shows how good a kick that was from the restart. Clearance has got to be huge. Pendlebury gets it sort of.
Just coughed it up.
Yeah, sort of, because you gave it to Grundy, who coughed it up too. Roberts mopped up the mess. Got to Cleary. Swans running hot for Ream here. McLean drops it though. Chest mark was there. And it's a turnover. Nick Dacos, little fumble. Did I see correctly? He goes back. And Darcy Cameron, did he collect that millimetre from the deck? He did. He got paid the mark. So 26 minutes gone. Third term. And the clock brought to us by New Tech Automation in Manufacturing. Goes back to Quaynor. Heads out wide. Hoping for, but not finding Nick Dacos. And the Swans come up with it on the wing.
They do. And again, Dwayne, this is one of those moments they need to find a way to score, but they turn it over. Pendlebury gets in the way. Lays it out the back to Josh Dacos. Around the body. High, slow ball. Go and mark that if you can. Lost his feet in the marking contest. Did Hoskin Elliott. Sydney get the ball at ground level. Lloyd. Clever little toe poke to the arc of 50. McCartan comes up. If he goes quickly, he's been brought back on his mark. Now he does go quickly. Lloyd ran on to receive and takes the mark. 30 out on worse than a 45-degree angle, but the right side for a right footer.
Yeah, it's just a bit scrappy, wasn't it? Both teams just weren't able to absorb the pressure. There was cough up the handballs, there was missed kicks, and it was a messy piece of play. Eventually Sydney were able to find the uncontested mark inside forward 50. I mean, hasn't kicked a lot of goals, has he? Because he plays his footy across half back, but he is a good user of the ball.
43 in his career. Cornsey won for the season. They could do with his second for 2025 right now. It's across the face, and it doesn't even make the distance from... Yes, it does make the distance. Just. So behind goes on the board for Sydney. 10-4-64 the Swans, 13-11-89 the Pies.
1.5 minutes left in the quarter. Maynard pumps into the wing. Rampy's under it. Went through his hands. Florent read it nicely. Danced past Myercheck. And he thumps it straight to Jeremy Howe, who stands under this and takes an easy... Oh, he fumbled it. Can you believe that? McCartan's got it. Gave it at the road bottom. Kick smothered by Chris. He put his body in the way of that. Could have been a free kick against Hanley for holding the ball. It is. And Nick Dacos just might play cautiously here. He gave it to Pendles. And Pendles says it was my free, Nick. Don't take that from me. The stat you're getting off me. And he goes to Quaynor back pocket.
Tackles tonight for Pendlebury. Nick Dacos was 6. So when you start players and your veteran who's nearly 40, Scott Pendlebury's laying 7. That's a great example to set.
Quaynor takes the safe option down the line, out of side, hugging the boundary line. Hamlin goes back. Handball to Roberts, who cuts back through traffic and then turns the handball over straight away to Long, who just tumbles the ball around the body. Elliott gets the perfect bounce, then shrugs the tackle on his left into the corridor. Pendle up, side bottom intercept, bit too much on it for him. Corey Warner goes back to Rampy, shrugs the tackle down the line. Last chance here for the turn, you think Swans. McLean lays it off to Campbell, had to handball it quickly. Heaney had no room to move. Rowbottom goes in and lends a hand. Chad Warner's been invisible this quarter. Pokes it over the top on this occasion of Blakey. Feigns the handball. Now gives it. Chance for Roberts. 65 out. Hits the target at centre half forward. And again, it's in good hands. Braden Campbell.
It just says, and understanding the state of the game and the time left on the clock, he's probably going to kick this after the siren with 10 seconds as it ticks down. They work their way through it nicely, but yeah, Chad Warner, he mustn't be 100% fit. He just doesn't look prepared to really drop the accelerator and go at full speed tonight.
Well, it's a big moment here for Bendix, the best known brakes, to cut it to a gettable margin, but he's got underneath it, and I don't know, he did cross the line in the end for a behind. No score, says the umpire.
You can't knock it through. I think that's the reason why.
Okay.
Collingwood off hands.
So no score to end the quarter, and Collingwood take a 25-point margin into the three-quarter time break. 13-11-89, Sydney 10-4-64. Major goal kickers only. Elliott's got 2, Hill's got 2, McCreary's got 2, and Mychek has got 2. McLean's got 3 for Sydney. Heaney and Hanley have got 2 apiece at three-quarter time. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies. I'll say that again, 4 and 20 pies. And Elders, you can rely on Elders.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz-Fahr Warrior range. From 170 to 350 horsepower, it's Deutz-Fahr Evolve. Visit deutzfahr.com.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Hey, CJ here, official ambassador of the 2025 Brisbane Truck Show, held on May 15 to 18. If you're looking for a trucking good time, join me at the Southern Hemisphere's biggest truck festival, featuring the latest trucks, trailers, parts and accessories all in one location. Your ticket also includes entry to the Show and Shine Championship, the Depot Careers Hub and the Heavy Equipment and Machinery Show. There's plenty for everyone, so bring the family with children under 18 free. Don't miss out. Tickets available now at brisbanetruckshow.com.au.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
This is the biggest crane in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's just hoisted a 5-ton beam 40 metres above the city centre. Sounds dramatic, but it's not, because at Pertec, we supply the hoses in cranes like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by 2 18-volt batteries, all from only $199. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T&Cs apply. Ends June 3rd.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate. Macca's. I'm loving it moments. The hot honey range has dropped at Macca's.
The top of the square, and Membry with very sticky hands marks 12 metres out directly in front. From 15 out directly in front, he kicks these falling out of bed, and he's done it to just give Collingwood the early momentum.
Bobby Hill's got it. A down step. He might go for home. He chipped it earlier unselfishly. He could have gone for it for a 45, but Bobby's saying, I'll give you one now. We'll give you one later. And he kicks a beauty.
Fat side winger should do, doesn't take the mark on this occasion. Heaney a chance, lovely step, brilliant finish.
Three-quarter time at the Adelaide Oval. AFL Nation for the 4 and 20 sausage roll. And it's Collingwood 13-11-89 to Sydney 10-4-64. And Collingwood still with their sub to bring on our experts for MEGT, your apprenticeship experts. Brent Sanderson and Kane Collins for the bounce of the ball. Andy Marr taking away the last quarter. The tyre power, biggest to sail on.
Yeah, the Pies scored from turnover in the third quarter. They just defended the ground so well. Still leading comfortably in contested ball. That's probably been another difference tonight, but it's just been the ease of which Collingwood have been able to score from their inside 50 entries.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage rolls and Elders. You can rely on Elders. They need to get the first couple. Isaac Heaney's the man who's looked most likely. Has two bounces out of the centre square. Thumps it up to full forward. No one can mark ground level. McLean was good. Just a fumble by Jordan. Turnover by the Pies side bottom. Hacks it out into space. Bobby Hill's dangerous. Wick's done a pretty good job. Hill gets out the front. Wicks closes him down. And we'll have a ball up out of side of the ground. Hill's been likely. He's kicked two. Wicks has kept him honest. Ball thrown up. Side bottom tried to cruise through. Couldn't take it with him. Heaney in there holds it up. We'll have another ball up.
Been everywhere, Heaney. He's the one. Geez, looked good tonight. Played an excellent game. He's been everywhere.
Kane Courts from EGT, hacked out of the stoppage by Pendlebury up towards half forward. Good hands.
They're always in front. Their forwards tonight have always been in front for that little quick kick. McCreary's done it. Elliott's done it. McStay, Mycheck, Membry, they've all played in front tonight. Very simple thing that they've done well.
That was Mycheck. Up towards the pocket he goes. Off hands, out of bounds, not a boundary. Throw in. 25 to 30 out from Collingwood's goal. 13-11-89 the Pies. 10-4-64 Sydney.
The midfield's looked thin tonight, Tanner, hasn't it, for Sydney? Like Heaney, we've been imploring someone to come with him. It hasn't been Warner tonight. And without Gordon, they've just looked thin. Jordan doing the job on Dacos.
To Lipinski from Nick Dacos. Back to Mycheck. Lipinski cruises, snaps around the body. He's pushed it across the face of goal, and it goes out of bounds on the full. 25 points remains the margin on the tyre power scoreboard. The big Easter sale is on.
Yeah, probably the only other one that's had an impact on the game has been Rowbottom. He's had some really good moments tonight, but when you look at Collingwood in comparison, they've been really good across the board through the midfield tonight.
McCartan flies on the wing, playing as a forward now because they need him to kick some goals rather than stop some. He gets on the end of the handball and runs the wing, has a nice
nothing
bounce.
to go to, Dwayne.
Has he got a left foot as well? Not sure he has. He has to go outside of the right. Hey, it's pretty damn good. He got it to McLean, who dropped it. He dropped that. I can't believe he dropped that.
That's harder to drop than Mark.
And McLean apologised. He should apologise to the whole stadium.
What a kick.
Yeah.
McCartan just took a bounce, full speeds, dropped it into the perfect spot. McLean's dropped the chest mark.
Cameron, he kicked into his own man. Chris can't pounce. Chad Warner's got it, but he's pushed as he dropped it. And by set play on, Hayward hacks a kick high. And Corey Warner Not applied, was it, or touched? Well, the umpire going to explain that to Corey.
They got nothing going for them.
Yeah, no, that's pretty odds against them as well.
Going to turn this into a score if they can. Lipinski's kick smothered. Darcy Moore, good handball on that occasion. Cornsey to Howe. And they come out of defensive 50. Crisp on his right foot, not the preferred. Bice read it better than McCreary, takes the mark. He tries to thread the needle. Perryman read it nicely. Chipped in front of Hayward, takes the mark. In fact, it was Lloyd, the intended receiver. And halfback Perryman just chips it over the top to Pendlebury. He's done his job again tonight, the veteran.
22, used it well.
Just waits for Crisp, just the required. Taking seconds off the clock. Now plays on. Driving drop punt again in front. Again McStay.
Always in front.
Plays on now on his right foot. It's a pretty good looking kick. It's just drifted a bit too far away from Jamie Elliott. Pitches right on the boundary line, or the boundary throw in. 50 out from the Collingwood goal.
We play for Makita XGT. More power, more efficiency, more Makita. Proving that point that it's an old rule, play up front.
Yeah, it is 8 contested marks to 1 tonight. Sando's been all over that, and this tall lineup the Swans have taken, you would expect a much better result than that.
So you see them now, Bobby Hill playing in front of his man. I know that there's a love of defenders to play back shoulder, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Quick hack kick, Lloyd gets on the end of it, takes the mark for the Swans back pocket. So is it more Collingwood players wanting to play in front of their forward line, or the Swans defenders wanting to play back shoulder?
Yeah, just conceding the Sydney defenders, I would think, and Collingwood's going, well, if it's going to be a quick kick out of stoppage, your best place to be is in front. It's complicated.
Coach Wicks goes to the contest on the wing, handing on hands and knees, shoots it out to Chad. Chad Warner, that looked a little high from here, looked a little high from there as well. So Chad's got it. Maynard was the high tackler, surprise. And Chad loops the handball out. Campbell normally goes by foot, but goes by hand to Jordan. Chip to Heaney. They run for him. Isaac got McLean in the pocket. That's a bullet pass. He has been fantastic. McLean goes for the chest mark, and might have been that awkward height between.
Still got to extend your arms.
Yeah,
and if you don't take the mark, you still probably get a free kick because the defender wants to punch the arms in case you don't mark it. So he's just got to do that every time.
Gee, the replay, the spoil for Makita XGT 40v max from Darcy Moore was pretty sweet. It was flush as he was given a look at it, and he took advantage of it. And
that's so hot.
Has been called insufficient intent. As Sydney were going forward, the back pocket outer side, Lipinski, the recipient, goes down the line. Now they've got a chance here. They are in trouble, Sydney, if this comes to fruition as Dacos finds side bottom. Elliott got out the front door, has to backtrack, just wheels around. McStay just pops in the hole, takes the mark. They're in between wing and half forward, and suddenly just got to slow it down as numbers get ahead of the footy for him. He goes out wide. Pinsky's had a good night. Drives it back in towards the centre corridor, looking for Sullivan over the top. Comes Crisp. He's wrapped up straight away. It's not coming out. We'll have a ball up 35 out in front of the Collingwood goal.
There's a lot of numbers around the footy.
Grundy wins it, looking for Jordan, wrapped up by Nick Dacos. We'll have another ball up.
So who's evening up the numbers around the ball then?
Well, I think Collingwood are okay to slow this game down, repeat stoppage, take time off the clock, and Swans are following them in there.
Yeah, so there's plenty of players around. Bobby Hill to Pendlebury, the ageless, goes out wide to Nick Dacos. Jordan riding him. Jordan's got him, running like a glove. Handball to Bobby Hill from Lipinski. He danced around a couple. This will be goal of the year material. He missed it. To the inside did Bobby. So did Collingwood have 11 goals at half-time? 13-11 at the moment, Collingwood to 10-4. Swans not really in it, but they're not out of it yet, given we've still got 15 minutes left.
Yeah, they're 10 at half-time, Dwayne.
10 at half-time, they're 13 now.
Don't look like having a forward line winner, though. That's the problem. Getting it in there enough, but
Campbell's kick forward was wide, too wide, and Carlton takes the mark.
We'll have one of those fruit chocks.
Have another pie.
Yeah, 4 and 20, of course. We'll go down to the shop and get you one.
Just went down the wrong way.
Yeah. It's a beautiful Florio Peninsula milk too. It's got a glass of light for you if you want it. Long's got it. Campbell's inside. Got it to the running. Will Hoskin Elliott. He's got out the back. Elliott goes up and gets it
in front. They're so good, and it's sort of hard to explain the method behind it, but I guess the simplest way to explain it is when they win it in tight, their ability to go from inside to outside at speed is the best in the competition. We saw them win a premiership off that. They win it in tight, their teammates trust them to win it there, and then they spread before anyone else, and they get it to the outside, which creates fast ball movement and one-on-one entries inside forward 50, and Elliott just read that so well.
Head towards 300 career goals, Jamie Elliott. Got an amazing career. He's a sharpshooter, and that was never in doubt, really. It was a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out, and yet he slotted that as if the gap between the posts was a metre. So the Swans nearly cooked here, 10-4-64, and Collingwood with that Elliott goal, 14-12-96, and Elliott has now got three for the night.
Yeah, Swans need to respond now, and every time we've called for a Swans response, it's been one man, Heaney. He just wouldn't mind some people jumping on alongside him. I think Brody Grundy's been really influential tonight as well. He's tried his heart out tonight against Darcy Cameron in the ruck. Rowbottom's had some really important moments, mostly defensively in this game tonight. James Jordan's been pretty good on Nick Dacos, but looking around the ground, I can't see too many other Sydney Swans players that'll come off the ground and say, gee, I had a really good game tonight. It's just too many passengers. Not a great team performance tonight by Sydney.
Back in the middle we go. Nick Dacos gets the footy to Ned Long, who's been our breakout player of the night for Australian outdoor living. He thumps it up towards half forward. Bice goes back, wants the boundary, gets it. Umpire says hold the footy.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to really open up now. Feels like Collingwood are going to end up winning this by a big margin.
They're going pretty well, the Pies, I reckon.
Yeah,
Hoskin Elliott, top of the square. Up they go, Meyer check again. Just launched in the front of the pack. And those big hands of his just wrapped themselves around the Sharon. And he'll go back and kick another one.
Another one from the top of the goal square. Another contested mark from a held-up ball outside of forward 50. 9 contested marks to 1. They've been so strong in the air.
He's got 2 for the night. Surely makes it number 3 and puts Sydney away. They are building into 2025 very, very nicely, Craig McRae's team. And they bring up the ton with that. 15-12, 102, Collingwood 10-4-64. Sydney, I reckon Cornsey and Sando, when this one's done and the numbers are all added up, it's going to be a pretty comprehensive performance by this Collingwood footy team.
Yeah, it's a smashing, really. When you look at the amount of scoring shots, 15 goals, 12 to 10 goals, 4. And now it looks like they are getting the reward on the scoreboard for the dominance that they've had in this game of footy.
This is a problem, Kane, isn't it? Like everyone's watching this game, and now you know, against the Sydney Swans, just put the ball to advantage, top of the goal square.
Yeah.
And, I mean, who've they got to come back? Melican, Fox,
Goulden still 2 months away.
McDonald might help him forward.
Yeah.
Happily and Mills are a while away.
McInerney's the other one who's a midfielder as well. Next week he'll be back. So from the knockdown, Chad Bonner tried to kick it off the deck, clean, missed it. That's a Taylor's night. Roberts goes in, they get him straight away.
They're going to be down to Marty for 3 or 4 weeks minimum.
So Logan McDonald not a clean in yet because not available for Marty out. So the ball down the spine. McCartan got up there, couldn't mark it. Great crumb, Nick Dacos front and square. Got it to Crisp, wobbled it away. Wiggs, he burst his way past a couple. He muggles it to full forward and standing under it, taking the saving mark. That was Darcy Cameron, and that's 50. It was Grundy encroached. He went past the top of the square, which you're not allowed to do.
How does he not know that?
No, I know. How do players not know that rule? And it happens so often.
It's not like it wasn't maybe not 15, so I can understand if you encroach thinking, oh, it's only 14, but wow.
Long drives the footy forward, end-to-end stuff by the Pies. They've got an appetite for it tonight. It comes back to my check, wrapped up straight away. Good effort by Chad Warner. Stop appealing for the footy, Chad, and just lock back into the next one. The umpire says it knocked out in the tackle.
He bumped him rather than tackle him, I think.
Yeah.
Still haven't used their sub either. Like, surely sub Pendlebury out now or Dacos.
Speaking of him, he takes the footy over the boundary line.
Someone here not going to cost Brownlow votes is who's the best on
What's
ground?
happened here? Has it been a free kick against Corey Warner?
Insufficient intent, I think.
Or pushing the back. He might have pushed Dacos in the back into the fence there, Sando.
Yeah, I think the umpire thought it was just a bit dangerous. So ball had crossed the line and he went into the fence.
Drops it into Membry, who was just nudged off the footy. They're swarming the Sydney defence, these Collingwood forwards. They're giving them nothing cheap and easy today. Wicks just hacks it out of defensive 50. Good effort by Hayward, who gets back to help. He's at defensive half back. They've got to be clean here, clear out the back to Wicks. Got to get rid of it. He does. Flares it to the outer side of the ground. Corey Warner has to stop and prop, waits for the footy, goes and gets it, does nicely. Cuts back inboard around Lipinski on the bounce. Up towards centre half forward McCartan. Blakey gets the handball off to Hanley. They share it again. Cleary sees something out of the corner of his eye, can't get it there. Blakey steps back into a couple of Pies. Umpire says play on. Dispossessed. Rowbottom into the pocket. Collingwood have got good numbers back there. Josh Dacos, one of them. So is McCartan, however, snares the handball around the body, scrapes it out of bounds, or the boundary throw in.
That was relentless by Collingwood. I would show that edit on Monday morning in the team reviews. Just 7 or 8 back-to-back tackles. Excellent. That's their brand. And it doesn't take talent, it just takes endeavour and intensity. That's what they gave then.
So taken out of the air by Laddams. You've got to kick away, and a my roll all the way home. No, it's across the face opening. They might do what my dad used to do with the review as well with me. A grass stain check on your outfit. Because they're wearing the all white tonight, Sydney. There's not enough grass stains and dirt.
That's right. The old Mark with him used to check your knees as well. Get your knees dirty. Half time we check everyone's knees. Your knees are clean.
Josh Dacos plays on, driving footy out of defensive 50. Grundy's tried hard tonight, stays in the contest. Airborne gets the handball off to Cleary, to Roberts. Sweeping handball to Laddams. Has done a couple of nice things tonight, Laddams. Roberts, clever little kick to Jordan. Jordan goes into the pocket. Maynard makes body contact with Campbell. Ball hits the deck. Maynard stays in the contest. Just paddles along the ground to Lipinski. He tries to get it to himself. Campbell gathers the loose footy, flying shot. That goal goes through for another behind.
Okay, a bit of a stupid question here maybe, but you're 6-7 goals down. Do you just drop the Dacos tag now with Jordan and just let Jordan play? Like just try and find some run through the midfield? Is there any point in tagging Dacos now?
Not now, other than James Jordan will be furious if he racks up an easy, cheap 10 late, but that's the only reason. But team-wise, no, there's no point, and he's getting the footy anyway. Jamie Elliott looks to be the Collingwood player that has been subbed out, so just looking after him after a good night. He's kicked 3 goals. Ed Allen into the game and on the ground.
And on cue, whilst you're talking about Nick Dacos, he did get it and heads wide. Bice jumps in, gets it to Roberts. Still fighting this fight, the Sydney Swans, even though they know they can't win it now. Cleary, Laddams, back to Bice. Sends it inside 50. Ball through hands. Quaynor, he read it pretty well, knocked it to Maynard in the boundary. Would have been happy if it went out. Oh, it's a hard tackle. They might be 102 to 66. They might be 5 goal up, but they're still throwing their bodies in. Isaac Quaynor was brilliant there, but head-high contact. Was that a dangerous tackle? What was that deemed as?
It was the one who came in late over the top.
Okay. So Corey Warner in the pocket.
This is the gettable pocket tonight, isn't it?
Okay. We'll see how gettable it is for Corey. 15-12 plays 10-6. 8 minutes left. Final term for Tyre Power. Biggest sale on now. And from the Warner corner, he's kicked it.
Another one. Just like from straight in front there.
Yeah, these pockets, I might have to check with the groundsman. But they shallowed them up a bit when they drew the line tonight. 102. Collingwood 15-12, 102 to Sydney, 11-6, 72. So 30 points the margin, 8 minutes left. It's been done before. Can't see it being done tonight, but hey, crazy stuff's happened.
He's been okay tonight, Corey Warner. He's had some good moments. He's still a little bit to learn, but he's had some good passages of play that he's been involved in. He's courageous, good ball user. Yeah, he's kicked two tonight, so he's been in the Swans' best sort of 5 or 6 players, I think. But
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage rolls and Elders. You can rely on Elders to gather round for Toolkit Depot. Their Easter sale is on now. Going 18 and a half minutes on the new tech clock. Their mission is to optimise your business with automation. Back in the middle we go. Heaney gets it from Rowbottom, stops and props, comes back into the traffic, Florent to Rowbottom. I'm not sure why he just didn't take the footy. Gave McCreary a look at it, threw it away. Heaney goes back in, Florent taps it on there, just trying to get the footy forward at all costs. Chad Warner gets to his brother. Corey goes to the top of the square. Going back is Isaac Quainer, who's played a good game back there, takes the mark. Comes outside defensive 50. Long just stands up strong. Takes the mark, misses the handball. Chris went past, wanting it. Perryman goes in to help out. Allen misses Long with the handball. Perhaps he was looking for McStay. Sheldrick does well. Florent, Roberts, Heaney. Now Florent's back out here. Can drive it in. One out the back. Up goes McCartan. Can't mark. Chance at ground level. Hanley. Haywood. Dispossessed. Play on. Frampton. Frantic ball to be won. How does the sweeping handball out into the path of Hoskinelli? He's wrapped up by Bice. And umpire says, I'll ball it up.
Directed to the Swans must be just to go, knock it on, keep it flowing. Had a couple of chances to take possession and do something more decisive, but they're taking every chance they can right now. Rowbottom to Heaney. Fed the handball wide. Chad Warner in the same pocket his brother just kicked the goal from. It's across the face. And getting back, taking the saving mark for Collingwood is Perryman. Back pocket, and he will take as much time as he can. 102 to 72, 30 points the margin, 6 minutes left.
Down the line, Roberts goes up, McCreary as well. McCreary first to hit it at ground level. Boundary line's right there, we'll let a boundary throw in. 65-70 out from the Sydney goal. What a terrific turnout tonight, Cornsey.
47-649 in the house for a neutral game of footy in Adelaide. Good numbers.
Some of those will be coming to the Adelaide Oval for the first time, and they'll leave with wonderful, wonderful memories of this outstanding stadium. Heaney again to Rowbottom, gets the kick away just as Pendlebury arrived at the hip and shoulder, and such is the effort from the veteran that the other Collingwood veteran, Steele Sidebottom, fills in defensively, takes the mark and just chips it wide to Jack Crisp. Just hits a flat drop punt down the line. Laddams comes up, can't mark. Roberts the crumb. Just handballs into all sorts of traffic. Terrific stuff from Florent. Comes hard at the footy, forces the cough up. Chad Warner goes into the pocket. That's not a bad looking kick. McCartan comes up, can't mark. Collingwood have got numbers at ground level again. Good team defence. Quainer and Chris missed the handball. Roberts with a little toe poke into space. Around the body goes Howe down the line. Standing under the footy was Lloyd. Coming hard at the footy was McStay.
Defenders been good, like Frampton, Darcy Moore defensively, his stuff's been really strong. Jeremy Howe's bobbed up in the right spot, and their smalls, Maynard and Quaynor. just defended like it's a final tonight.
And Jordan and Dacos are on the bench. He's tagging him even when he's off the ground.
Gone everywhere with him.
Yes.
Still at 30. Dacos.
He's gone to the bench with him. He's about to come back on with him. Heaney inside 50. Couldn't quite grab the one-hander. 30 from goal. Perriman flicks it wide. What side bottom have?
Coming up to 27.
Okay, just 27. It feels like 37.
12 score involvements, most on the ground.
So he chips the side bottom, who's made Pendles the biggest pairing in AFL, VFL history for games played together, those two. And they've got a few left. Me to still run it on that stat. Wide ball off hands, the ball out. And with 4:34 left on the new tech clock, automation for manufacturing, Collingwood's just taken every bit of sting out of this game they could possibly take out of it.
There's a free kick plucked out of that to Bice. He drives it up towards full forward Frampton with a big fist right to the end, thumps it away from McCartan. They exit defensive 50, clean again from side bottom at ground level. Gets it to Long, who just thumps the drop punt up towards centre half forward, turns the defence around, says to McCreary, go chase it. Florent does well, puts his body in, but Collingwood have got the numbers. The handball comes out the back. Bobby Hill bounces it through. Kicks his third for the night and puts the exclamation mark on a very, very good performance by Craig McRae's team. Collingwood 16-12, 108. They put Sydney away here tonight, 11-6, 72. All the numbers on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your local Tyre Power. Big deals on selected Toyota passenger and SUV tyres. Buy 3, get 1 free.
They are a fun team to watch, particularly in the front half. Just their speed. McCreary again. Without touching the footy much tonight, he's had a serious impact on this game. He's had some really good moments. His pressure's elite. It's just the way that he wins the footy. And Bobby Hill, you can't give him time and space either. He's kicked 3 goals tonight. He's been fantastic, but really good Collingwood team performance. Have you seen Kane, Nick Dacos tonight? So 30 disposals, 9 clearances, 9 tackles.
Yeah.
Is it one of his better ones?
I reckon. I reckon he's worked so hard.
Yeah.
And hasn't had the time and space to probably hurt you like with his kicking, but some of his in close hand stuff and the clearance work's been exceptional.
Cleary's on him at the moment, tag him. Corey Warner comes up with it against Pendlebury, goes inside with the kick towards Chad. Off hands, he's got it. Maynard's got him, wrapped him up. Josh Jacobs flicked it out in the Nick direction. Sheldrick spears it inside 50 through the hands of McCartan. He might still fight on, mop up his best. No, he doesn't. He makes it worse. He doubled down on how bad it was because he missed his boot with a kick attempt. Dacos gets a quick 1, 2, 3 here. Dacos, Nick, Dacos, Josh. Back to Moore. Thumps it to the wing, and they've got every answer possible. Memory. Good hands. Marks on the wing, and they can slide up again with 3 minutes.
So many questions for them to come out of this game, like the forwards and their inability to find a winner forward. They've had the same amount of entries as Collingwood, 53 each.
Really?
Yep, 53 entries each. Their defensive work's been poor, and then they're probably an explosive midfielder short. Now that's Goulden, so you can't help that. And Papley helps them through the midfield as well. But yeah, Dean Cox's post-game media conference will be interesting because he'll be scratching his head. So many areas to work on.
So Sydney sweep it from one side of the Adelaide Oval to the other. Jordan gets it from Roberts. Good running from Wiggs, who takes the McCreary tackle and just hacks the footy inside forward 50. Good luck marking that crisp, clean hands as the spoil came out. He gets it to Lipinski over the top to Hill. Takes the mark. Rampy's got to be clever here. Just slows him down. Bobby Hill goes to the top of the square. Collingwood have got good numbers here. Hoskin Elliott jumps. Hoskin Elliott first to Reader, but Jordan gets back. And they get numbers on the last line, and Cleary turns, hopefully, defence into attack for the Swans.
Yeah, Dacos dumped behind play as well of the Nick variety. Wicks, Grundy, Blakey couldn't get that big run going. And he hasn't had a lot of it decisively, Nick Blakey, tonight.
He's been quiet.
Ball in the umpire's hands. Down to 1:45. The Collingwood chant, you can probably hear it in the background, just starting to gain a bit of volume. Robot have got an inside 50 in Frampton. Even Billy's playing some good footy.
He's had a good couple of weeks.
Been good.
Yeah.
Playing his role, goes wide out to Plainall. Peter McCreary, who started all this with his form. Jordan almost wrapped him. McCreary burst clear of him. Heads to half forward, off hands. Here's Bobby. Here's Bobby! No. Umpire stops the highlight of the night. This is a free kick to Hamling on half-back flank for the Swans. With Collingwood leading 16-12 to 11-6.
So they're going to improve to 4-1 this season. Collingwood entrenched their spot in the top 8 early stages of the season. Sydney go forward again. Just a little check side from Hayward was clever to Campbell. He goes into the corridor and just a lovely kick as Sheldrick just found a bit of space. And he'll go back and have the set shot. Hopefully for his sake, put one on the board. And 12th on offer for the Swans if he can kick truly. Sub tonight came on when Joel Amati's hamstring gave way. So Sheldrick comes in on his left foot. It's a lovely looking kick. Straight through the middle. So well done to him. And the 12th on the board for the Swans. 12-6-72. Collingwood 16-12. 108 tyre power scoreboard. Big Easter style AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage rolls and Elders. You can rely on Elders.
Just haven't had any time and space tonight, the Swans. They just couldn't buffer the Collingwood pressure for long enough. Rarely got good looks inside forward 50, and when they did, they couldn't capitalise. But I think Kane's right. I think it's going to be a long review for the Swans on Monday when they get home. There's maybe 4 or 5 serious questions they're going to have to answer over the next few weeks. They've got Port Adelaide back at the SCG next week. It'll be 2 and 3 when they leave Adelaide. Find a way to keep ahead of the ledger.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 sausage rolls to take us home. Here's Andy Marr.
Oh, good on your pipe. Back in the middle we go. McStay just farms it out the back. Another one for Nick Dacos. Gets it to Pendlebury. Just over the top to Nick Dacos. He's got off the chain. They go forward against Sullivan. Toe pokes it to Membry, who not for the first time tonight represents as a Collingwood forward playing in front of his opposition defender. And Membry will go back and hopefully kick his second for the night. As Collingwood build on this impressive scoreline tonight. There's the siren as the Pies send another little message to the competition, the 2025, that they're going to be in the mix for the big full stop. Membry comes in, it's on its way, he's pushing across the face of goal and through for a behind, but it matters not. Comprehensive stuff by the Maggies, and they run out comfortable winners here tonight. 16-13, 109. They've defeated the Sydney Swans 12-6-78. What's going on, Corns? You don't know how to cue a song here in Adelaide.
No, I don't know what's happening. Where is it?
Generally there's a song here. There it is.
Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the Americans are shouting as all Americans should. All the premierships are king. All the good old Collingwood.
Really good team performance by the Pies tonight. They shared the goal kicking duties around Jamie Elliott, Bobby Hill and Brodie Myercheck, 3 apiece. 2 to Bo McCreary, who did what he had to do tonight with a bit of polish. Singles each to McStay, Crisp, Membry, Hoskin Elliott, Nick and Lachlan Sullivan. 3 to Hayden McLean, 2 to Isaac Heaney, Corey Warner and Tom Hanley, and singles to Hayward, Sheldrick and Braden Campbell. So very comfortable stuff by the Pies. They built right throughout the game here tonight. And we can hear Jared Walsh down at ground level with Bo McCreary.
Then it seemed you guys flex your muscles at the end.
Yeah, we knew it'd be a tough game coming in against these boys, but yeah, we played what we needed to do. Played system and got on top. We fought really hard, and our pressure definitely paid off.
There's been so much discussion about the age of the list this year, but you guys look at it as experience, and experience wins finals and premierships. I mean, what confidence do you have moving into next week against the Lions, but then for the rest of the season?
Yeah, I just think, look at that. Look what we just produced. The old fellas are elite, and they've shown that week in, week out. And yeah, they prepare for every game like they always have, so they're fit and firing. Yeah, we're keen for next week for sure.
We love having Gather around here. I remember watching you as a youngster playing for South Adelaide in the Sandful. What does it feel like running out here as a South Australian in front of your friends and family, but representing Collingwood?
Yeah, it's one of my favourite times of year coming back down here, seeing all my friends and family. And obviously, we got a pretty good record playing here, so it's always exciting. Yeah, I enjoy it so much.
What about the fans as well, mate? They've travelled from all around the world to be here in South Australia. It's not just the local Collingwood army. We know how powerful they are, but people getting in their cars, flying over as well, just to support this whole round.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, just to see the turnout that they have here every year. You drive around, you see different scarves everywhere. But yeah, it's massive for South Australia, and we love it, and hopefully we can keep doing it for forever.
Good luck next week.
Cheers, brother. Thank you.
Bo McCreary there from Collingwood.
Jared Walsh down there with Bo McCreary, who was one of the many Collingwood players who, when the review of this one's done, Brenton Sanderson, the coaching staff are going to say, yeah, you made a very, very solid and telling contribution to this performance.
Yeah, he was just the 1%er guy tonight. He doesn't get a lot of possessions, but he has serious impact on the game. His pressure, his tackling, defensively, he just gets in the right spots, and he just does so well to be able to lock the ball in Collingwood's forward line. He provides great opportunities for their forwards to get some great looks. And yeah, local boy, South Adelaide Footy Club is where he played his junior footy. So as he said, it's great to come home and play well in front of your home family crowd, and it was a really strong performance by him.
So they climbed to second on the ladder, the Pies, percentage 127 and a tiny bit. Hawthorn, of course, play on Sunday night. Brisbane, Gold Coast, GWS have all got games in hand against the Pies, so this ladder's going to be in a state of flux for much of the season. We'll get down to the rooms a bit later on for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives every day of the year. What did you like about, mostly just as an overarching kind of coverall, what did you like about this Collingwood performance tonight?
Well, quite simply, and in my notes I've got, I love the Pies forward line, the speed, the way they contested, their aerial work was excellent. I thought the depth in their midfield was fantastic too, and Cornsey mentioned a couple of times there wasn't enough output from the Swans in general through the midfield, but Pies batted really deep in there tonight. And then I like their defenders as well. I thought Darcy Moore, Frampton, Quaynor, Maynard, they were just so rock solid back there. I know the Swans still kicked 78 points. They kicked 12 goals, 6 tonight, but Collingwood did defend that part of the ground really well. They were just solid across the ground, and that's when, Collingwood are at their best, is when they get an even contribution from 22 players, and they certainly did that well tonight.
How ominous for the competition? Like, we're all sorting each other out at the moment, and there's a couple that are, on the verge of separating themselves as, top 4, top 6, right in the premiership mix. But they do this tonight without Tagoe, Houston and Schultz.
Yeah.
Who are all real kind of fire starters.
They make them better.
They do, don't they? And what does it say about them that they don't really miss a beat when 3 key players aren't available for them?
Spot on. And I think the guys that came in too, like you saw Sullivan tonight, was excellent.
Absolutely.
Long is going to feature in the votes tonight. Ned Logg comes in and has 26 disposals, 8 clearances, 9 score involvements, 13 contested possessions, and he's not in their best 22. So it just shows you the depth of talent that Collingwood have got on their list this year. And when you do leave players out, and Tagoe's got to find his way back to full fitness before they can trust him back in the side. And Obviously, Houston will come back into that side. Schultz has been really promising to start the year off. So, yeah, who do you leave out? Will be the question. But really strong performance. I thought their defence again. They just defend so well as a group. They just don't give you any time and space. And the Swans tonight, every time they got their ball in hand, they were tackled or they had to pressure kick. So it probably just highlights that that's one area of Collingwood's game plan that is just rock solid, and that's their ability to be able to defend. And tonight, those defensive moments turned into score. So it was a fantastic play, a fantastic game by played in role by Collingwood. And yeah, they are. I mean, they've got a tough game next week, though. They've got to jump on a plane now, and I think they're going up to Brisbane to play the Lions, who are as hot as anyone in the competition at the moment. So that's going to be a great game already next week.
So I think their plan is to go straight there from here. Yeah. So that's the Collingwood plan, that they'll exit Adelaide and they'll go straight up there and have a week to acclimatise to what promises to be one of the games of the round to come. They've always had this thing, and you know this club better than most, having spent time at the joint. It's going to sound really simple, but as an opposition supporter, they always seem to try hard. It doesn't really matter what personnel they've got to put out there, but they have this kind of unrelenting preparedness to work really hard, Collingwood teams.
Nah, you're spot on, and it's part of their brand. It's been part of their culture for 100 years, and it's nothing to do with talent. No. It's just you put on the jumper, you put on the Guernsey, and there's an expectation that you play to 100%. And as I said, nothing to do with talent, but it's those players that come into the side. It's just such an honour to put on the Collingwood jumper, and you just see with the endeavour that they play, and you sort of rarely leave the ground thinking, gee, they didn't really have a crack today.
No, very rarely.
That's always there. And if they do lose, it's not through not effort and trying. And that's, I think, consistent with the Collingwood brand, and it has been for a long time.
And typified tonight by Nick Dacos to such a large degree. You and Cornsey have been talking about the game that he played tonight. Clearly the heavy tag from James Jordan. And it wasn't one of those just silky performances tonight from Nick Dacos. But you look at the end of the night and the stat line he's produced.
Yeah, he does get a couple of chains. Like he does the sort of give and go, the handball forward to get the handball back. So sometimes you can sort of pad your stats a little bit that way. But it was a really gritty game from him tonight. It wasn't the typical outside brilliance, but to have the 9 clearances, 9 tackles, 34 disposals. He kicked 2 points, but yeah, he was a really important player for the Pies.
Get down to the Collingwood rooms as the boys are assembling down there. I think we can pick up the audio. I know fans love this stuff when they hear their team sing the song after the game. They've got big smiles on their faces. So let's see if we can pick that up down in the Collingwood rooms. You look around the group, Sando, we'll get down, I think Brooksy's down there, we'll be able to get a chat with one of those Collingwood players soon, but you look around the group and you see Billy Frampton, and you know, the opposition supporting, if we can put the right bloke on Frampton, we can get hold of him. But then when he plays like he did last week, he took on Curnow, got the better of him as the game wore on, did his job tonight. When you invest something and you get a bit back from these guys, and you look at what they put out there tonight, they don't want for much, do they?
No, and I think that's, I mean, when you look at the guys that are out of the side as well, so you still got Mason Cox who can't find his way back into the side now. Oleg Markov's a premiership player from 2 years ago, so and plus we mentioned those guys that are injured. Frampton's done plenty of time in the VFL, and he just has to keep playing at his best and wait for his opportunity to get back into the side, and I guess that's that I'm not going to let you down attitude that these players have when they come in, and then you do the recruiting and you bring in a guy like Harry Perryman, who we didn't mention him much tonight, but he was rock solid as well. He just sort of almost typifies that Collingwood brand. He plays relentless, he plays tough, puts his body on the line, almost like Braden Maynard does, you know. Lipinski had some of those moments tonight, you know, back with the flight, courageous, standing under the footy. So it sort of typifies the way that they play. Lockie Sullivan was another one, I think, who got an opportunity tonight that came in and and really played well. So yeah, it's a side it's hard to get into, but when you do, you don't want to leave anyone to take your spot back.
And we'll get down to the Collingwood rooms, I think, at some stage, not too far away, but just on the Swans. So they had really good contributions tonight from Brodie Grundy, Isaac Heaney. James Rowbottom will always do what James Rowbottom does, but it seemed to drop off quite quickly tonight. When you're looking around, you and Cornsey were looking around at various stages, wondering who was going to get Sydney back into the game tonight, and they didn't. They weren't putting their hands up all over the place this evening.
Nah, I wrote down 7 names in my book, and normally when you win, you probably write down about 15 or 16. So you sort of say Heaney, Grundy, Rowbottom. I thought Corey Wagner had his moments. McLean kicked 3 goals but made some errors tonight. I thought Campbell was okay. I thought he definitely had some moments, and I like the kid Riley Bice. I think he's a good player and had some moments tonight. But sort of outside of that, most of those other players were fairly quiet. So there's still a lot to improve on from the Swans, and they just have to learn from a poor performance tonight.
So 2 wins from their first 5, so they're out of the 8 now. Their percentage is just over 103. It does feel like, and they're carrying some injury. Errol Gordon makes a massive difference to this team. Papley makes a huge difference. But they're both out for a long time. They're not coming back in the short term. It does feel like they've come off.
Yeah.
I mean, we know what happened grand final day last year, but it does feel like they've dropped a rung or two since the end of 2024.
No, you're right. And some of these players have got to get going a little bit too, and I do understand, and this happened to the Swans a couple of years ago when they had a grand final defeat and they didn't make the finals the next year. They really did fall away, and then they came back really hard again. So sometimes that can happen with a younger group, but I don't think they can use that excuse anymore, Andy. I think now the way that the game's played, you have those setbacks, and if you lose the grand final, I think there's enough experience in this side now that they've just got to find a way to bounce back. Even guys like Joel Hamling, who's played close to 100 games. Tom McCartan has played 136 games. Nick Blakey now is up around the 130. Rampy's 250 plus. So there's plenty of experience in there. Isaac Heaney's 200 plus. Brodie Grundy's 220. So the experience is there. They've got to just kick themselves out of there, and they really do need leadership. They really do need leadership now on field, and we know what that looks like, but there just wasn't enough of that tonight.
So they've got to find something forward to the footy, and you mentioned it a couple of times tonight that their defenders were ceding kind of critical starting positions and space to the Collingwood forwards. It seems like they're trying to get Jake Lloyd a bit higher up the ground. It seems like they're trying to fashion some players who maybe are not necessarily natural defenders to play that role, and I guess they're going to make a Blue from a starting position every now and again when they're not instinctively that is not their instinctive position that they've been used to playing for a long time.
No, you're right. And Lloyd, who's been a great defender, a bit of run and punch there for years, he's spent most of tonight on the wing. But if you can shut down Blakey, it's then who's the next one off half-back? And we know most of the top clubs now have those sort of 2 or 3 players that are the run and punch players off half-back. But at the moment, Sydney haven't quite got that. Cornsey mentioned a few times tonight, he's just thought that Chad Warner couldn't get out of first gear. He sort of lacked that sort of dynamic.
Did you share that view?
Oh, for sure, yeah. Whether he's 100% fit or he's just down in confidence, but they did use him a lot just forward of the ball tonight, and I guess it's sort of Collingwood's credit. Every time he did get his hands on the footy, he was almost immediately tackled. So yeah, they've got some work to do behind the scenes. The Swans, they've got to wait for those injury reinforcements to come. But like you said, Andy, it's going to be a few more weeks before they start to get back to full strength. And they lose Joel Amati tonight, who was their leading goal kicker. Haywood's next on 7. He was fairly quiet tonight as well. So where are their goals going to come from? Their tools didn't have much of an impact tonight, except for McLean and the 3 goals. But yeah, they've got to find some answers, the Swans.
16-13, 109. Collingwood has defeated the Sydney Swans 12-6-78 pretty comprehensively. We'll get down to the Collingwood rooms very, very shortly. Jack Crisp standing by to join us there. Darcy Cameron continues his outstanding season. We've got there's a little clutch of ruckmen who have separated themselves in the competition early this season, and from an All-Australian perspective, it's very early to start looking forward to that sort of stuff, but Cameron's put his name front and centre for consideration for a guy like that. If he keeps going on the trajectory he's on and the form that he's producing right now, it's going to be hard to certainly keep him out of the squad and maybe even keep him out of the team.
No, you're right. I thought he was in the best 3 or 4 ruckmen last year.
Yep.
He had a great battle tonight with Brodie Grundy. I thought Brodie and him just toiled all night together, but you're right. Darcy Cameron, it was a milestone game tonight too, wasn't it? He might have been his 100th game.
Okay, right.
100th for the prize, but he was exceptional. 24 hit-outs tonight, 20 disposals, 5 clearances. As I said, really, really strong game on the back of a really good matchup against Brodie Grundy.
I might just start working our way through some of these categories as we wait for Jack Crisp. He's not too far away, we're told. Toughest of the day for Truckline. For your truck and trailer parts, visit truckline.com.au. Was there one of those, I imagine it's going to go to a Collingwood player, was there one of those pies who just felt like the toughest operator out there tonight for you?
Well, I thought Ned Long. I thought his game was just excellent. For a guy only playing his 17th game of AFL footy, he really stood out when it mattered to. His first quarter, he had 4 clearances in the first quarter.
Yeah.
He was the one Collingwood midfielder, along with probably Still Sidebottom in that first quarter, that really did set him alight. But, toughest of the day for Truckline, I'm going to go with Ned Long.
A couple of weeks ago, he came on a sub and had heaps of it in a short period of time.
Yeah.
And in the post-game press conference, Craig McRae, might have been the midweek chat, McRae said, look, we just can't leave him out of the team anymore. He needs to play. So he had been seeing all of the signs that everybody, the 47,000 people here tonight and the hundreds of thousands of people listening or watching have heard of or seen as well tonight. So it must be lovely for a coach to see it and reward the player with a start, and then the player produces.
He's only 22 years old too.
I know.
So Collingwood have found another one.
Squeezed out of Hawthorn. Just one of those midfield they couldn't. I think he was a relatively hot, maybe a second-round draft pick the year he was picked up by Hawthorn.
And he played 5 games in 2 seasons for Hawthorn. They actually delisted him at the end of 2023. So obviously Collingwood saw something in him. He had a year, I think, with Collingwood's VFL program, and then they've put him on the list. But he looked a class above tonight.
He looked good, didn't he? Got a crucial moment for us in New Farm, Australian through and through.
Crucial moment. I'm going to break the rules here, Murray, and say I'm going to say the crucial moments were the scoring effectiveness of Collingwood in their front half. So crumbing goals, aerial goals, they did it all sorts of ways tonight. I think I had a stat there at one point where they were going at 61% per inside 50 was a score, which is they've only done that twice in the last 150 games, which just shows you tonight, number one, how effective they were in their front half, but number two, how poor the Swans were defensively.
Our leading tackler of the game was James Rowbottom for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon. It's what he does. It's some players have got their own unique and individual brands, haven't they? And Rowbottom had 10 tackles tonight to lead all players on the ground, and that's certainly become his trademark.
Good.
Nick Dacos with the 9. That's if you're a Collingwood supporter, or any of the people at that in the footy opposite, you are looking at that number and saying, that's a big tick.
Yeah, you love it when your A grade plus guys, your elite guys lead the club in tackles. That just highlights the balance that you've got between offence and defence, and he certainly had that tonight.
And you know how important it is for the senior players who set the standard when the young blokes walk into the joint and then the baton gets passed, right? They set the standard, and then it's been a great standard, and we need you now to carry the baton. Well, Scott Pendlebury had 8 tackles tonight, so if he at 36 is prepared to be doing that, then every single Collingwood player who plays with him and beneath him will be doing exactly the same thing, right? That's how it works.
Spot on, and that's what we talked about with that Collingwood brand, that culture, that desperate endeavour that doesn't matter who you are or what your role is in the team. if someone's there to tackle, you tackle them, and that was what we saw tonight with Dacos and Pendlebury.
Yep, remarkable. Game-sealing moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond. Was there a moment you can remember where you just thought, that's it, they've put them away?
Yeah, and I wrote it down in my book. So it was the third quarter. Bro McCreary had an intercept possession, and he kicked a goal from about 55 metres on the run, and I put it in my book, game over.
Yeah.
Yes. And that was, I think, probably in the third quarter when I just thought the Pies were home. Yeah,
that'll do for Loctite adhesives. Beyond the bond, we're just about running out of time here for Jack Crusoe. He's not there in 45 seconds. We'll probably have to get to a break. The power play rankings tonight for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. I've got them in front of me if you haven't got them in front of you.
I've got them. Dacos. I got Dacos, Grundy, Cameron, Ned Long, Pendlebury and Sidebottom were the most damaging players on the ground tonight. So, yeah, most of those were Collingwood boys.
And Jack Chris was the next one. And we have got the great man who just runs out every single week and plays for the Pies and racks up getting 20, 25, 30 touches every week. And he's been good enough to join us downstairs for Temper. Temper Sleep, well player wins. Hey, Jack, thanks for joining us, mate. You win yourself a Temper pillow for your performance tonight, mate. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys. And that'll actually, if I can get it from here, I can take it to Brisbane because we're going there for a week, so that'd be really handy.
Well, I'll see what we can do. I actually have one of these, and you do sleep brilliantly, mate. Well played tonight. I mean, this clearly was a big game on paper. You know, we know about Sydney and where they've sat in the competition for a long time, and we know that you guys are building really strongly into 2025. Gee, you must be thrilled as a group to have put them away the way you did with what was a really strong four-quarter performance.
Yeah, no, definitely. As you said, it was. We didn't know obviously what way it could go coming into the game. Sydney won their last two games, and we were coming off a little bit more of a break, so it was going to be a hot contest early. They were able to get through the middle of us a few times early in the game, but once Pies message came out to kind of tighten up those screws a little bit, force the Swannies down the line. We knew we could probably play into our hands a bit more with the tall firepower. And Darcy Cameron stepped up, Dan McStay, Tim Membry, and Brody Myercheck all taking contested marks down the line game for us.
Well done, Crispy. Great performance again by you individually. But from a team point of view, you can tell us now, what was the focus tonight if you were going to beat the Swans?
Well, it's all about pressure. That's our one word, I guess. And if we're starting to build a bit of data now, but if the teams can't stand our pressure a little bit, we can kind of get the scoreboard ticking over. Yeah. But Swans gave a bit of pressure our way early days and controlled a little bit with uncontested marks. We also spoke about when they win games, they kick over a certain amount, and what we're averaging to defensively helps us win games. So it was going to be if we could slow them up and get the ball going forward our way.
Was that what you were most impressed about tonight? Was it Collingwood's pressure, or was there anything else that stood out from your team's performance?
Well, the pressure it's kind of our thing. So I guess if we're doing it well, we know we're going to perform well. But then the ability to make little changes throughout the week on the opposition who we're playing. So for Sydney, for instance, take away their shorts and stop their overlap run with Nick Blakey down half back and try to do Heaney in the middle there a little bit. And Manu Warner was going to try and put some pace on the game as well. So a lot of pressure to come forward as defenders and wingers and mids to put the heat on the ball and force turnovers.
And I think most people would have thought, no De Goey, no Houston, no Schultz. The Pies might struggle a little bit, but gee, the boys that came in were excellent, weren't they?
Yeah, definitely. And we really pride ourselves on having a lot of depth. And one person goes out, no one can come in seamlessly. And the boys came into that role really, really well tonight.
And what about your role, Jack? Like you can play anywhere. You can play on the wing, half back, half forward. Is it just you got to play that?
As a junior too, Sando, mate.
Well, not tonight. You didn't play ruck, but how are you sort of seeing your role? You just sort of go wherever fly puts you.
Yeah, and I've done that for a long time, but I've probably have been a mainstay on the wing so far this year, and it's been great. Got a couple of centre bounces tonight as well, just to try and mix things up a little bit. Was able to have a little bit of an impact as well. So to be able to have that flexibility to do that. Same as Bo coming in for a few centre bounces. And then, we've got a number of guys who can do that, play those roles. But just if we are going to do that, the blokes that go out to the wing or half forward and swap in those roles have to actually play those roles. So, the boys have been very diligent when we do that. And it's good to see it executing on game day.
Well, obviously, now you get a chance to celebrate tonight's win, but gee, it doesn't get any easier next week. You got to go to Brisbane. You mentioned that against last year's premiers. You're going to fly up there and have 5 or 6 days up there. Who sort of makes that decision? Or was that suggested by the coaching staff or the club come to the players? And do you guys get a say in that, or was it sort of a player-driven thing?
Yeah, no, I think it would have. Well, it was probably spoken about for a while. I remember we were talking about last year, even doing it around our mid-season buy. But yeah, trying something new, I guess. And because we had back-to-back travels on 6 days, probably kind of made sense a little bit. Yeah. And then we've been able to. A lot of guys are bringing their families up because of school holidays as well. So it's not like we're just dropping everything at home and coming up. Everyone's kind of made. We weren't enough planning to go into it that what boys can plan for it. So it's, I reckon it's going to be good. Might get some sunshine up there, hopefully. Yep. I think it's going to be 30 degrees in Melbourne though, but it might be raining the weekend up to the Goldie. So see what happens.
Hey, well played, mate. It was an outstanding performance tonight. When you're putting 16 goals on the board against this mob, you're going pretty well, and you are our Temper Pillow player of the day and player of the night, mate. So I don't know whether Brooksy, who's down there with you, has got a pillow down there for you, but we'll certainly get it to you at some stage. Well played tonight, mate.
I appreciate that, guys. I'm looking forward to sleeping well. No kids interrupting me.
You're a good man. Jack Crisp, our Temper Pillow player of the night. A great night's sleep with Temper. The difference is Temper. A great night's sleep night after night after night. The difference is a Temper. He did a wonderful job. We better get a break out of the way here, Sando. We'll come back with our last other categories. You got the 3-2-1 as well. We'll do all of that. But it's been a comprehensive performance here by the Pies tonight. They've been far too good for Sydney. 16-13, 109, defeating the Swans 12-6, 78.
The goal of the day for Beaumont's Tiles. Some 50% off. Discounts ending soon.
Nor's Pendlebury goes into the pocket. They've got some players who are just sagging off their defenders here. One of them was Hill. Snap around the body, kicks another one. Oh, it's too easy. 26 points. It has blown out now.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. Big Easter sale now on with 25% off on selected Toyo tyres. Tyrepower.com.au.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
A Kogan stick vac is just like a stick vac. Both stick vacs do very similar stick vac things, but with slightly different little logos, colors, and adapters. One's a Kogan MX12 Pro cordless stick vac. The other stick vac has a price that sucks. Get what you want for less. Shop Kogan.com today. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. DLFseeds.com.au.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA, and more.
Oh, what a shot from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit Australian AustralianMade.com.au.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano EX are not instant, and Nano EX is not available on all models.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
You're listening to AFL Nation. Head to fntsportspromo.com.au for your chance to win $2,000 for your local sports club with 4 and 20 and Coles. And looking for an agent you can rely on? Trust the team at Elders Real Estate.
Finey's final siren, not too far away. The great man standing by, so get on the line and talk all things footy and tonight's game in particular with him. Sando, I've got a couple of categories to whip through. Forever Young Player of the Day for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. Who have you got?
I've got Still Sidebottom, 336 game, but gee, he was electric tonight. He's going to feature in the votes in a minute.
Who ran the most kilometres tonight for OMF? Sleep deeper, recover faster, perform stronger, wake up refreshed, energised and ready to dominate every game.
Patrick Lipinski, 15.6 kilometres. I think he features in that every time.
He does. He's a machine in that regard. I reckon the breakout player tonight for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life, might have already been mentioned on the way through so far.
Yeah, Ned Long, he was great. He's, it was his 17th game of footy. He was fantastic. At one stage, he was the most influential Collingwood midfielder, and then a few others caught up. But gee, he's a nice young player. He's going to be a serious Collingwood midfielder.
And what about your votes for the AFL Nation Player of the Year?
Well, I gave one to Ned Long. 26 disposals, 8 clearances, 13 contested possessions, and 9 score involvements. He got 1 vote. 2 votes, Nick Dacos, 34 disposals, 9 tackles, 9 clearances with a heavy tag. And the 3 votes I gave to Still Sidebottom, I thought for 4 quarters he was sensational. And he had 28 disposals. It wasn't like he had a huge volume of touches, but gee, he was so good the way that he impacted the game. Just sort of seemed like wherever the ball was, Still Sidebottom was there. I thought he was the most influential and best player on the ground. Got the 3 votes.
No, fair call indeed. So the veteran picks up the 3 votes, the superstar the 2, and the emerging Pie the 1. Well done to you. It's been fun tonight.
It
was 47,000 people here to see Collingwood get the chocolates by 31 points. AFL Nation continues tomorrow, crunch time as well. There's a load to stick around for. Finey's ready to go. This has been AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Elders.
Finey's final siren on SEN.
Well, the Pies have recorded another victory in Adelaide. That's 10 in a row at Adelaide Oval. And I stand to be corrected, but I don't think any interstate team, whether out of Victoria or inside Victoria, has that sort of record at an interstate ground. I can't imagine any team bettering that. It's a marvellous hunting ground for the Pies, and tonight they did it. Basically, throughout the evening, Sydney had a burst in the first quarter, but once Collingwood got to their best selves, it was very much Collingwood's game. 16-13, 109 to 12-6, 78. And from where I sit, Collingwood are a wonderfully drilled team, plenty of top-end talent, A-grade stars, but also a number of players that know their roles, know what they're doing, and add to the team. And the collective unit has now put themselves certainly amongst the names being talked about as contenders this season. There's a group, don't get me wrong. There are some very good sides out there. We're here for Alan Mance. Alan Mance Motors, Footscray, Melton, Bacchus Marsh are having their big demo event with Super NY24 deals. So a chance to pick up a great Nissan at a wonderful price. And their man, Mance's man, Phil Mance's man, a man who knows little about romance but everything about Alan Mance, Stephen J. Peake, is in the studio. He'll be joining us shortly to talk about not only Alan Mance Motors but tonight's game, Collingwood v Sydney. The number to call is 1300 736 736. Text on 0433 98 11 16. And I want to kick the program off with one of the great texts that I've ever received. It's an absolute ripper. Swans jumpers look like, that's tonight, of course. They wore their special white Guernsey. Swans jumpers look like the stock market this week post-Trump tariffs. That's a great call with a thin line for the red outline of the Opera House, jotting up and down, up and down, up and down, and that's exactly what world stock markets did this week on the flip-flopping Trump administration and their tariffs. Very, very good text. These texts, more football-related and interesting. Here we go. Are the Pies back, or do we need to beat some more top four sides? From Mike. Well, first of all, you can only beat who you played. Of course, you played GWS, a genuine top four team, in round one and got a pasting, opening round. But we'll put that aside. Opening season form does fluctuate. Since then, it's been 4 wins. And I will say this, that Collingwood may not have yet played the real top-end talent, or they've played GWS and lost. They haven't played Hawthorn yet. They play Brisbane next week. Very interesting to see Collingwood when they play Gold Coast because, of course, they've had a wonderful start to the season. But likewise, Collingwood are yet to feast on the carcasses at the bottom of the ladder, the likes of Richmond, West Coast and North Melbourne. So they've got their work done. They haven't had the easy kills and they haven't had the real tough games, but I love the way they're playing. And yes, they are back. They missed the finals last year, but they come with fire in the belly in season 2025, having missed the finals in 2024. They've added strings to their bow. Dan Houston, of course, with his head screwed on. Indiscretion free is a fantastic recruit. Tim Membry is doing what is asked of him. They've also seen a real uptick in Lachie Schultz from what we saw tonight and what we've seen so far this season. Ned Long adds immensely to the midfield. Yes, Collingwood certainly, in terms of where they ended up last year, are back. One more text and then on to calls. And the text is, my Collingwood mate can't stand Dan McStay. I reckon he's great and I'd have him at Hawthorn in a heartbeat. Well, you can tell your Collingwood mate he doesn't know squat about football. As I said in my preview, Collingwood are a beautifully drilled team with role players, A-graders, and Dan McStay fits the bill perfectly. The coach would absolutely love Dan McStay. Why? Because he competes for every ball that comes forward. His contest tonight was rewarded. There was a mark he thought he took in the first quarter. He was able to dish the ball off for a snap goal, I think maybe to Reece McInnes, but I'm not 100% sure. His fantastic handball back over his head at the end of the game resulted in a goal to Bobby Hill. And in between, He contested for every mark, and players like Bobby Hill, tonight Lockie Sullivan, most nights the other Lockie Schultz, would love to be at the foot of Dan McStay because they know the contest is coming. And equally so, defenders know that there's a big body impact coming on them when they're marking or going in the marking contest up back. Add to that, he's now the second ruckman at Collingwood. He fits that role admirably. His tackle count is very high for a tall forward, much higher than Nick Larkey's. Stephen Peake, of course, didn't realise that, but that's a reference to last week. But they are certainly a better team with Dan McStay in it. And that was proven last year, a year that he missed with injury, and a year in which, well, most of the year with injury, and a year in which Collingwood failed to make the finals. North aren't on the bottom. Essendon, Carlton and Melbourne are. No, I think you find North Melbourne, Richmond and West Coast remain the teams with the biggest targets on their back, though Melbourne and Carlton are making a strong bid to join them. Let's go to callers, and let's start off with James and Xavier, now from Sailor Falls. They've made the trip to Gather Round. Hello, Xavier. Is this your first taste? Hi. Is this, first of all, welcome to the program. How many games of football have you been to, Xavier?
In my whole life?
Yep.
How many do you think, Dad?
We really missed one.
Oh, sorry. I've got to correct. It wasn't Ruth McInnes. It was Bo McCreary. Sorry, Ruth McInnes is out for the season. Yes, it was Bo McCreary at the front of the pack. My mistake. Back to you, Xavier. How many games do you reckon you've been to as a 7-year-old?
100?
Wow, you must have started young. That happens. I've seen babies at the footy. Okay. Is this your first trip to Gather Round?
Second trip. We went last year.
Yeah, great. Now, you're a Collingwood supporter, I gather.
Yep.
So, obviously, going to Adelaide is the perfect holiday because Collingwood have won their last 10 games there.
Yep.
Pretty strong there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Tell me your take on tonight's game, Xavier. You're an experienced footy fan. I can tell that you're also a pretty cluey kid. So what did you make of tonight's game?
I think Bobby Hill was good. So was my attack. I'm not sure. Wait, who did they sub off again?
Oh, Jamie Elliott.
I don't know why they subbed off Jamie Elliott.
Just on that, he kicked 3 goals. Jamie's probably the player, even though we absolutely, fingers crossed, hope that he gets a great run with injury. But over the last 2 or 3 seasons, he's been dogged by injuries, bad back and various other problems. So I think when the game was safe, the coach made the safety move and took Jamie off. But it's not because he didn't have a good game. He was fantastic tonight.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Schultz was out, I think the forward liners, the small forwards there to make a bit of an impact to pick up the slack. I think that Bobby Hill and particularly Jamie Elliott did that. Bobby, just with his touches, he obviously doesn't need many, but they did their part to really pick up, they might need to do it again next week and probably the following week.
Yeah, that's Xavier's dad, James. G'day, James.
Oh, g'day, I've taken over.
Well, that was definitely Bobby's best game for the season, so I'm sure all Collingwood supporters were looking for the turnaround in form, and that's a big plus heading up to Brisbane next week.
Yeah.
That's correct. We popped in last year to Gather Round. It's bigger and better than ever, just as far as a supporter can say. I think on the roads and even around the grounds, I know there was talk of taking it off, having the collective go over there and play their footy together long term. I think it would just be ludicrous to take it off Adelaide. It's an annual event now, and we'll do it every year we can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Do you catch other games during gather round?
We missed out last year. We've got some other plans for this year, and generously enough, a family that we're running to tonight have offered us a couple of tickets to head out tomorrow night to a game. So we'll shoot out and watch the Melbourne SEN game tomorrow night. So first and foremost, get our tickets for Collingwood, which is hard enough at the best of times, especially interstate when they get snapped up quickly. And we do our best. We will do our best to continue to go to more games when the opportunity presents.
Brilliant. You know what's really interesting? The fans absolutely love it. The city loves it. But I know as a fact the players love it as well. They get to socialise, see each other a bit. Remember, a lot of these players from opposition teams came up through the junior system together. They're actually mates. So it's the players look forward to it immensely as well, which is unique. There's no other round like it. And long may it continue. Adelaide's done it brilliantly. Adelaide did the Grand Prix brilliantly till we in Melbourne stole it off them, but there's no stealing this one. You're right. It should stay in Adelaide. I heard a suggestion that to get things up and running in Tasmania, they should give Tasmania a go, but that would be crazy, wouldn't it, James?
Oh, they'll have to find their own, not to take away from, I'm sure they can, you think that the schedule is just showdowns or, every player wants to be more even or every team wants to be more even. I think there's still room to be able to have things like this that would still keep it fair and provide opportunity for other states and other grounds, other cities to take advantage of people wanting to come there in droves. I don't think you have to take it away from Adelaide. We'll probably just reinvent it and try and add to it more.
Yeah, correct. You can have feature games. You could have a Tasmanian team in a double header, not on the same day, but take two really strong teams down to Tassie and have a 2-day, not a whole round, but there are other ways to skin a cat. Last word to Xavier. Xavier, next week, your Pies face one of the sternest tests in football, heading up to Brisbane to face the reigning premiers on their own ground. Do you think Collingwood can win? And if you do think they can win, who do you reckon will be the player that gets them over the line?
I reckon we can do it, but Brisbane have been real good this year. Not sure.
Who do you think? Just one player.
There's one player who can turn the game for you.
I reckon Brody Mychek and O'Macquarie.
Brilliant.
Or Jamie Elliott.
Well, they're good choices because they certainly played key roles tonight. Xavier, at 7 years old, you're more erudite and you make more sense than a 70-year-old that's sitting about 10 feet away from me. Thanks a lot for the call, mate. And James and Xavier, enjoy Gather Round. Mentioning Stephen J. Peake, that was all tongue-in-cheek, of course. I love having Stephen on the program. How are you, Stephen?
Very good, thank you, Mark. Yes, very good game tonight.
Great game, and Collingwood, I'm not saying they're back to their premiership best, but in a season where there are some really strong teams, Collingwood will be a very interesting opponent because, to me, they seem beautifully drilled.
Beautifully drilled, yep.
They really know their business, don't they?
They do, and the coach gets virtually close to 100% out of just about every player. They all do a job.
Correct.
And that's the drill bits seem very important, but their fitness levels now and their ability to do their job as players and to mark their men, very good because they stopped that Sydney midfield tonight pretty well.
Spot on. We're going to take a break. Just before that, to that point, I've had a close look at Isaac Quaynor over the last couple of weeks. He's certainly not the dashing player that he was 2 or 3 seasons ago, but that doesn't mean he's not doing a good job. In fact, in a way, he may have more spine, more steel about him than he did previously.
Cut out a bit of risk factor.
Correct. And sacrificing his own game for the team cause seems to be a formula for success at football teams and an indication that the coach has them right in the palm of his hands. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Darissa from Queensland will join us. Plenty more. You can join too on 1300 736 736. Send a text in on 0433 98 11 16.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Nowhere better to meet my mates in the local club and watch all the best sporting action live. The cheers and the jeers, banter, and your shout if you
win or lose, goals or tries, baskets or sixes, or first across the finish line. It's always on with an awesome vibe. A great
way to go, Blues! Come on, let's go! There's no losers with such a huge lineup of live sport on the big screen
at your local club where sport belongs.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety, and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities, and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance company's. Choose Visit chainbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max, delivering professional grade performance without fuel, noise or downtime. From mowing sports grounds to clearing roadsides, XGT's high output batteries and brushless motors power through the toughest jobs. No cords, no mess, just relentless performance. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
This ad is about neighbours Ryan and Jack. Ryan's home has been affected by recent damp weather, with mould appearing all over his walls and ceiling. Meanwhile, Jack is relaxing in a mould-free home. That's because Jack installed a Panasonic air conditioner with 24-hour Nano EX air purification and mould-inhibiting technology. Jack's Panasonic air conditioner means he enjoys clean, fresh air in a mould-free environment. And you can too. Search for Panasonic Air online to request a free quote today.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
And ladies and and gentlemen, welcome back to the Big Alan Mansland situation in 2025. There's plenty happening. You don't have to be Einstein to know we're in a cost of living crisis. We've got to do something about it. We've got to attack it. And the best way to do it is to get down to Alan Mans to get into a new Kia Picanto 2024 model, $21,990 drive away. An economist's dream. No deposit, 7-year loan term, $99 per week. So get down to Alan Mans and start the hits. And you'll be dancing to the ballroom blitz. Don't lose your shirt. Don't lose your pants. Don't take a chance. Go to Alan Mans. Footscray, Melbourne, Bacchus Marsh. Mans Mania has got a hold of me. Yeah, baby.
Well done, Stephen J. Peake. And don't forget Alan Mans's big demo event, Super NY24 deals. You can drive away in a Nissan, a demo model Nissan from 24, virtually a new car, at an incredible price. Really worth getting down there.
Yeah, for certain.
Let's get back to our callers, and Dr. Love has rung in from Queensland. How are you, Daryl?
Hey, Friday, you legend. How you going, mate?
Good, mate. How are you?
Good. Look, I was worried about tonight with Houston and Schultz and the Gary out, but seriously, our what I call the Ramble Red, this Pendlebury, Sidebottom and Howe, I think they were awesome, and our backup players, Long, how good was he? Like my beautiful daughter Darcy and sons Levi and Will thought Long was best on ground. And just our depth. I think our depth is really working this year. Everyone complains about we've got no depth, we're too old. But our Ramble Red and Pendle, Sidebottom and Howe, they just lead the field, and the young guys, Long and Sullivan, they just follow big time.
Well, you've certainly Quinella'd in your praise there. You've Quinella'd my two best on ground. I mean, Long was fantastic, especially when the game, as always, is up for grabs in the first quarter. And at that point, Sydney were on top, but it was Ned Long who turned the tide by getting the ball out of the centre. And when you considered that centre square, you looked at the centre square. This is amazing. I love football. The centre square. So Collingwood in the centre bounce had Dacos, Long and Pendlebury. Sydney had Heaney, Warner. I'm not sure who their third man was. But certainly when you looked at that group of Heaney, Warner, Pendlebury and Dacos, you didn't expect Ned Long to be the one to shake the game to its foundation, but he did. He kept doing it. He kept doing it and doing it until Collingwood were on top. So I reckon he was best on ground by a whisker from Steele Sidebottom. Now there you've got the two extremes, really. Not that Long is the youngest player in the team. Of course, he had a couple of years on the Hawthorn list, but in terms of his AFL experience, he's very young. And then you've got Steele Sidebottom, only second behind Scott Pendlebury as the most experienced man on the ground. So it shows it's not about age. You need to be fit. They're all firing fit, the older players at Collingwood. And let's not call them old, Dr. Love. Let's call them experienced. And let's just say that experience, especially experience that includes a couple of premierships, goes a very long way on an AFL field, doesn't it?
Absolutely, mate, yeah. And Elliott, like guys like Elliott and Quainer had to step up tonight, and I thought both of them did tonight.
And Bobby.
Bobby was really good. Like the first 4 games, he was in and out. He would pop in the second half mainly and do some magical stuff. But I thought he was definitely a great contributor all game tonight with his skills. He just, when he gets a footy, good luck tackling him.
Yeah, very important when Collingwood play pointy end football this season, and they've got a pointy end game next week against Brisbane, that Bobby Hill plays a role. And tonight, let's not sell tonight short. You were playing last year's runners-up. Sydney made the grand final. Now, Sydney have got injuries, yes, and I'll talk about Sydney shortly, but it's a tough game, and Sydney had lost their first 2 games, got back on track with 2 wins, so it was a fortnight that Bobby Hill has to stand up in. And part 1 of the big fortnight, playing last year's grand finalists, Collingwood win and Bobby Hill stands up. So that is exactly what you want from the Norm Smith medalist of 2 seasons ago. Look, the other thing that impressed me about Collingwood tonight, and has impressed me about Collingwood really for the last 3 years, of course last year wasn't quite right, but the team that won the premiership, and again this team this season, seems so full of players that know what their teammates are doing. I was just discussing during the break with Peaky, you've got 3 tall forwards, but they never fly against each other. Membry comes hard and wide on leads. Mychek leads not as deep as Membry. He works the forward 50, and Dan McStay is the long option. And the Smalls understand that Dan McStay may take a mark. He took a beautiful mark in the second quarter, but they understand ultimately that McStay will bring the ball to ground. And for 3 tall forwards, and also Darcy Cameron, who sometimes drift forwards, I never see them fly against each other. It's very well drilled, isn't it, Daryl?
Yeah, absolutely, Finey, yeah. And just full credit to our list managers, like they get players in like Membray, who we had injuries with McStay and Mychek last year. Membray is there, and unfortunately he's keeping out Coxie. I thought was pretty good a couple of weeks ago, but we've got backup now, and I think in the pre-season draft, I think we're going to pick up what's the Melbourne player, the Tomlinson or whatever his name is, to replace Lisa McInnes.
Adam Tomlinson.
So I think those draft picks that we got with Houston, and also Perriman is doing a great job in tagging and that sort of role.
Billy Frampton played his role tonight.
Draft picks. Sorry?
Billy Frampton played a good role tonight.
Oh, Billy Frampton was awesome, wasn't he? He's a great backup player in that regard. When we play tall forward line, Frampton's first call. He's awesome.
And let's be fair. Sydney did not have powerful tall forwards, and they lost one of them very early in the game. So, with McLean really the only tall forward, Collingwood defenders should have been able to counter that, and they did. But Billy Frampton's a premiership player, and he's proven throughout most of his time at Collingwood, give him a job, and he can do that job.
And you know what? When I saw McCartan go forward, straight away I thought we're going to win this game, because all of a sudden they're going to be really short in the back line with McStay and Membray and Mychek. As soon as they threw McCartan forward, I was pretty confident we were going to finish that game off.
Now, you know I love you, Dr. Love, but given that he played most of his career at St Kilda, I'm just going to tell you his name's Tim Membry, not Membray. I don't want to be a smart. I don't want to be a smart ass, but he's spent more of his life at our club than yours. So we've handed him over. We've handed him over. Yep. You've got a great player, and
such a good bloke too.
Oh mate, he is an absolute diamond. I've had the good fortune of meeting Tim Membry, and he is loved at St Kilda, loved by St Kilda supporters. And if you want to call him by his nickname, it's Skunk. Yep. He's known as Skunk.
Skunk, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we go down for Anzac Day footy every year, and we make sure we go and see their last training session. So I'm hoping to have a little chat to Tim.
Yeah, great. Beautiful. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, talk to him about tattoos. He loves it.
Yes. Oh, beautiful.
Good on you, Daz.
Thanks, Bonnie.
See you, mate. Now, let's focus on the Sydney Swans for a moment, because we know that they are bereft of some of their key players. Obviously, Goulden, a huge loss, but he's not back for a couple of months, so they're going to have to make do without. Now, to lose him, then to lose McInerney was a serious double whammy, because McInerney's a natural wingman and certainly would have been filling the role, not filling the role because he played with Goulden, but he would have been very important to step up in Goulden's absence. No McInerney at the moment. Tom Papley he's his own special energy machine, his own special vibe. A talisman. Excellent description. He's talismanic. Now, young Hanley is a bit of a Tom Papley lookalike, kicked a couple of nice goals tonight and certainly has a future in the game. But without Tom Papley, that's a problem. They lose Joel Amati tonight with a knock to the hamstring. They kept describing it on TV as a corky to the hamstring. I think I don't think you get ruled out of a game that quickly with a cork, but anyhow. So they have their issues, but beyond that, my concern for the Swans is they've got a couple of ageing defenders that have been great.
Yep.
But I guess Rampy and Lloyd are both coming down the other side of the mountain now, and they are short in the back line. So what Darryl said was correct. As soon as McCartan is forced to go forward, and he's no natural forward, he'll compete there, he'll mark there, he won't necessarily kick goals there, but you are very much robbing Peter to pay Paul. The coach had to do it. You can't win the game by not scoring, so his hand was forced with the injury to Amati. But I think that there's just a lack of height at either end of the ground, a lack of tall quality up forward, and a lack of height to back it up down back.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I don't think in an ideal world they'd be playing Peter Laddams, who was not terrible tonight. And he does something very odd, Peter Laddams. For a tall, gangly ruckman, whenever gets the ball, he puts on the twinkle toes and tries to do a mini Blakey. It's quite entertaining, but I don't know if it works every time. Let's go to a very keen Swans man, Gary in Carnegie. Good evening, Gary.
Finey, how are you, mate?
Good, mate.
Beaten by a better side. I think you're right about, I think Rampy was showing signs of being done last year, and I think it showed up again against tonight.
Yep.
We're just beaten by a better team, the pressure, we turned the ball over. I just felt for Heaney, because Heaney just was amazing. Everything he did was amazing. And one thing I'll say about him, people going about good kicks of the footy, he's so good on both sides.
Oh, superb.
He's actually elite and so good to watch. But, you know, what gets me is this other organisation called Champion Data. I was watching his stats all night. If Steele side wasn't best on the ground, I'll go he. And they rated him about 7th at half-time, 7th at the end of the game. So,
oh, yeah, the Champion Data ratings are based on a formula that does not... Oh, you'll have a look. Most games, the number one ranked player is the ruckman. So the number one ranked player tonight on the ground, I think, was Brody Grundy. Let's see. No, he was 106. Sorry, Nick Dacos. So, yeah, I mean, it's always going to favour somebody that gets the ball a lot. Nick Dacos, for mine, wasn't in the best three on the ground. You mentioned Heaney, and I've mentioned Long and Sidebottom. And to be honest, I could shuffle those three around. I could actually make a very good case for Heaney being best on ground. So, yeah, I wouldn't be beholden to those. Gary, the Swans have, I guess, a question mark over their depth. And I don't want to be hard on younger players. The guys at the moment that I'm talking about are the two that I mentioned. Not that they're not in the team, but maybe a best 23 might not have Rampy in the side. But I guess Corey Warner's had a fair run at it. He was pretty good tonight, better late in the game, but he's a fringe player.
Yep.
I like the look of Hanley. He's an up-and-comer. Matt Roberts. No, I'm not going to include Matt Roberts. He's been good. He's a good player. Who's the other kid I'm looking for? And they are kids. Caden Cleary, again, not terrible, far from terrible, but you can tell me, Gary, are you confident with the depth of the Swans?
No, what's the reserves last week in store? And albeit there's 7 or 8 good players out. So, look, I think Melican has to go. Hopefully, right next week he goes back in.
Yep.
You're right about Hanley. I've known about him for a while. I thought Rolly Bice was very good again.
Yeah, he's very good.
Being exceptional.
I had a tongue-in-cheek. I didn't have a crack at Rolly Bice at all. I think it's a fantastic pickup. But I was on with the boys yesterday afternoon, Andy Gaze, Andy Marr and Cam Mooney. And it was mainly aimed at Cam Mooney because as brilliant as he was against North Melbourne, he said he described it as the best kick in the competition. He's not, he's only played 4 or 5 games, but he's a great pickup. The ones that I'm not sure about in the depth department. I don't think Taylor Adams adds anything to the side when he's available. He didn't make the team at the end of last year. And, of course, we wait to see what happens when Callum Mills finally returns, Gaz.
The other one, let's say, was McQueen, who kicked 3 and then dropped, when we're coming back at him, dropped 2.
Oh, that chest mark.
But it shouldn't have been chest marks. Mark them out in front.
Oh, the first chest mark was a chest mark because he moved his player under the ball. Yeah. The second one, he should have had his hands out. But the first one, Gary, we played a fair bit of cricket against each other, and I would have loved your Middle Park boys to catch like Hayden McLean caught in that last quarter.
The other one too with the drafting, we needed a key forward, and then one of our boys from Ormond, Harry Armstrong, who was sort of knight, just didn't even really speak to him.
Yeah, I know Harry.
And he's done all right for Richmond.
Yeah. No, he'll be a really good pick. I've got to make a move, Gaz. Great to speak to you. Great to speak to everybody who calls in, and we'll do more of that after the break.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA and more.
Oh, what a step from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
An important message from when insuring one of your biggest assets, you can ask, can I choose my repairer? Well, it might cost a few bucks more. There's a reason your insurance company doesn't want you to. Choice of repairer means exactly that. You can choose a repairer. Conveniently close and not miles away, genuine parts, an accident replacement vehicle, and a lifetime guarantee. Your choice of repairer, not your insurance companies. Choose Visit chainbrook.com.au. T's and C's apply.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. For just $1, you can flip a tip from expert tipsters on demand. And if that tip doesn't profit, you'll get your buck back. Get $5 free credit when you create an account. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
4 and 20, Australia's original fan food, and Coles are giving your local club the chance to win $2,000. That's $1,000 cash and $1,000 worth of 4 and 20 pies. You beauty. From April 1st to June 3rd, it's game on. Register your club, buy any 4 and 20 pack from Coles, enter online and collect the most points to win. Track your club's progress on fntsportspromo.com.au. Every pack counts. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
T's and C's apply. Ends June 3rd.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Oh, my very good friends, I want to mention this vehicle to you again, the 2025 Cherry Tiggo 4 Pro Ultimate. It's a beauty. $118 per week, competitive interest, 7-year loan, no deposit, no final payment. It's a great vehicle, 1.5 litre, 4-cylinder turbo intercooled, 5 seats, 5-door automobile from China. Excellence and innovation, smooth and responsive in any situation. The Tiggo 4 Pro is ready to go, go, go. Perfect harmony between style and substance. Get out of that trance and get down to Alan Mance. They've got 14 different motor vehicle licences down there. It'll make shake sometime and might give you the shakes. But you'll select and buy and drive. You'll thank me for the advice forever and a day. Alan Mance is driving satisfaction.
Baby! Back to callers in a second. I'm always interested, I thought the umpires were fine tonight. I'm always interested in a couple of decisions tonight, and there were 2 decisions that had me shaking my head in disbelief. Not at the umpire, but at the rules. Well, one at the umpire, that he paid the free kick, and he actually got it wrong, I think, by the letter of the law. And the other one was, I think he probably made the right decision, and it just shows how inflexible and stupid the rule is. There was a free kick against Brody Mychek. The ball was loose, Brody had the ball, was knocked on, and he desperately, eyes only on the ball, punched the ball further afield to the teammate out of the centre square. He was on hands and knees, went to the ground and punched it. A Sydney player came in late, went over the top of him, and got the free kick for contact below the knees. Now, that's not contact below the knees, because he didn't initiate the contact, nor did he make the contact, nor could he have any expectation of what was coming his way, because his eyes were solely on the ball. How can that be a free kick against a player who's only looking at the ball, nobody's in the vicinity, and he knocks the ball clear? Now, the player avoided any serious injury, but I've got to say that if the player did get injured, the onus would be on the player for coming in late over the top of the player contesting the ball. It's just a stupid free kick, and one that a clever player could take advantage of at any time in the game. When a player is forced to go to ground to contest the ball, just run in late and trip over him, like a drunk coming home from the pub, falling over his dog on the way in, and get a free kick. It's absolutely counterintuitive and the wrong decision. That was one. Number 2, there was a free kick against Darcy Cameron for knocking the ball out of bounds without, or sort of on the full, you would call it, from a ball up. That's the rule, and that's fair enough. Hayden McLean actually kicked a beautiful goal from the resultant free kick. But if you look at the replay, Hayden McLean touched the ball before Darcy Cameron did. It was a very closely contested ruck duel. Darcy Cameron had no control over the ball, and I think the letter of the law would suggest that if the other ruckman touches the ball first, then that rule becomes null and void. So I think that one was just incorrectly adjudicated, and the first one was just a case of abject stupidity in not the umpire, in the rule makers being inflexible on something that needs some nuance and football sensitivity. Let's go back to callers. Jim is in Mildura. Good evening, Jim.
G'day, Finey. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
That's all right. Hey, gee, I'm glad you pointed those couple of free kicks out, because that was, full agreement. But just the one thing I wanted to bring up, and I'm sure he's getting spoken about a little bit more, but is Darcy Cameron not All-Australian ruckman worthy? He's doing some things over the last couple of years that I don't reckon he gets credit for, and yeah, gee, he makes our team a hell of a lot better.
He's in the discussion. I don't think tonight was his best night. I thought Brody Grundy played his best game for a while. I would say neither of them dominated each other, but most weeks Darcy Cameron does dominate. He's a very good mark around the ground, but my fascination with Darcy Cameron is his endurance. As a rule, tall, angular ruckmen like Darcy Cameron that have to compete in the thrust and parry of ruck don't cover the ground as well as, say, other midfielders. But he seems to get from goal square to goal square every week, and it's a testimony to what he's put into his football, because he certainly wasn't that footballer 3 years ago, Jim. He improved in the premiership season. He was a standout last year for Collingwood, and he continues now to be a premier ruckman in the comp. It's a very good observation, and thank you for the call. Let's head to Cameron on the Sunshine Coast. Also wants to speak about a ruckman. Good evening, Cameron.
Good evening, Mark. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
I've called you a couple of times, and this is probably the most sober I've ever called you. I haven't watched the game tonight, but congratulations to Collingwood. They're a little bit like Geelong, and I won't cut you off if you want to speak to me. But let's talk about last night's game. Reece Stanley, I bring it up a lot. How good did Geelong look?
I mean, Geelong last night, I would suggest kicking off gather round against a up and about Adelaide, 5 goals down in the second quarter. I'm watching that game, and I think everybody does this when you watch a game of football, and I thought to myself at that point, gee, Adelaide are great. Gee, it's impossible playing Adelaide in Adelaide. Gee, this is completely out of Geelong's grasp. They were fantastic last night, Geelong. Now, Reece Stanley obviously didn't get the memo that his career was done and dusted. Look, at the start of the season, it was Sam de Koning in the ruck. Reece Stanley was excused from services, and it certainly looked like Geelong had moved on from Reece Stanley. Well, Reece Stanley is one of footy's great survivors. He's a player that has certainly copped his criticism over the years and had his high points. I guess his low point last season was missing that goal in the dying stages of the preliminary final, but he ain't done with yet. And more power to Reece. He's been around for a long, long time, and he knows his way around an AFL ground, and he showed that last night. Let's take a break and return.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by 2 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA, and more.
Oh, what a shot from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
Jane loves flowers, but her allergies don't. Bless you. So it's lucky that Jane can now enjoy the benefits of Panasonic air conditioning. With its allergen-inhibiting Nano-EX technology, Jane's now floating in the freshness of pollen-free, clean air. Come home to your perfect environment. Search Panasonic Air to request a free quote. Results from Nano-EX are not instant, and Nano-EX is not available on all models.
Hop into OMF's Big Easter Sale. Buy any mattress protector and get up to 60% off all modern family and signature mattresses, like the Mornington mattress, now under $1,100, or the Urban mattress, now under $1,500. This week, buy any modern family or signature mattress and get 2 bonus pillows, and get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture. But hurry, these exciting deals won't last. And soon at OMF, the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Welcome back, 11:16 SEN, brought to you tonight by Alan Mance's Nissan demo event, Super NY24 deals. Let's go to our great mate Marcus, who's in South Melbourne. Good evening, Marcus.
Good evening, listeners. Peaky, Friday. Yes, I can vouchsafe that Geelong are a good team. I got sunburnt watching them. Even in the first match. They absolutely killed Freo.
Yeah, well, I'm glad. So you made the trip down to GMHBA.
Oh, yes, I took the trip down. It was a wonderful day. We got allocated seats right behind the goals in the sunshine, 34 degrees, so quarter time we had to shift into the grandstand, but I was already cooked by then. Murphy Reid cheered us up in the third quarter with a couple of goals, but then I had to stand on the train all the way back to Melbourne. Got there and the buses had replaced the trams to South Melbourne. You know about this, Peaky, because the Grand Prix on.
That's right.
So you have to get the replacement bus, and the replacement bus took longer to get to my flat in South Melbourne than it took me to stand on the train from Geelong to Melbourne. Yeah, I remember that day.
There you go. Now, you want to talk about a 2-ruck policy at a couple of clubs.
Yeah, listen, I reckon that the Swans and Freo are both charging after a failed policy. I can't see the point of having Laddams and Grundy in the team if Darcy's going to be able to do them both over without any sign of getting tired because he's got two opponents. And Freo have been chasing that dream for about 2 years now. Well, let's have Darcy and Jackson in the team. But both teams, Freo and the Swans,
I'm going to have to stop you.
Seem to be able to play with one ruckman.
I'm going to have to stop you because we're coming up to the end of the hour. But Marcus, call back because I want to continue the discussion shortly.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA and more.
Oh, what a shot from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's Lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
For pros who demand serious power and runtime, Makita Direct Connect delivers. With over 100 tools, it's built for all-day performance. No fuel, no cords, no downtime. From professional landscapers to lawn maintenance specialists, Direct Connect keeps you powered up and ready for any job. Experience the future of professional cordless power. Makita, rule the outdoors.
My Makita back. Footy fans, why rush home after the game? Stay the night in the CBD at Brady Hotels and Apartments. Just minutes from Marvel Stadium and the MCG, as well as the city's best restaurants and bars. Rooms start from as little as $129, and with code SEN at checkout, you'll get 20% off our best flexible rate. So make the most of the 2025 footy season. Head to bradyhotels.com.au and book now with code SEN.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Welcome back to the Final Siren. Don't forget this hour, the 3-question Lenny's Fine Foods quiz with a great Signet power bank to be won, valued at $44.95. A Signet Boost power bank will keep your phone, tablet and earbuds powered 24/7. Challenging quiz with a different type of question tonight. An interesting new format being embarked upon tonight with one of the questions. We'll see how that plays out. And don't forget Lenny's Fine Food. Come in and try that famous Reuben sandwich amongst a number of other choices with filled bagels. You can get the famous hot pastrami or smoked brisket sandwich with either coleslaw or sauerkraut in the Reuben style. There's a hot chicken schnitzel sandwich, the famous smoked salmon bagel, a lovely Italian vegetable ensemble. You name it, we do it. As well as 30 different soups, meals, ready-to-go treats, a great range of Lebanese mezza, things like meat kibbeh, vegetable kibbeh, meat cigars, meat sambusek, cheese pastries, cheese and spinach pastries, all made by Georgette, a famous Lebanese chef and caterer. So we've got a big range there. Come in, try it, enjoy it. That's what I say. 636 Inkerman Road in North Caulfield. Now, Marcus has graciously, I should say, I'm grateful, he's gracious, hung on, because that's an interesting topic, the two ruckmen, especially seeing that St Kilda are courting TDK, Tom de Koning, with huge money, and they've already got an established ruckman. Back to you, Marcus.
Oh, yes. I feel about 2 kilos heavier, having heard that menu. That menu, it's wonderful.
You sounded like you were still on the Grand Prix track. I heard a very fast vehicle in the background there, Marcus.
Oh, you get that in South Melbourne. They all think the Grand Prix is on as they go up Ferris Street. They're like that.
Oh, well, yeah.
They're like that. Yes, and the two ruckman thing, I've noticed this with Freo, and it's one of my few criticisms of Justin Longmuir, who I consider to be a really good coach of young players and maturing them through, but they aim for the two ruckmen. But the trouble is, in the last 2 or 3 years, they haven't had two ruckmen. They haven't really had the chance to have Darcy and Jackson both playing. And when they're stuck with one ruckman, the whole team seems drilled on how to play with two. And the Swans struck me as the same thing tonight. I couldn't see the point of Grundy going head-to-head with Cameron.
Yep.
So I think that was a fair and close thing. But fair dinkum, Adams looked like a fifth leg on a cow today, didn't he? They couldn't put him anywhere. They couldn't hide him.
No, I mean, look, Adams has had a career mainly in the shadows. I find the way he plays odd. Whenever he gets the ball, he looks to dash around and do something a bit fancy with his footwork. He's not slow, and he actually did a couple of decent things tonight. He's not terrible, but there's just no use plonking him in a forward pocket. It's not 1974. It's very old. It's very old school thinking, isn't it, Marcus?
Well, we discovered that when we put Reedy in. Leon Reedy had won the tap outs in the Waffle last year. Yeah. Very good tap ruckman. But whenever he gets into the senior matches, he gets belted round by the big bodies. And guys like Sherry and Witts will just shove him aside with their bums. And if he can't mark and kick goals, so if you've got Paul Salmon, that's all right, isn't it? But
Correct. There are very
John Nichols in the grand final.
There are very
if
few.
They can't catch the ball and kick goals. They're not much good, are they?
We've heard all my football life. I've heard the dream, the unicorn of we're going to take this ruckman because he's such a good mark around the ground. We're going to put him up forward and he's going to be unstoppable. And it doesn't work. And do you know the club that, well, I'll tell you how this failed dismally on a couple of occasions. Because the worst thing that can happen is when you do it and it works once, you think it's going to keep on happening. And do you know the club that did it on a regular basis, Marcus?
Oh, well, I'm showing my age. I can remember when John Nichols and Percy Jones played at Carlton, but that was 50 years ago.
But I'm saying in recent times, the club that thought, we're just going to take this ruckman because he is impossible to beat around the ground in a marking contest, put him forward, and he's going to be the answer to our prayers. Now, I think he kicked 7 goals on one occasion, and the problem was that thereafter they kept doing it, and doing it and doing it, and it didn't work. And do you know who I'm referring to?
Yeah, it's on the top of my head.
It should be because he played. He should be because he played for you.
Oh yes, yeah. Laurie Sandilands.
Yeah, big Aaron. Well, Aaron
Sandilands.
Big Aaron. Sorry, yeah, I really am showing my age.
But I'm pretty sure.
Laurie.
I'm pretty sure he kicked 7 once.
Yeah. And that was the only occasion.
Correct, and
they kept shunting him in the forward pocket all the time.
They said, look, we're just going to put Sandlands forward and kick the ball up there and no one will ever outmark him. But the problem was that it only worked once. And invariably it fails. And I'm trying to remember the other player. It's on the tip of my tongue. He kicked 8 once. He played for North Melbourne and Geelong, I think. For some reason, I'm sure he played for North, I think North in Geelong, and he kicked 8 goals once, and they were sure that he was a key forward. Was it Hamish McIntosh?
Yes.
Hamish McIntosh.
And he wasn't.
Injuries.
But he just wasn't. He just wasn't a key forward. But it worked once, so they decided we're just going to persist with this madness, and it never happened again. And invariably, it doesn't happen. In my life, there's been 2 great ruckman forwards. You've mentioned one of them, Paul Salmon, and the other one even better than him, the great Simon Madden, who were equally as good in the ruck or as a key forward. But they are rare. They are as rare as the proverbial hen's teeth. Now, in fact, I've seen hen's teeth. They're rarer.
John Nichols could go forward and kick goals, especially in finals.
Sure, I'm saying, but he wasn't in the class of... Well, he kicked 7 in a grand final, but he wasn't in the class of Salmon or Madden as a forward. Nowhere near. What, you're puffing your cheeks out? What are you, a gross idiot?
No, he didn't play a huge amount of football.
No, I'm saying Salmon and Madden were in their own right.
They alternated a bit. They played with each other a bit too along the journey there. So,
but they were dominant key forwards.
Do both sides of it. Yeah.
So you concede that?
I concede that Nichols didn't. Of course,
he wasn't a key forward.
No, he's a time as forward. But when he did go down there, he was indomitable when he went there.
No, he wasn't indomitable. He had good games there, but he wasn't a.
Not doing it the way they did it, because Brassy didn't send him down there during the
he was a ruckman. David Hale. Yeah, David Hale's another one.
He's pretty good.
Another one. Kicked 8 goals against Geelong one day. Kicked 8 goals against Geelong, and they decided he's a key forward. Yeah. Now, it doesn't work, these things.
But he did play a fair bit of footy in the forward line.
Yeah, but not great. With no great success.
Not superb.
No. With no particular success. But he did win. He was a premiership. He was a premiership player. Can't knock that. Let's go to Kate in Somerville. Oh, David Cloak, another good example. more a forward than a ruckman to me.
90% a forward.
Yeah, but could definitely ruck.
Could ruck, yeah.
Yep.
If they had injuries and they'd need to throw someone in there, he'd go in there for Richmond and Collingwood.
Speaking of 7 goals, or 8 goals, what did he kick in his last game?
8 goals.
In his last game.
Forward.
He kicked 7 or 8 in his last ever game.
Yeah, 8, I think.
Yeah, not bad. Good evening, Kate.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Very well, thanks.
Well, look, I'm ringing on behalf of my husband. He's doing a Rubens challenge, and he went out to your place today, but he wasn't able to get a Rubens today.
Today was the one. There's 2 days of the year.
1 day.
2 days. Today, for those who don't know, we're a deli in
Passover.
Mainly Jewish deli in Passover, which is the big Jewish holiday, is tomorrow night, and our biggest days of the year are today and tomorrow. So here's what I'm going to do, Kate.
No. He wants to say that whoever was working today, I think it was your wife, made him and his business partner, Peter, the biggest, bestest sandwich they've almost ever had. And they are truly, truly grateful for that.
But it wasn't but we couldn't do a Rubens today, could we?
No, it wasn't a Rubens. No. It was close. It's a number 2 on their challenge.
Right, so you tell Trav, I can hear Trav in the background. Travis, come.
Yeah, he's here.
Travis, come back and I will shout you a Rubens.
He'll shout you a Rubens. Because you know what? I have to hear about it. I have to hear about it every week.
We are going to win. I promise you, we are going to win. We are going to win the Rubens challenge. So if you come in,
you must.
If you come in any other Friday, I'm there all day Friday. So come in on
any other Friday, Trav.
Blushing.
Come in any Friday, I'll be there, and I'm laying my reputation on the line.
You must, because we heard the ad and we were like, hang on, I've got to ring up. But he came home today and he said, oh my goodness, they did it. Your wife, is it your wife?
Yeah, yes, Natalie.
Yeah, she made them. She was like, no, it's too busy. But she actually went out of her way to make... Yeah, they saw the tears in him and Peter's eyes and made this outstanding sandwich. So,
well, I'll meet Trav. Come next week or whenever you want, Trav. I mean, sometimes I'm not at the shop, but I'm there. I'm there all day Friday, all day Sundays, guaranteed.
Yep.
So
he's coming in, and for me, it'll make peace with me and my family if you just make him that Reuben, for God's sake.
Yeah, I'm going to win the challenge. There you go. Thanks a lot for the call, Kate. Thanks, Travis. Let's go to Connor in Castlemaine. G'day, Connor.
Evening, Finey and Peaky. How are you, Jen?
Connor.
Thank you.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm a very happy Collingwood man. Sydney are a good team. I've got to give them credit because, as you said, they made the grand final, and even though they got players out, they're very well disciplined. And I think even though their depth isn't as noted as previous years, their development has been fantastic over a long period of time. So it's good to beat the Swans and at a ground that we have.
Just on that, Connor, they early in that game, you kicked the first goal, they kicked the next 3, but they really looked sharp in that first 10 minutes. So it's not like Collingwood had it all on their own terms. They certainly had to face a side that was pretty bubbly early in the game. Back to you.
No, I agree with you. The margin of 31 points, I think it's actually a little bit lenient to Collingwood. It felt a little closer because of how well Sydney played in the early parts of the game, and then eventually we got things going. And I thought it was a very disciplined and a very professional performance. And to be 4-1 after the first 5 games, I'm quite pleased with that, considering how poorly we played against GWS. You mentioned about Ned Long and Steele Sidebottom. I'd have them as the best 2. Isaac Heaney would be in that mix too. I've been really impressed with Ned Long. I think he's been brilliant. Big body, he can play a variety of roles. And I think not just tonight, but even the game before against Carlton, again, it was a very professional, albeit in a very different way. Conditions didn't suit the Tools. I just thought everyone played their role, and I'm pretty confident we can go up to Brisbane and beat the Lions. I mean, Brisbane are hard to beat up there, don't get me wrong. But Collingwood have won the last 3, and one of those games happens to be at the Gabba. last year. So I wouldn't be surprised if Collingwood won next week, but tonight was a very professional performance. What are your thoughts on that?
Professional, that's exactly the term I'd use, because they're so, I keep saying well drilled, I keep saying it, but it describes Collingwood to a T. People, I'll tell you players that sometimes come under the spotlight of Collingwood. People are critical of Darcy Moore sometimes. Now, Darcy Moore, again tonight, made a handballing error, cost a goal, that's okay. But his game was one of extreme discipline tonight. I know Darcy Moore would love to be intercept marking and dashing around, but first and foremost, he's spoiling and doing what the coach wants him to do. Back to basics and getting it done by putting himself in the right place most of the time. So there's examples of Darcy Moore around the ground. Isaac Quaynor, as I said, certainly not the dashing player he was 3 or 4 years ago. He's sacrificed that for more of a team role as prescribed by the coach. It's interesting that Collingwood have, I would say, 5 or 6 players that I would call low possession players, and sometimes fans and commentators run their eyes up and down the stats sheet at the end of the game and think that's where the quality's to be found. They've got 6 players that are low possession getters that are key members of the team, and they're not going to, I'm not going to say they're best 3 on ground, but there is a way of describing their roles and output as perfect. I thought, again, Dan McStay tonight played a perfect game given the role he's given. I thought Quaynor played an excellent game given the role he's given. Same for Darcy Moore. Now, none of them got high possessions. And that to me, well, you call it professionalism, and I couldn't agree more, Connor. Add Billy Frampton, that's another one in that group. You know, these are guys, it's just not going to do anybody any good to read the numbers and then think that that's where the quality of output comes from, because you're not going to get it on the stat sheet, but you will get it if you watch the game.
Yeah, I agree. But about to mention Billy Frampton, I'm a fan of Billy's. And, you know, you've said to me in the past that he sometimes needed faith after leaving Port Adelaide and Adelaide, and he comes to Collingwood, he does his job, and he does it, I think, at times serviceable to very well. And, you know, you mentioned players that don't get a lot on the stat sheet. Lachie Schultz, he didn't play tonight, but he's a great example of it. His last 3 matches prior to getting injured were exactly what I expected of him. And I think some of the criticism from my own fellow Collingwood fans is a bit silly, because he's playing, last year he was playing out of position because we had injuries and we had form issues. This year, you're seeing the benefits of what Lachie can bring to the team. Membry, you would know him very well.
Well, he's another example of somebody that's not going to get a heap of the ball, but can still play a very important role if he sticks to the script, which is exactly what he did tonight. And probably the best example is Bo McCreary.
Oh, I love Bo McCreary. He's one of my favourites. He just reminds me of, whenever he tackles, just reminds me of Gordon Tallis. Just tackles like a madman, and you don't want to get in his way. So, yeah, look, he was very good. I thought he was very good tonight. Bobby Hill was great. Darcy Cameron, as has been mentioned, I got asked by one of my co-workers that about his ruckman, Tom De Koning. And I said I would put Darcy Cameron ahead of Tom De Koning, with all respect to him, every day of the week, because he has shown over a body of work he can take the contested mark, he can help out in the back line, goes around the ground, and even in, I think it was a couple of seasons ago, he was kicking goals. If he's able to add goals to his repertoire now, I think he would have to be the best ruckman in the competition, and I hope Collingwood just sign him up and give him a pay rise, please.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, he's in the shop window at the moment. I'm sure Collingwood will sign him and set him pay him the money he's due and make him a Collingwood player for life, because you're right, I'm not saying he's the best ruckman in the comp, because I think there's a few that fit that bill. It depends on what sort of week they have, and he's amazingly lifting himself from the ruckman that they had to play when Grundy left. Well, they chose him. They were happy to see off Grundy with faith in Cameron. And from that point onwards, Darcy Cameron has repaid that faith, and I think it's only fair that Collingwood repay his faith by paying him what he deserves. Connor, thanks for the call. We're going to take a break. When we return, now there's quite a few callers hanging on, and all of those callers will be respected and got to, but prior to the calls, so do hang on. You're all welcome to play the quiz, but you're also welcome to hang on and be part of Talkback, because when we come back is the Lenny's Fine Food 3-question challenge.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Nowhere better to meet my mates in the local club and watch all the best sporting action live. The cheers and the jeers, banter, and your shout if you
win or lose, goals or tries, baskets or sixes, or first across the finish line. It's always on with an awesome vibe. A great
way to go, Blues! Come on, let's go! There's no losers with such a huge lineup of live sport on the big screen
at your local club where sport belongs.
For pros who demand serious power and runtime, Makita Direct Connect delivers. With over 100 tools, it's built for all-day performance. No fuel, no cords, no downtime. From professional tree surgeons to commercial arborists, Direct Connect keeps you powered up and ready for any job. Experience the future of professional cordless power. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Got a truck off the road? Truckline's got the parts you need to get back on track fast. We'll keep you moving with over 70,000 parts in stock for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. Get the quality parts you need and the service you deserve from our team of experts who really know their stuff. Truckline, the parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding?
Correct. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball. Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Welcome back to 11:16 SEN. Stephen J. Peake having his last program ever at the station after disagreeing with me during the break. You are on thin ice, Peake.
Well, I'm looking at statistics I'm looking at.
Again, I told you not to look down the stats column. It'll make a fool of you.
Mm-hmm.
You are trying to tell me that Peter Moore was as good a forward as Simon Madden.
No, I didn't put it like that.
Good. Don't, because you're treading a very...
I'm always on thin ice.
Very thin ice. You're treading a, what's it called? A something line?
Something like, I think,
whatever it is,
white line fever.
Whatever it is, you're treading it. A time now for the Lenny's Fine Food Late Night Quiz.
I met my love by the gasworks wall. Dreamed a dream by the old canal. I kissed my girl by the factory wall. Dirty old town, dirty old town.
Ah, the Pogues. What a fantastic band. Now, I didn't play that because it's Gather Round. Don't get stuck into me. I just thought it was a good song. Dirty Old Town by the Pogues. Time now for the quiz. 1300 736 736. Your chance to win a wonderful Signet Boost Power Bank. Our first contestant tonight is Nick in Williamstown. Good evening, Nick.
Are you fine?
Very well. Question?
Can I ask you a question before?
Always.
Can you name me one St Kilda and North Melbourne player?
A player who's played for both clubs?
Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Very obscure, though.
Excuse me, Peaky, I was asked.
Sorry, all right.
How dare you? I can name you a few if you want. There hasn't been...
I'm just after the vibe. I like it.
Yeah, it's interesting you should ask that, because that's very much the theme of the new question, but it's not St Kilda North. So I'll give you some St Kilda players who played for both clubs. You ready?
Yeah, exactly.
Nick Del Santo.
Yep.
John Collins, Jon Collins. Barry Pascoe.
Yeah.
Bob Pascoe.
Yes.
There was a guy in the 50s whose surname was Reeves, who played for North Melbourne and St Kilda. I can't remember his name. Now, I can give you a couple of players who were at both clubs but didn't play senior football at both clubs. Jesse Smith played for North Melbourne but didn't play for St Kilda. And Lazar Vidovic was at North Melbourne but didn't play for North Melbourne and then came to St Kilda.
You've got a lot of knowledge, Simon.
I mean,
there's another one, Joe McLaren.
Joe McLaren, correct.
Ben's good footballer, Joe McLaren.
Jumping Joey McLaren, number 26 at St Kilda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben Schwartz.
Ben Schwartz. Never played.
Schwartz's brother.
Ben never played a senior game at St Kilda, so he's another one in that category.
Yeah.
Or was it Troy?
Pardon?
Was it Troy or Ben that played for North?
No, Ben played for North. He was on he was on the list at St Kilda, but he never got a game.
Yeah.
Both good cricketers from the Dingley Cricket Club.
Ooh.
Dingley.
Yeah, of course. Troy famous for that match-winning goal.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, he was. Yeah, I remember that one.
Was that against West Coast at Marvel?
Yes, Brisbane.
Against Brisbane.
Winning goal, yeah.
All right, let's get on with the quiz, and I think you'll do well. Question number 1. There's a very interesting coincidence when you consider their football journey shared by Darcy Cameron and Tim Membry. What have they got in common?
They both played for Sydney.
I need to be a bit more specific.
They both played for Sydney and Collingwood.
No,
I'll give you one more chance because it's something very odd. It's a bit.
You go for it, sorry. They both were in the same Guernsey number at one of the clubs.
No, I can't pay it.
I'll rate it.
See you, mate. Matthew Capuano's another one.
Matty Capuano, yeah.
Played for North Melbourne and St Kilda. So Capuano, of course, is the most accurate goal kicker ever to play for St Kilda. Kicked 13 straight.
They've got it unceremoniously.
Yes, much to the ire of Michael Malthouse. Okay, let's go to Travis in Somerville. Good evening, Travis.
What was the question, mate?
Okay, it's a tricky one. Now, specifically, what do Darcy Cameron and Tim Membry have in common on their football journey?
They both played. What did the last guy say?
He said they both played at Sydney, which is correct, but I need a more specific answer.
They both played one game for Sydney and then played for Collingwood.
You are correct. They both played a single game for Sydney.
I don't think Cameron played a game.
Yeah, you're probably an idiot.
Yes, he did, mate.
He played his 100th.
Membry played one.
Membry played one, and Darcy Cameron played one. In fact, Darcy Cameron played his 100th game tonight, and next week he'll play his 100th. You don't need to look it up, Stephen. It's a fact. And he played.
I'm pretty sure I looked this up recently.
Well, look, where did you look it up? The Book of Football Mistruths? The Incorrect Fact Football Book? Or maybe you bought the Aldi version of the Encyclopedia of Football. Is that what you bought?
No, I haven't been to Aldi to get anything to do with footy.
They've got their products are close, but not completely the same. Yeah, he played one game.
No.
Look at these. They're coming in. This is great. Luke Delaney, remember the backman?
Luke Delaney, yeah, full-back.
Farron Ray, who after his time at St Kilda played a couple of games at North.
Yes.
Yeah, what do you mean, yes, it's correct. Mark Arceri played for Carlton, I think Carlton, North and St Kilda.
Oh, yes, of course, Alan Kilda coast both.
Yes.
St Kilda 55 to 58 and North Melbourne in the 60s.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a question in a similar vein, and I'll tell you why it's a little bit different to normal questions. Now, here we go. I need you to name 3 players who've played for Richmond and Essendon. Now, before you answer, if you don't get it correct, let's say you get 2 correct, the next person cannot use those 2 answers. So, with time ticking, Travis, 3 players who've played for Richmond and Essendon.
Starts with Z Zantuck.
Yeah, Ty Zantuck. Need an answer?
No, I'm out.
He's out. So Ty Zantuck is out. You can't include him. Let's go to Luke in Frankston. Good evening, Luke.
Kevin Sheedy?
Incorrect. Unlucky. He coached Essendon, played for Richmond. 1300 736 736 is the number to call. 3 players who've played for Richmond and Essendon. Peaky, here's another Saint and Roo that we should have remembered. Grant Thomas.
Yes.
Who played for St Kilda Fitzroy in North Melbourne.
Yeah.
There you go. So we're doing all right in the Saints and the Roos, but we need more Tigers and Bombers. 1300 736 736. Let's take a break, come back and see whether we can't rack up some calls and get those answers out there.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Celebrating Dad's 60th birthday at our local club was a genius idea. The whole family came and he didn't disappoint with his...
Preach had everyone in hysterics. Especially the story about how they met, which was really something to actually remember. Our anniversary's a miracle. 30 years is definitely something to celebrate.
Your local club, where celebration belongs.
This is the biggest crane in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's just hoisted a 5-ton beam 40 metres above the city centre. Sounds dramatic, but it's not, because at Pertec, we supply the hoses in cranes like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by 2 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of?
Laser tag? Pew pew.
No, you clown.
Laser cutting.
Close.
Laser welding?
Correct. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. For $1, you can flip an expert tip from an expert tipster. Tipper uses real-time results and unbiased statistics so you can follow tipsters who are running red hot. View tipster performance across tracks, distance and conditions. Plus, if their tip doesn't profit, the tip is free. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app, that's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Welcome back. We're here for Alan Mance Motors, Fitzroy, Milton, Beckus Marsh. The Nissan demo event is currently on. Super NY24 deals. And I'm talking really good deals. So if you're in the market for a car with that big range of Nissans, four-wheel drives, utes, U-Buttes, head out to Alan Mance Motors. Now, I asked for three players who played for Essendon and Richmond, and Brendan in Bond Beach has rung in. Good evening, Brendan.
G'day, Finey. How you doing?
Very well, thanks. Could you help us out?
Barry Young?
Correct.
Brian Woods.
Brian Wood is correct. He won He's a premiership player at both teams.
Yeah, I'm a Richmond supporter, mate, so it's the only reason I knew that one.
And you need one more.
It was Ty Zantuck, wasn't it?
No,
I thought that one was already...
I said you're not allowed to use previous ones.
Oh, right. So yeah, is it Ty Zantuck?
Nope, sorry. You're not allowed to use it.
You just said he couldn't use it, he used it.
Correct. So now you're not allowed to use Brian Wood, you're not allowed to use Barry Young, and you're not allowed to use Ty Zantuck. Let's go to Nick in Heidelberg. Are you there, Nick?
Yeah, mate. Basher Hawley.
That's one.
Thompson.
Which Thompson?
Can't remember his first name.
You've got to give me his first name. Bad luck. You're thinking of Michael Thompson. Mickey Thompson.
Oh, yes. Didn't he play 99 games for one club and a few for the next?
Don't know, but he didn't get it, so... I'm being cruel. Now you can't use Basher Hawley. Let's go to Neil on the road. G'day, Neil.
G'day, Finey. How are you?
Neil, how are you, mate?
Yeah, mate. I haven't got a very good horn on this one.
Oh, Neil used to ring in on his truck and give me the big horn.
Yeah.
He gave me the big horn, did Neil? Good to hear you, mate.
I'm very good. It's glad to have you back. I've been just sitting back listening.
Oh, great to speak to you again.
Last year and this year.
Oh, I'm rapt to hear your voice.
Friday night. And Peaky as well, with all his...
Yeah, Neil, yes, I remember you.
Yes.
Especially blowing that horn.
Yeah, well,
sorry?
Peaky's member of the Blow Your Own Trumpet Society of Australia, so I'm not surprised that he knows you from blowing your own horn. Now, I need to ask the question, Neil. 3 Essendon Richmond players.
Oh, God, mine were taken. So the other bloke I was thinking, Michael Thompson, that was like with the landscaper with Watson.
Correct.
Watson.
He's out now, so Neilo, don't wait to call back. Can't wait to hear from you again.
Oh, mate, you enjoy.
Hang on, where are you driving to tonight?
I've just changed over at Kiamba, which is like aeroplane, and everybody goes, where's the aeroplane? It's this old sign back in the 70s when you used to go over a cliff, and there was a billboard that had aeroplane jelly, and it's still used today.
Brilliant. All right, great to...
Heading back to Melbourne now.
Kiamba to Melbourne, drive safely. We love you, Neilo. Great to hear from you. All right, now we've knocked a few off, so this is interesting. Colin's in Mitcham. G'day, Colin.
G'day, Finey. I reckon I've got 3 fresh ones for you.
We need 3 fresh. That's exactly what I need. I need 3 freshies.
Yep. Paul Sproul.
Correct.
Mark Eustace.
Correct.
Stephen Corbett.
Correct. Well done.
That's not bad. Now, can I just sneak one extra comment in, Finey?
Yep.
Being a Pies man, I don't particularly want to debate with you about Peter Moore and Simon Madden as forwards.
Yep.
But I'd be interested if you have any stats, because Peter Moore was a great forward for Collingwood, and I used to love watching Simon Madden taking screamers when he was young and kicking those goals. But I wonder if you...
Yeah, no, we've got the numbers. Look, he kicked about 1.2 goals a game for Collingwood, Peter Moore. I mean, I have to mark him down because he went to Melbourne and became a halfback flanker.
Forward or all games?
No, but he used to roam the halfback flank at Melbourne, which is where most of the business was because they were down the wrong end of the ladder. Simon, so he kicked about 170 odd career goals, Peter Moore, whereas Simon Madden kicked 575. And Peaky's trying to run this story. Oh, look, the averages are similar, but the one guy's kicked 575 goals.
He was consistent.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
I'd like to know the actual averages when both players were in the forward line, but I'm not.
Yeah, it's hard to establish.
Yeah, fair enough too. All right. Well, I'm glad I won the Essendon Richmond one anyway.
Well, you've got one more question, and then you win the quiz, and you win a prize.
Oh, beauty.
Okay. But I doubt you'll get it.
And I doubt it already.
It's a very hard question. Not because you're not good. I'll give you a couple more Essendon Richmond players that come to mind.
Yeah.
Andrew Underwood.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got that one.
No.
He was a wingman, not a terrible player.
Yeah.
I used to I remember when he played footy and I was going to the football and I'd yell out, I've seen Underwood perform at the MCG and you're not it. Because I remember Derek Underwood taking Australia apart at the MCG once.
A good spinner.
Yeah, deadly Derek. Used to love the wet tracks. Love the damp tracks, Derek Underwood. I'm trying to... Brian Winton, who played for St Kilda as well. Stephen Pirrie, who played for St Kilda as well. Both played for Essendon and Richmond.
Oh, you're piling them on now. Would have got none of them.
Yeah. Brad Fox just came through. He played for Essendon. Yep. Lucky, of course, to play for Richmond.
Richmond, because he was...
Well, he was lucky to play for Richmond because Tony Lockett almost killed him when he was playing for St Kilda.
That's right, yes.
He strangled him.
For Essendon, he strangled him, and Stuart Lowe had to come over to him and get him to loosen the grip because his face was turning blue.
Brad Fox
face was blue.
Brad Fox afterwards said, I thought, I couldn't breathe. I thought that was it. I'm going to die. Anyhow, let's move on with the quiz. Who took most marks in the AFL last season?
I'm not confident at all.
Yep.
I'm going to say Curnow with no confidence.
Yep. Curnow is incorrect. He would have taken most good marks, but that's not what I'm asking for. Brad's in Lilydale. G'day, Brad.
G'day, mate. How are you?
Who took most marks in the AFL last season?
Wouldn't have been Lever, would it?
Correct. It's not Lever. Let's go to Rob. I'm just telling you, unless you know it, it's not who you think. Let's go to Rob. Are you there, Rob?
Yeah, good morning, Finey.
Good morning to you, Rob.
I think it's a Freo player.
It's not.
And I think it's Luke Ryan.
Yeah, I admire your persistence to continue with Luke Ryan, even after I said it was not a Freo player. But it does show determination and grit. Not a heck of a lot of respect.
Not what you'd say to me.
It doesn't show a lot of respect. Somebody's just mentioned Jacob Townsend. He played for Essendon and Richmond. Well done. Let's go to Luke in Frankston. Are you there, Luke?
Yeah, I'm just thinking Jesse Hogan.
Not Jesse Hogan. It should be Jesse Hogan. It should be Curnow, but it's not. Somebody off the SMS has just got it. Let's try Peter in Capel Sound. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Finey. I've just been listening to your quiz, and I just had one more Richmond Essendon player for you that nobody's got. Cameron Clayton, Premiership player.
Brilliant.
Oh, yes.
Famously threw Bruce Dawes' headband into the crowd when playing for Melbourne,
and
the third club he played for.
And dropped...
when played for Essendon, I think.
Yeah, and also dropped Deputy Domenico too in a situation.
Can I ask you another question, Mark?
Yep.
Quickly.
Yep.
What was that thing that the Swans were wearing last night? I know we go with the all white and that, but that thin red bloody static line, couldn't they have at least put a red swan or gone with the old South Melbourne breed? Last night was just ridiculous. I'm a big one for these Guernseys and that, but that just looked unattractive. Why would anybody buy that one?
No, because it was to pay tribute to the stock market this week in light of Trump's tariff flip-flopping. So it was a stock market guide. We've got to take a break. Yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry, Peter. See,
I knew you'd get that one, somebody's blood pressure or somebody's heart rate, probably, too.
Yeah, that's right. Sydney Swans, Dean Cox's heart meter. All right, a break, and when we come back, see if anybody knows who's taken most marks.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Serious outdoor work needs serious tools. With the world's largest 18-volt system, Makita LXT delivers the power, performance and range to tackle any job. From felling trees to clearing undergrowth, LXT has a tool for every task, all on one battery platform. No fuel, no fuss, just pro-grade cordless power. More tools, more choices, more power. Makita, rule the outdoors.
ESPN now streaming on Disney+. Stream the latest and greatest of NBA, UFC, MLB, NHL, WNBA and more.
Oh, what a step from Curry!
Cheer on.
Ohtani, the greatest day!
Party on.
Oh, Edwards, it's showtime. Room service.
Dream on. One destination for a new generation of streaming. ESPN on Disney+.
The long wait is over.
Turn it on.
When being on the road is your business, keeping your truck in top shape is everything. With stores right across the country, Truckline stocks over 70,000 parts for North American, Japanese and European trucks and trailers. So that means you can get the quality parts and expert service you need to keep your business moving. Truckline, the truck parts you need Australia-wide. Visit truckline.com.au today.
DIYers, if you're looking to tackle your next residential home irrigation project, speak to Nutrien Water about their free home irrigation design and quote service. Designs are carried out by an experienced team of home irrigation specialists using professional grade components. Simply download the free planner, then submit your details. They'll then get back to you with a detailed quote for you to consider. To get started, go to nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of?
Laser tag? Pew pew.
No, you clown.
Laser cutting.
Close.
Laser welding?
Correct. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryden's Lawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the physical, emotional and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball.
What a brilliant intercept!
Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel and for the first time, Binge.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head by turning you into an expert tipster. It's so easy. Just make your free account so punters can follow you, submit your tips whenever you're ready, and if your tip pays off, you'll earn a payout. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mance Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmancenissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.
Welcome back. We're running out of time. Big thank you to Alan Mans, Phil Manson, the big team down there, Footscray, Melton and Bacchus Marsh. Now, who took most marks in 2024? Let's go to Darren in Rosebud. Are you there, Darren?
Yes, mate. Sorry, I can't help you with the marks, but I caught the conversation for Richmond Essendon players.
Give me another one.
And from the football cards, two immediately came into my head was Gary Parks and Alan Noonan.
Brilliant and brilliant.
Ooh,
well done.
Gary Parks.
Alan Noonan. Mark's in Espindale. Are you there, Mark?
Yes, I am, Mark. I think it's Jake Lloyd at Sydney.
It's not Jake Lloyd. Let's go to Jeff in Malvern. Are you there, Jeff?
There you go, Mark.
Who took most marks last year, Potts?
Zorko.
Correct, Dane Zorko. Oh, brilliantly done. I'd love to speak longer to Jeffrey from Malvern, but time is a Guinness. Jeffrey's won a Signet Power Bank valued at $44.95. Signet Boost Power Bank will keep your phone, tablet and earbuds powered 24/7. And now, a health update for Tempo. The difference is Tempo, and the injury from tonight's game was a hamstring injury to Sydney Swans forward Joel Amati, who came off early in the game, clutching at the top of his left leg. They said it might have been a corky, but I think it might have been more serious. That was a health update for Temper. A big thank you to Stephen Peake. We'll be back next week at 9 o'clock, remember, on Good Friday to talk about the doubleheader.
Super deals on NY24 models at Alan Mans Nissan. Demo event on now. Visit alanmansnissan.com.au.
Finey's Final Siren on SEN.